Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Safety first on these space flights of ours. Well, good to see everybody here on this Saturn day. Hope you're all doing well. Quick shout-outs, HBX, Jetmend, Mr. Spock123 in the YouTube chat. Morbidaslo, close fourth. Fishbone also here. Ravy Baby and Edward Thornton over on the vertical chat. And nobody on Twitch yet, somehow. Very strange. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. That's right, it's the 14th of February. Hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. All sorts of stuff on the list. Gonna go over Pam Bondi's testimony again a little bit. Epstein files. ICE. Hasan in Canada. He did the whole big thing. Gave a speech and a Q&A. What else we got going on? Little Marco in Munich. Olympics still ongoing in Italy. And a secret bonus content at the very end of the stream, if we get there. But we'll have to complete a galactic content goal to do anything like that. Alright, people. To the United States. And this is the only way for us to start today. Alaska's news source to wish us a happy Valentine's Day.
And Anchorage, and as they get ready to welcome an influx of visitors tonight and tomorrow for Valentine's Day, Georgina Fernandez takes us behind the scenes.
Super fun. I love the greens.
The big day is here, and we're in crunch mode.
Yeah, we're excited. This is kind of like our Super Bowl.
As the Valentine week chaos continues.
It's fun. We have a lot of extra hands helping and a lot of roses.
As florists and chocolate shop owners get their final orders wrapped up. Shops like Alaska Wild Berry Products seeing 30% more customers in the door this week.
I am shopping for my lovely wife.
During one of its busiest weeks of sales during the year, as shoppers look for that perfect something for their someone.
Just seeing the husbands kind of struggle through trying to pick things for their wives or their girlfriends, you know. I think that's like the best part in helping them pick something special for their special person.
And this year, shoppers might be seeing a price increase. As Alaska Wild Berry Products said, inflation is up. With chocolates alone, they've seen an inflation increase between 14 and 17%. And for florals, it's a similar story. The shop says inflation costs for florals have gone up by 15%.
It's really just the tariffs and just kind of what the market is showing. The tariffs are about 10%, and that's actually added on to the 15%.
wait, the florist's name is DJ Literal? I totally missed this earlier. Yeah. DJ Literal. Got you with your roses. Okay, DJ Literal. Thank you. I don't think that's how you spell literal, but okay. DJ Literal, 2 T's. For extra literal. Oh, God. There you go. DJ Literal with some Valentine's Day news for you people. Tariffs causing your Valentine's Day costs to go up. Papa Jeff, USA is here. That's good. Good to see you, Papa Jeff. Happy Valentine's Day, Space fans. Speaking of Valentine's Day, it would make my Valentine's Day making progress on the old galactic deficit.
You are not funny.
Just saying. Just saying. We got to complete it at some point between now and the end of the month. Gotta earn we gotta make like $25 on like Cash App or PayPal or Patreon every day. You can help. Just saying. All right. You know where we're going. From Valentine's Day to the now expected first portion of the stream.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy? This great, the Epstein hoax. Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this great, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy.
Oh my god. Honestly, I'm starting to really enjoy this ritual. Gotta start it with the little remix bros. Epstein hoax. Are you still talking about that guy? A creep? Unbelievable. Why are we doing that? People don't like it. Frizzler gets it. This guy, this creep, this nasty guy, you're still talking about him? He's been talked about for years. It's really weird. Really weird that you would do that.
That's really weird.
Frizzler gets it. Thank you, Frizzler, for the super chat. Much appreciated. All right, let's keep talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Well, actually, before we talk about Jeffrey Epstein, I just want to remind us of how the hearing intended to discuss Jeffrey Epstein and the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. This is just a reminder of how that went. Pam mostly wanted to talk about either Merrick Garland or what was it again? That's right, the Dow.
Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016.
Not true.
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration.
We are.
This administration released over 3 million pages of documents. Over 3 million. And
you know who was president in between all of that and now? Donald Trump for 4 years. It's weird. It's really weird.
Weird.
It's really weird. So for 4 years, I mean, it's funny how this admission by Pam is, or like this accusation is basically an admission. She's like, It's been around since before Donald Trump was president the first time. And nobody's done anything about it, including the president. Don't you see? Why should I have to? Why is it my job as Attorney General to do something about it?
Signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them,
Have you even said thank you, Brutus? Wow. At 2, Brutus Blaze, at 2. You know what? You caught me. I haven't said thank you. You're right. It's very rude of me. How dare I not thank Pam for her great work at the DOJ? She's been working so hard, and I have rudely not thanked her one time. And I actually won't be thanking her. It's unclear how long it's going to take for me to have to be actually forced to thank Pam Bondi for anything this whole
Merrick
time.
Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming.
What does that have to do with the Epstein files or the DOJ, Pam? I found this to be one of the funniest moments of the entire hearings, where Pam just takes this random segue to talk about the stock market. She's like, but this, you guys want to talk about the stock? But I'm sorry, you guys want to talk about the Epstein files? Have you looked at the stock market? Why do you want to talk about Epstein? She's basically doing a Trump impression, but a bad one. Yeah, you still want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein? The stock market is booming. And it's weird. It's very weird that you want to talk about this guy. People have been talking about him for years. And you don't want to talk about GDP? It's weird. Why do you want to talk about the files?
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Pam was irate that nobody wanted to talk about the stock market with her during this hearing, intended to talk about the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. It's very weird. She also accused one woman of anti-Semitism. Another strange moment from these hearings. To that woman who was accused of anti-Semitism, Representative Becca Balint. And I think I've been corrected now. I think I've been saying her name wrong for a long time. I've been saying Becca Balint for however long. I've been saying Becca Balint. Apparently, unless somehow, I mean, here's the thing. It's really hard to argue with the GOAT about pronunciation.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show going back to Attorney General Pam Bondi's appearance on Capitol Hill Wednesday. This is Bondi being questioned by our next guest, Democratic Congresswoman Becca Balint of Vermont.
And we now know
what.
You see what I mean, though? If Amy Goodman pronounces a word, you know that she actually did. Like, she asked someone, how do I pronounce this? Like, she is, like, perhaps one of the most exacting people on pronunciation I've ever seen. And so it's like, when she says it, like, okay, I'm wrong. I'm clearly wrong, and I made a huge tiny mistake.
And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions?
Come on!
Of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about Not ever going to. Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but
absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman.
Honestly, Bondi behaved so brazenly in this hearing. It was such a shameful display. Like, she's asking for the time of, granted, the Republicans were absolutely there to do whatever she wanted and to, give her whatever leeway she asked for. But, I've literally never in my life seen a witness ask for the time of a representative. Not one time. Not one single fucking time have I seen that. It is the gall. Never one time have I ever seen that. It's incredible. It's incredible. The balls, the ovaries on Bondi over here. For her to be like, hey, can I borrow 30 seconds of your time? It's like, what? What are you talking about? You're here at the behest of the representative. You're supposed to be answering questions. You're not supposed to be asking for the time of the people here to ask you of. It's perverse. I've literally never seen this happen. I have never. And it's mind. Hey, can I have 30 seconds of your time just so I can answer this? So I can grandstand really quickly. What?
This woman
what are
is
you talking about?
Ladies and gentlemen.
What are you talking about, Bam?
Asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that.
Seriously. It is a weak sauce. It's whataboutism. It's like she's literally the highest law enforcement official in the land, the entire land of America. It's literally Pam's job to do all these investigations. She's like, look, people keep asking me to do investigations. What about Merrick Garland? What about what about Alex Acosta? Or not Alex. Who was it? Bill. But what about Bell? What about Bill? What about Donald Trump's first AG? It's like she's pointing, she's blaming everybody else when it's literally her job to do this right now. And she's like, dude, but what about Barack Obama? It's like, bitch, what are you talking about?
With this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
is
Jewish.
I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust?
My time.
Really? This is a great example of when crying anti-Semitism goes wrong. When you declare that a woman whose grandmother was in the literally died in the Holocaust of anti-Semitism herself. It really has gone full circle. They can't even do their research now. Kind of pathetic.
That exchange, Democratic Congresswoman Becca Balint of Vermont left the
hearing.
What
about LBJ?
She joined.
Exactly, Bob. What about LBJ? Why are we talking about Pam and the Epstein files?
Jeffrey Epstein?
We could be talking about LBJ or FDR. Why aren't we talking about them right now in the year 2026?
Us now. This is Democracy Now! Thank you so much, Congressmember Balint, for being with us. Explain why you walked out on the Attorney General, Pam Bondi.
Is Pam Bondi Jewish? I don't think so.
So I walked out because, well, first of all, my time had expired and I needed to collect myself, quite honestly. And the thing that I want people to understand is I was.
Like, I'm going to look it up right now, but, like, I mean, Pamela Jo Bondi was born in a Florida swamp in the Everglades somewhere. I'd be shocked to find out that she's Jewish. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be. I mean, her Wikipedia, I'm fairly certain she's a Christian. In fact, I think I've seen her wearing a cross on numerous occasions.
Myself, quite honestly. And the thing that I want people to understand is I was there in that hearing really channeling all of what I've heard from the survivors in the multiple times that I've met with them. And I was just so disgusted that I had ended my remarks by saying, do the right thing, meet with the survivors. And she continued to make it about other things and other people. And her going after me personally like that was just too much because the survivors were sitting right there asking for her attention. Instead, she chose to accuse me of anti-Semitism. And in retrospect, as I've had time to think about that with my team, I think she did that because the Department of Justice had been surveilling us. And so she knew that the files that I had looked at were Secretary Lutnick.
Oh, shit. A raid on YouTube from Bunker Cat. Big raid. Welcome in, Bunker Cats. All of you. I didn't even know you were on YouTube. I've only seen your Twitch, Bunker Cat. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Hope the stream was good. We're just getting started over here. Oh, Ian Leal over on Twitch, redeeming sunglasses. There we go. That's much better. It's very bright in here right now. Anyway, yeah, we're just getting started. Started like a half hour ago, so we'll be going all night. Talking Pam Bondi and her wild testimony.
And I think she was going to try to go after my line of questioning by attacking me as anti-Semitic because Howard Lutnick is Jewish. And of course, they hadn't also done their homework about my own Jewish identity and my background. It was just heartbreaking to watch the Attorney General act in this way, especially when survivors have waited over the course of decades for justice.
Maybe she kept raising the issue of the Dow and that you should be happy that the Dow is up because of Commerce Secretary Lutnick, who, just to be clear for people, said his last really interaction with Epstein was in
Honestly, that is one of the most ridiculous ass aspects of this whole fucking thing here. For the Attorney General to be screaming at everybody about the Dow, it doesn't even make sense. It's one of the most incoherent things I think I've ever seen. Like she's just like, for no good reason. It would make more sense if Howard Lutnick was in there. Like, you want to talk to me about the Epstein files or something, and I'm Commerce Secretary. She's literally in charge of the investigation, and she's complaining about it. It makes no fucking sense.
2005, when it came out in these Epstein files that in 2012 he went to his island with his wife and his 4 children and his nannies and friends to have lunch with Mr. Epstein.
That's exactly right. And what is so shocking, as we have continued to go through the files, is just the shocking number of rich and powerful men who had no problem hanging out with a convicted pedophile, had no problem hanging out with somebody who was clearly involved in sexual abuse. And that was not, as I said in my testimony, that was not a deal breaker for the president. It was not a deal breaker for all of these men who continue to interact with him. And then ultimately for the Trump now to have 3 high-ranking officials.
I mean, if anything, it seems like less of a deal breaker and more like they all sort of got together and decided let's take over the government together. Otherwise, we might face consequences. Like, honestly, there's so many of these people show up in the files, had their hands in it, and I mean, the Attorney General herself, the guy leading the hearings, Jim Jordan. I mean, he was accused of covering up sexual abuse at Ohio State University, the same Ohio State University where Herbert Wexner, or whatever his fucking Les Wexner, the Victoria's Secret guy who was also in the files hundreds of times, was apparently a big donor to the medical school. The very people who were being accused of sexual abuse at OSU. That very abuse was covered up by the guy doing the hearings. Pam was literally refused to investigate Epstein and was Attorney General of Florida during the time that he received a sweetheart deal. I mean, it's just down the line. Every single one of these guys. Howard Lutnick's taking yacht trips to the island. Elon apparently begging to go to the parties.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
In his administration, who clearly have ties to Jeffrey Epstein and the DOJ is
Bannon. I almost forgot about Bannon. There's so many of them. It's hard to keep them all track. Keep them straight in your head. Yeah, man. I almost forgot about Bannon. Good reminder, Bovine.
I wanted to go to two other issues, to ICE, but first to what happened this week. In its latest attack against LGBTQ plus people, the Trump administration's removed a pride flag from the historic Stonewall National Monument just down the road from us here in New York City.
We talked about this story yesterday, so I'm going to skip past this part. Go to the next vid that we've got here. Yeah, that is one among many things that the Trump administration has been taking down that they deem offensive to their sensibilities.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Things that celebrate anybody but white men. And a certain kind of white man. Could be cis heteronormative. Let's go here to a woman who's got no words left for Pamela Joe. Stella Maggs.
That's on
I'm going
YouTube.
to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome.
I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Y'all, you know we
You
are
don't
cooked
get it.
as a
She's such a
country.
child.
When our attorney...
She's such a child. I'm sorry, I can't let her go. I can't get past that answer. No, you. I've been saying it since the beginning of this. She came in the Attorney General of the United States of America. The top law enforcement official of the United States went into Congress and acted like a fucking petulant child and started screaming at everybody. Just saying a bunch of nonsense. No, you, she says. What a fucking child. No, you, says the Attorney General. What?
I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Y'all, you know we are
You
cooked
don't
as
get
a
it.
country. When our attorney general brings the same exact intelligence and energy as someone who looks like this. You have Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, I'm laughing because it is terrifying. I never thought in a million years I would ever sympathize with members of Congress. But watching that hearing, I knew exactly how they felt in that moment, having dealt with MAGA for so long. And I know a lot of you feel the same. How many of you have had similar interactions with your crazy drunk uncle over Thanksgiving who gave the same exact responses as Pam Bondi? And you know what's even crazier about the whole thing? I went into watching that hearing fully prepared. Because at the end of the day, if you thought Donald Trump and his administration, the same Donald Trump who was found liable for sexual assault, was going to find justice for these victims,
I did everything right.
you might as well hire a termite for the home inspection of your foundation. And yet somehow, some way, Pam Bondi still left me in shock. At one point, a member of Congress was talking about the survivors, and Pam Bondi said, "Why aren't we talking about the stock market?"
I mean, this woman is
The
dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
survivors were in the room when she said that. The same survivors, by the way, who stood up and Pam Bondi refused to even acknowledge. It was... This simulation is just crazy. Just crazy. They have thrown every pick-me at us. And just when we thought we had reached the final boss, here comes Pam Bondi. He's not going to save you.
Enter Pamela Joe.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Ay, ay, ay. What am I gonna do with these kids? All right, more on Pamela Joe's horrifying testimony in Congress to another representative who went on to Democracy Now! Another person who had to ask this terrible woman questions and try and get actual answers. Representative Pramila Jayapal. Oopsies, I clicked
This
wrong.
is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On Capitol Hill, Democratic lawmakers sparred with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files. Bondi repeatedly refused to answer questions and personally attacked the Democrats on the committee. This is part of the exchange between Bondi and Democrat Jerry Nadler.
So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
So many good questions.
First, you showed it. I find it.
Jeez, the fucking. It's such an easy question. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, none, 0, less than 0.
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're gonna answer
theatrics
the
are
question the
ridiculous.
way I asked it.
Chairman
How many have you
Jordan, I'm not
indicted?
going to get in the gutter with these people,
How many
but
have
I'm
you-
going to answer the question.
How many?
I'm not gonna get in the gutter by answering the question. The gutter. How is it? This one. The more I hear this statement, I've heard it multiple times now. The less it makes sense. The more I hear it, the less it makes sense. How is responding to the question, how many people has the DOJ indicted as a result of this investigation? How is that the gutter? How is saying a number the gutter? It's math. It's just it's a single number. We all know the number. It's 0. No one has been. If anything, people have been unindicted. Like negative investigations. Like the only person who has been investigated and put in prison is now having is living a better life than they were 12 months ago. Right? That's negative investigations is what's happened. And it's wild that she's out here. Oh my God, this woman is out of control.
Attorney General Pam Bondi went on to claim the Trump administration has been the most transparent presidency.
This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing.
Because it's hilarious. And it's honestly, like, it's like she ran out of things to say, and she just looked down and saw on her paper, like, the Dow 50,000. Like, it just happened to be the page she was open to, and she just looks down. She's like, and the Dow, and look, why are you laughing? This is not funny. Yes, it is, Pam. You're an embarrassment.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about.
She was talking to New York Congressmember Jerry Nadler, but referred to Raskin, the ranking member of the committee, Jamin Raskin, the Congress member from Maryland. A number of Jeffrey Epstein survivors attended the House hearing. Democratic Congressmember Pramila Jayapal of Washington addressed the survivors during the hearing.
To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
This is ridiculous.
Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a
General,
specific question
Attorney General
that I
can
would
respond to your
like
question.
you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can respond.
That is not how this works. Jim Jordan is just coming up with new rules for the House hearings here. He's like, hey, look, they can do whatever they want. No, Jim, that's never been the case, and you know that perfectly well. Feels like Jim's definitely involved in the cover-up.
Accurate,
He's all
Mr.
about it.
Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am
Twice,
reclaiming
when he
my
sat in my
time, and
chair.
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the
my
gentlelady's
time.
reclaimed
I'm
her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her.
You know, just a reminder for everybody who may not know this about the chairman, Mr. Jim Jordan, Representative Jim Jordan. He... was accused of covering up sexual abuse at Ohio State University. This is CNN from March 6th of 2020. You can find this story pretty easily. Tito Vasquez says that he still remembers the day 3 decades ago when, as a wrestler at OSU, the doctor he'd gone to see about a bloody nose insisted on examining his genitals. He also recalls how one of his coaches dismissed his immediate complaint. Quote, "I have nothing to do with this," unquote. Vasquez quoted the assistant coach saying as he effectively ended the conversation and went on with wrestling practice. That coach, Vasquez says, was Jim Jordan, now an Ohio congressman and an influential voice in Republican politics. Also the guy leading these hearings, who doesn't seem to be all that worried about the Epstein files. It's weird. It's weird.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level, apologize
now recognizes the chair
on what you have done.
Democratic Congress member Pramila Jayapal questioning Attorney General Pam Bondi. At the hearing, Bondi appeared to have a printout of Congressmember Jayapal's history of searches of the Justice Department's database of the Epstein files, which the Department of Justice just opened to Congress members. Photos from the hearing show Bondi with a black binder that shows the words Jayapal Pramila search history and a list of documents whose members line up with the...
So that huge binder that we saw, that we were all wondering, what the hell is in this fucking binder, this giant binder that is it the Epstein files? Nope, it's not the Epstein files. It's Pam Bondi's surveillance files on Congress people. Which I believe is a crime.
To Congress members. Photos from the hearing show Bondi with a black binder that shows the words Jayapal Pramila search history and a list of documents whose members line up with the number of Epstein files. Congressmember Pramila Jayapal joins us now from Washington, D.C. There is so much to talk about here. Why don't you start off with this burn book? What on earth was she looking at that this Reuters photographer caught as you were speaking?
Amy, good morning. It's good to be with you. What she had was a printout of the search history when I went to the Department of Justice Annex to look at the supposedly unredacted Epstein files. And in that room where there are only 4 computers and there were 2 people monitoring everything we did, they had to log you in. And apparently they logged you in with separate IDs and logins so that then Pam Bondi could go back and look at exactly what you searched, which is a violation of the separation of powers between the DOJ and Congress, the administration and Congress. And essentially, they were spying on us. She had that printout in her burn book. I don't know how she intended to use it. I don't know if she had it on every member, but I have already begun working on changing the protocol, working with Jamie Raskin and others as well on this, to change the protocol, because the Department of Justice should not be able to spy on us. We should be able to look at those files without anybody knowing what we searched and without that being used against us in some way. It's certainly not going to stop me from continuing to review the files, but it is absolutely outrageous. And it has to stop, and we need a new procedure.
Congressmember Jayapal, can you explain how you actually do search these files? Where do you go? Yeah. What is the scene? Why are they able to track you?
Well, you go to an annex of the Department of Justice, and there's a small room there, and I mean small. There's 4 computers set up there. You have to get logged in by a Department of Justice person, you have to make an appointment ahead of time. And because there are so many members that want to see those files, you know, sometimes you only get an hour and a half. I actually spent almost 2 hours there. But for each search, it's a huge set of files. And so it's most effective if you search by document number. And that means you have to know what document numbers you're looking for. You can search by keywords, which I also did, but it is much more difficult because if you search by a keyword, you may get, you know, 10,000, 15,000 documents. I will tell you, Amy, that even though those are supposed to be unredacted that we're looking at, only some of the files are unredacted. There are documents that are uploaded perhaps from the FBI that maybe Kash Patel had redacted, maybe the FBI had redacted before that, maybe attorney generals had redacted. The Department of Justice was supposed to unredact those. We are supposed to have access to everything unredacted, but that is not the case. So even when you go into the supposedly unredacted document, you find big redactions. I also tried to access some attachments that looked very important and had lists of co-conspirators. I could not get those attachments. They were not on the email.
Yeah, and the reason for this is, as Pam basically spelled out in her testimony earlier this week, that the FBI redacted, as we believed to be the case earlier last year, when there were reports that they were redacting Donald Trump and all of his friends and allies out of the files. The FBI was doing, apparently the FBI just handed over those already redacted files to the DOJ. So the DOJ didn't even ask for the unredacted files when they were supposed to hand them over to Congress. They completely just ignored it. They were just like, fuck it. This is fine. Like it's complete negligence. It's complete disregarding of the law, right? The law that was passed by Congress and written into law by the president. They're just completely just ignoring every aspect of it. It's truly incredible. Like this is the opposite of transparency, is what that is. They're like, oh, fuck it. Nah, don't worry about it. All these redactions, that's fine. Leave them. It's no big deal. We don't need it unredacted.
Not available.
Even though the act calls for full transparency, besides for a very small number of exceptions, like identities of victims, right? Or active investigations. But as the DOJ's already told us, there are no active investigations. There's nothing to see here. So the only thing that should be redacted, essentially, is personal information that identifies victims. And that's it. But that's not what's happened. Not even close. I mean, it's as far from that as it can possibly be.
To us. And so it's a very painstaking process to search these. And there's also a lot of information we still don't have within the files that have been released, not to mention the 50% of files that still haven't even been released in violation of the law.
And can you explain the question about why co-conspirators were redacted? I mean, you had late night comic Jimmy Kimmel after she said we have the most, every other few minutes she was talking about President Trump being the greatest, whatever, and the most transparent president in history. And then Kimmel asked then exactly why was his name taken out, redacted like 1,000 times. That was Trump, that is. But explain who the co-conspirators are. You had Massey, for example, the Republican Congress member, saying, why did they redact Lex Wexner's name, and exactly who he is, his significance, the former head of Victoria's Secret and Limited.
Yes, that's right. And I started my questioning by putting up two posters behind me. One was an example of a victim list. It was titled Victim List, and there were 32 names on that list, and only one was redacted. And the law requires that all the victims' names are redacted. Clearly, that was not just a mistake where they missed the list. It was titled Epstein Victim List, and one name was redacted. So that was intentional. On the other side, there was an email from a name that was redacted. Actually, it was from Jeffrey Epstein to a name that was redacted. And that one was about a torture video. And that name of a predator was redacted. And so only because members of Congress demanded to unredact that name did we find out that it was a sultan who had ties to Donald Trump's financial businesses and ties to Donald Trump's personal advisor, Steve Bannon. That name was redacted. And so I asked her, how is it that
It's fucking insane. Like I said, everything they've done is the exact opposite of what they were supposed to do. They redacted all the names of the predators, the perpetrators, the co-conspirators. And they just sort of left the victims out there. People who had never... here's the thing, people. Like, there's like well over 1,000 victims believed to be of Epstein and his co-conspirators. Right? But many of them are not publicly known. Because like a lot of these things like either didn't go to trial or they didn't want to be made public, and they've gone on and trying to live normal fucking lives. And when they do something like this, they completely out these people in a way that is possibly dangerous to them. Right, because if you believe any of the fucking conspiracy theories, we're talking about, you know, I mean, it's not even conspiracy theory. We are talking about some of the most powerful people on the planet. All of a sudden they have names. Because I'll bet you money that, you know, Prince Andrew or whoever else, Woody Allen, they weren't getting full names and addresses and date of births and things like that, you know, before they did whatever they did. But now they have them in some cases. They've exposed all of these victims to possible repercussions.
you can have these two violations of the law? And of course, you know, she didn't want to acknowledge it. But that was the moment when I turned to her and asked her to turn to the survivors and apologize, because so much of their personal information was put out there: contact numbers, addresses, names, even nude photographs. And Jane Doe's, who were in the files, whose identity had been kept secret for 10, 20 years through these investigations, they were suddenly outed. And you were finding Epstein victims who were explaining to their families for the first time that they were part of this giant sex trafficking ring. So on every level, this was outrageous, but I also think, Amy, that it was intentional to not redact survivors' names so that others would feel intimidated, and intentional to redact predators' names because they were trying to protect those powerful interests.
And explain, they've talked about the, retention of these 3 million. They released 3 million. There's about 2.5, 3 million pages to go. They've talked about, well, there are investigations underway, but hasn't Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, and Bondi said actually they're not investigating anyone, and explain that?
Exactly right. Her Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who, by the way, I should remind everybody, is the guy that went to Ghislaine Maxwell, interviewed her on his own, and then facilitated the transfer of Ghislaine Maxwell, who was absolutely a co-conspirator, one of the top, most horrific individuals in this whole sex trafficking scheme.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Minimum security prison. He is the one who said that there's nothing in here to prosecute. You can't prosecute somebody just for partying with Epstein. That is not what is in the files. What is very clear is that there are co-conspirators. There's extensive information about those individuals, about their relationships. And this was a giant sex trafficking ring. It was global. There are people from around the world that were part of this. And these were rich, powerful, wealthy people, mostly men, who groomed, raped, abused, manipulated young girls.
Follow the rich white man.
Yes, indeed. It's fucking disturbing. All right, we're an hour into the stream, so I'm going to start the galactic content goal now on Twitch and YouTube. So give me one moment
Climate
while I
and
do that.
everything are the same word.
Whoops. How's everybody holding up? You doing good? Feeling good? Right. It's your Saturday, sorry. Is your Saturday evening going well? Hopefully it is. Boy, oh boy, what a crazy week it's been. Alright, YouTube. Should we do one on vertical too? Nobody ever donates or chats on YouTube on the vertical. Like horizontal is completely different than vertical. It's very strange. What's also weird is we have the exact same number of people watching on both. Yeah, screw it. Screw it. Alright, doing this over here. Subs. That's not how you spell that. There we go. Goal started. Bits. Gotta do bits. Manda trying to feed the puppy, I see. Okay. Alright, there we go. We're all good. Goals started. By the way, they're technically slightly... We've already technically started the goal. Because Frizzla did a dono earlier. So we're already... like 1/5 of the way through it. Alright, let's keep talking Bondi over here. Let's go to the humanist report. With Mike Figueredo.
That's on you. That's on you. That's on YouTube. You had one job, was to redact our names, to respect our privacy. But yet you carefully took the time to redact all these powerful, rich men. I think we all realize now, oh, you guys really wanted to silence us. And you thought that you could scare us by putting our names out there. And to be honest with you, we've been through worse.
There's a victim list that was released. It's called Victim List. Okay?
Yeah.
So, and it had a list of victims.
It was shown, I think, a couple of times in the hearing.
Yeah. One was redacted. That makes no sense. This is a list of victims.
This is ridiculous.
That's intentional.
You just heard victims of Jeffrey Epstein not so subtly suggest that Pam Bondi's Department of Justice deliberately disclosed their names in order to intimidate them. Now, while it's possible that you could chalk it up to just stupidity or sloppiness, I think that they have a point. I think these women aren't crazy to think that this was done on purpose at the behest of powerful men who want nothing more.
Honestly, I don't think you can. Like, you can't. You really can't. Like, people have been saying it could be incompetence. Based upon everything we've seen about that particular document, you cannot. It is, in my opinion, you're giving too much leeway. Like, I love Mike, but like they don't deserve that. They don't deserve that sort of what do you call it? Grace. Like they redacted the parts of the document, which means somebody looked at it and said, all the victims don't deserve to be redacted, but this one person. It's intentional. Somebody had their hands on that document. If the whole thing went unredacted, I would say, yeah, maybe that's incompetence. But somebody actually had their hands on the document. You can't do it. can't make that claim with this particular situation.
Then to
anymore.
silence their accusers. And the way that they do that is by getting their names. So in disclosing their names, Pam Bondi or whoever made those redactions, they're helping these men go after their accusers. And the reason why this is a possibility is because the men who have been named in the Epstein files, like Alan Dershowitz, former attorney of Epstein, who's been named multiple times in the Epstein files, basically said out in the open that he has a right to know the name of his accuser.
Well, you look at this paper that has been reproduced and sent by the Justice Department. It's called Prominent Names. And it's a list of prominent people who have been accused. Every single name of every accuser has been blacked out. So, for example, let's turn to me. It says blank, 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 blacked out, stated she gave him a massage on Epstein's plane, parenthesis, not a minor. So let's understand that. This is an adult, a woman who was on Epstein's plane. She says, I was never on an Epstein plane with a...
I'll give Alan this much. I will give Alan this much. He would have the legal right to know who the accuser is. If this went to court, if this went to trial, he would have a right to know that. But he's just being a whiner right now. Just whining. It's like, somebody said something mean about me.
I never got a massage. This is total defamation, a total lie, but I can't disprove it because they won't give me her name. Why are we allowing accusations without the names of the accusers? For example, in my case, it's an adult woman. We don't know whether she's a victim. We don't know whether she's a perpetrator. We don't know whether she's a co-conspirator. Why?
Exactly. I agree with Alan. We should take this to trial. There should be an investigation into this accusation against Alan. You know? Like, it sounds like he did some really bad stuff. And we should know what's going on here. And I think the state should look into it, you know? I agree. It's the only way Alan's ever going to find out. And I think he deserves to know. So we should have some investigation.
Her name and produce the name of the people who are accused. That's guilt by accusation. That's guilt by association. It's McCarthyism. It's wrong. It's unconstitutional. It has to stop.
So he's implying that all of Epstein's...
That's the McCarthyism that's going on right now. Don't you see? It's not Donald Trump targeting his political enemies. It's the Epstein files. It's the existence of the Epstein files. That's the McCarthyism. It's not Donald Trump. It's not NSPM 7. You know, it's not the creation of like a national security agenda intended to target leftists. Like that's too much. That's too close. You know what I mean? It's like too on the head, right? Like that's too much of an exact comparison to McCarthyism. No, it's the Epstein files. Nope, it's the Epstein files. Stupid. Thanks, Alan. Great
Co-conspirators are innocent victims of some McCarthyist witch hunt. Therefore, accusations against them are tantamount to defamation, possibly. And that is a really ironic claim for him, of all people, to make, given how he said this 6 years ago about one of Epstein's now deceased victims, Virginia Giuffre.
I can tell you she is still a prostitute. She is selling false stories now for money about me.
Do you have any concern calling her a prostitute when she was victimized at such a young age by this wealthy man?
She was not victimized. She made her own decisions in life.
But at the age of 15, some would say that's a little young and that she was taken advantage of.
I'm talking about the age of 19. Look, that's between her and the federal government and the people that she claims victimized her.
He called the victim of child rape a prostitute. That's the word he chose to go with. Now, aside from that being just obviously disgusting, That seems like defamation to me, but Virginia Giuffre did end up suing Alan Dershowitz for defamation, not necessarily because of that comment, but he then countersued her in 2019 for intentional infliction of emotional distress over her accusation that Epstein had trafficked her to Dershowitz. And he implied once again that it was some kind of anti-rich witch hunt. CNN reports Dershowitz alleges Giuffre and her lawyers targeted wealthy Epstein associates, including Leslie Wexner, the billionaire founder and CEO of L Brands and owner of
Oh, God, those poor billionaires targeted by this young woman. Oh, that must be tough. Poor billionaire Les Wexner. Oh, God. All these poor Epstein associates. All the Epstein class. They're having a tough time, don't you see? Oh, wow. Hold on. Actually, I remember now. I'm actually gonna... We don't need to do the Pam portion of this because we actually covered this
names
part
right
of the Pam video. Already covered that earlier, so actually we're gonna skip past this. But that was a good segue. Because we're gonna, for a moment, we're gonna stop talking about Pam. We're gonna stop talking. We'll be back to talking about Pam, but just gonna take a brief break from Pam. Well, there's not really a break from. Pam's involved. I can't say break from Pam, but I just wanted to go here to the I've Had It podcast, where Jennifer had on Khanna, California. Talk about the Epstein
Are you
files.
still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
All right, welcome to iHip News. We are in New York with Congressman Khanna, who has been in the epicenter of the biggest cover-up in American history, I think possibly global history. And of course, I'm talking about the Epstein files. You have partnered with a strange bedfellow, a Republican, bipartisanship support to release the full files.
Well, first of all, it's good to see you in person.
You too.
I usually see you just on a Zoom screen, and I appreciate your voice. It's been so disturbing and disgusting. I mean, look, I've met these survivors for months. They've come into Congressman Thomas Massie in my offices. They have broken down in tears. People talk about being raped at 13, 14, and then being told to recruit others or they're going to continue to be raped. One person said it's like a box. You can push it away, but it comes back up. So for me and Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, this became very personal. And to see the level of people who are involved and the most famous people and powerful people in finance, in business, in Hollywood, thinking there's nothing wrong going to a convicted pedophile's island and watching at parties where girls are being paraded naked, or knowing that young girls are being raped. I mean, it is just horrifying to me. It's genuinely horrifying. And that's why I call this the Epstein class, because if you look at the survivors, so many of them come from working class backgrounds. One of the things I found so disturbing is many of them didn't have a father, so they were being preyed on in that kind of calculated way. And the people who were abusing and raping them were rich and powerful and knew politicians and told them, don't call the police.
It is really disgusting how they literally targeted girls who were, already disenfranchised in comparison to them, right? Like in terms of power dynamics, they were literally fishing for a particular type. And it's just disturbing when you think about that. They're just sort of trolling around for poor fatherless girls so that they can prey on them. It's just disgusting. And he turned into a multi-billion-dollar empire. Owned his own island because of how depraved he was, how far he was willing to go. in doing these things. Right? Like we all accept that he was not like a genius, like financier. He didn't make his billions honest. Right? He did it by like blackmailing and selling women. He was a pimp and a drug dealer and a murderer, it sounds like. I mean, with all the allegations in there, it's practically every crime in the book is in the Epstein files.
So it is just this abuse of power that people, for their own gratification, treated these folks as disposable for years.
What percentage of the Epstein files have you seen?
I have seen more than probably most, but it's still 2% or so, because they have 3 million of these files that they're allowing us to see. And the unredacted versions of just those 3 million. There are 3 million that they've totally scrubbed, the FBI, but they give us 1 hour to do it in a cubicle about the size of the studio with 4 computers. So they've kept a lot of it hidden. And I have more insight because I've got a great team, and the survivors will text me. You know, one person, without revealing her confidence, said, "Look, I was raped when I was 17 in France, and I was raped in a building by someone who had lived in the same building as Jeffrey Epstein, and this person's in the files, and he's left the United States and he left France because he doesn't want to be under any jurisdiction." And she's like, "Why aren't we investigating this person? Why aren't we prosecuting this person?" And I can't tell you how many cases there are like that. They're not all famous people. They're just rich and powerful men who raped these girls, and there's no investigation. There's no prosecution. And one of them texted me after Pam Bondi, and she said, "I've lost hope." Right? I mean, all the pundits are looking at this. Oh,
yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. Of course, people have lost hope. Like, I mean, really, their emotions have been just dragged through the mud, one way and the other way, over these files, over justice, over some idea of justice. And honestly, it feels like we're further away from justice than ever before. They're claiming maximum transparency while we see just utter disastrousness when it comes to transparency. I mean, like the opposite. I mean, just opaque beyond all comprehension. Nonsensical redactions. It's all just, I mean, how could you, I mean, so many, these women are being forced to relive this every single time they talk about this stuff, right? Rather than being able to just go about their normal lives, they're forced to relive these horrible events. And I think a lot of them actually believe that the Trump administration was going to do something about this, and they haven't. They've just made it worse. They've just turned it into a spectacle.
Who came out ahead, and the survivors are just saying, "What is going on in this country that we can't get investigations and prosecution?"
Pam Bondi, I thought her ridiculous, immature, smug performance was most of all was a direct insult to these victims, and such a flagrant expression that your voice doesn't matter. But what I have to think about is these women came forward a long time ago during the Obama administration.
Yes.
And if we take it all the way back, we have Democratic DOJs and then Trump's DOJ, where Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. And then, I said that in quotes, if for those of you that are listening. And then we have Merrick Garland's DOJ, where that wasn't even investigated at all.
Correct.
And now it's back here. And because of you and your bipartisanship, we are pushing forward. And it's just unbelievable to me. I heard Jamie Raskin say that he thinks Trump's name is in the files over 1 million times.
He did. And Jamie is not one to exaggerate. I mean, he's very precise. And he looked at some of the searches and came to that conclusion. I mean, Trump's all over it, as are, by the way, people in his own cabinet and administration. I mean, the fact that Lutnick is still in the cabinet should just be horrifying regardless of your politics. He is our representative, our face of business to the world. And he takes his family to Epstein's island after he knows that Epstein is a convicted pedophile, and he lies about it, and then he has alleged business dealings with it.
Gross.
And Donald Trump, who from his own...
He is gross, as Lutnick would say. I mean, that's literally what he said on CNN, or whatever it was, the New York Post, that interview he did. He's like, Jeffrey Epstein was gross. Me and my wife, we said, I will never be in the same room as that disgusting man ever again. And then, like, 8 years later, he's like in business with Jeffrey, taking trips to Epstein Island. I mean, there was a document in the Epstein files suggesting that he was in business. He was like, they were literally like incorporated together somehow. So it's weird that this guy is somehow still the Secretary of Commerce. I mean, Mandelson had to step down. Holy fucking cow. What is that? What is that? Michael Reich with an utterly unhinged super chat donation. Over on YouTube. My God. This is my magic number. It is incredibly magical. It's magical to me. You know how magical it is? It's so magical that you've managed to complete the galactic content goal. Good job. All right, everybody. Well, thanks to all of you, Space Fams, and your donations. We have completed another galactic content goal tonight. We've still made no progress on the financing of the galactic deficit. Makes me a little sad, a little concerned. We're now halfway through the month of February. We're less than halfway through the goal. You see what I'm saying? If we were at 277, that would be different. Right now, we're, you know, way off. However, with donations like that, next month, we're going to be looking pretty good, I think. My God. Take it all in, people. Look at all the confetti. It's just floating around the space station, telling you that you're going to get all of the sweet content tonight. It's very exciting. And honestly, I don't know how long this stream is going to go tonight. I don't have a ton of videos. 80 is like very, very normal, almost low number of videos for me to get through, but we have some very long form videos for us to get through. Ton of stuff, including that Hassan appearance. I think it was a CBC forum hosted in Canada. That's like an hour and a half of content right there. And then we got a secret content. Still nobody knows what it is, but it's could be fun. Could be a fun time. I've saved one for the very end of the stream. What is it? I don't know. We're gonna have to wait. We're gonna be watching it now for sure, unless the space station blows up for something crazy happens. Since we've completed the galactic content goal. All right, people. That's it on the confetti party. That's it. Sorry, I gotta wrap it up. Can't be sitting here celebrating all night. Other things to do. Whoops. Shit. There we go. Something weird happened with my stream software. I can no longer see the names of my sources. No idea why. Anyway, thank you to everybody for your donations. I think it was really just Frizla and Michael Reich tonight. Oh, I gotta end the goal over here. Wow, it only took us 24 minutes. Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to do. I'm trying to super chat myself all of a sudden. End the goal. End. Remove. There we go. There we go. We've done it. That goal's over. I'm going to end the goal on Twitch before I forget. There we go, people. Goal list for the rest of the stream. What do I do here? Where am I at? Let's keep talking the Epstein files over at Zeteo. Although we're at like an hour and a half. Maybe we go to that afterwards. You know what? I think we're going to take a galactic intermission here real quick. I think it just makes sense rather than breaking up this next video. So, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne is the newest addition, but of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Not only can you contribute to the financing of the galactic deficit, you can get access to a cornucopia of sweet, sweet space bennies. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, like the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. Shout out at the end of every show, as well as a secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Just go on to the whatever, click the link in the chat or in the YouTube or Twitch descriptions to find out what all lies in store. All right, everybody, and enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody, break is over. Second half is about to begin, so you'd better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, folks, we are back. We are back. Second half is about to begin. Hopefully you've done whatever you needed to do on the break. It's about to get right back into it, people. We still got a lot to talk about here. We still haven't even finished the first topic. And that is Pam Bondi and her wild fucking testimony in Congress / the Epstein files. To continue that discussion,
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
we're going to go to none other than Zadeo with Medi Hassan.
Epstein was at the center of all of this, which is how the elites operate. Trump is so far the beneficiary of this latest dump because his whole shtick is everybody's got their hand in the till.
Yes. How much of a tip of an iceberg is this? How many other governments was Epstein involved in as a conduit?
This British Prime Minister could be brought down by this scandal. It's an MRI of how things work in a culture where shame has vanished. The whole thing's rigged. They're all hypocrites. They didn't realize that this was coming, and I suspect there's more to come.
US President Donald Trump has never shied away from burning bridges, no matter how big of a cliff it leaves his country to deal with. Nowhere is that more true right now than with Trump's increasingly tense relationship with longtime US allies in Europe, with the president trying to undermine both the EU and NATO, and of course grab some European territory in the process in the form of Greenland.
Illegal.
Of course, this all comes as Trump attempts to distract from his failed domestic agenda, including tanking poll numbers, killings by ICE in Minneapolis, and another incomplete but still shocking release of the Epstein files, which includes some shocking allegations against him. Here to discuss all of this and more is Financial Times US editor and columnist Edward Luce. Ed, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Great to be here, Medi.
So, a lot going on. I want to start, before we get to kind of foreign policy and big picture, Epstein files.
The Alley of Possibilities, is that what you're calling the last break screen? This, are you talking about the street? This is the Alley of Possibilities? It is. I like that. It's the alley of anything can happen.
I want to ask about the Justice Department dumping all these files last Friday. A lot of new revelations about Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Howard Lutnick, to name just a few billionaires. I got to ask you, what do you make of the...
You know, it makes me sad that the YouTube vertical people can't see the break screens. I just put you on the single break screen. You're all forced to go on standby. But honestly, they just don't translate properly to the vertical. People get cut out. The thing about it, the reason why I don't do it is it unfairly cuts out, depending on how you do it. Like, Like, I could do it in another way, but it would suck. It would look stupid, in my opinion. But, like if you do it actually vertical, where it fills the whole screen, like, all the patrons get cut out. Like, not all, but, like, 50, 60% of them get cut out. And then I feel like, wait. So some people aren't, like, gonna be seen? That's not fair. That's not fair. Everybody's paying for their Patreon membership. Be unfair to, just arbitrarily cut some people out. So we just exclude vertical from the break screens. But I feel bad about that too. It's sad. It's sad. One way or the other, somebody misses out.
The number of people in our, I think elite is the right word, being around this guy, caught up with this guy, cozying up to this guy, forget any crimes committed, just generally being in his social orbit after he'd been convicted. And then you see a lot of people railing against the elites in America right now. There's a populist moment in the West. And you can't blame people when they look at these emails and they see one big kind of incestuous circle of powerful people hanging out together, scratching each other's backs, covering up for one another. You're at the FT. What do you make of it all?
I mean, it's the way I described his sort of Rolodex of his spider's web of connections is an MRI of the establishment. This is the establishment. I mean, there's no sort of corner of the political spectrum that is left uncovered.
No, from Noam Chomsky to Ehud Barak.
To Steve Bannon.
Yes.
And Barak. And no corner of Wall Street, of private equity, of hedge funds, or of academia, of Harvard, of Princeton, and of course of Democrats and Republicans, royalty, senior officials in governments. And maybe we can talk about the fact that this British Prime Minister could be brought down by this scandal. It is an extraordinary feat that he managed to become this person after being registered as a sex offender.
Yes.
Now, to some degree, he was that person before from Florida, but then when he moved to New York, he became the sort of indispensable power insider with his big grandest property going. This is, I mean, at one level, just a testament to the diabolical skill and guile of one man, that he can make himself indispensable through the favor giving without even mentioning sex. Just through the sort of favor,
but also the patheticness of the elites, right? These are grand figures. Bill Gates is a world historic figure, whatever you think about him. His role at Microsoft, his role at Global Health, and yet the allegations, which he's denying, that he tried to give his wife secretly an antibiotic to protect her from STD he may have got from whoever he slept with. These kind of stuff is gonna leave its mark. It's gonna leave its mark on a lot of people. We'll talk about Peter Mandelson in a moment. But one person it doesn't seem to leave a mark on is Donald J. Trump, a man who was clearly good friends with Epstein. The other day he talked about Jeffrey's Island caught himself in a slip. So Jeffrey Epstein, not to look too close. Epstein, of course, called himself Donald's best friend in a recording. 38,000 mentions of Donald Trump's name, according to the New York Times in these latest files. Do you think it will make any impact on his base? Remember, his base were the QAnon folks. They were the ones saying there's a cabal of sexual predators. His base is people like Steve Bannon, who's also in the files, hanging out with. Is it going to affect him? Are people going to say, oh, the guy I thought was the populist crusader for the little guy in the coal mines is actually the guy who was friends with Epstein and maybe helping cover up Epstein?
Yeah, and it's extraordinary that Trump is so far the beneficiary of this latest dump, because his whole shtick is everybody's got their hand in the till.
Yes.
Everybody's as bad as everybody else. And so therefore it drags it down to his level and it normalizes him.
Yes.
But when he says very repeatedly, and has for a couple of, 18 months now, let's turn the page, I think if somebody else...
We can't allow that to happen, right? Like, everybody who did any crimes in these, should be probably investigated and prosecuted, right? Like doesn't matter if it's a lot. Too bad. Too bad if it's going to take a little while. It's been going on for decades. Of course it's going to take a little while. But we need accountability at this point.
He's going to be on the next page, and he's going to be on the page after that. And this is why the second half of these sealed files, the other 3 million or so pages that the DOJ is saying, no, nothing to see here.
We're done.
We're not going to, nobody's going to accept that as an answer. And I think that's why Trump sounded almost sympathetic to the Clintons.
Yes.
For having accepted the subpoena to testify.
Well, he doesn't want to set a precedent that a former president gets pulled in front of Congress under threat.
Yeah, I know. No, he does not. Also, wasn't me. Thank you for the bits. You didn't get a notification. You didn't get a Twitch alert because it's under the minimum number. I think it's 100 bits. So 99 bits, no alert, but 100 bits. I know it's arbitrary, but you know, I'll stop the whole stream for 100 bits, but 99 bits.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. The bell. Talking of Congress and Democrats and all of this, I've asked this question to multiple Democrats in Congress. I'll ask you the same question. Merrick Garland and Joe Biden were sitting on this stuff for years. Why didn't they do anything with it?
Queensberry rules. I mean, it's the usual thing. Trying to check every dot and comma. And it's a sort of tragic old world indictment of how business used to be done. You've got to move when you've got the evidence, and the evidence was there. And
I mean, there's accusations in the files. These are just accusations, not proven in a court of law. Trump denies them. But in the files, we have somebody under oath saying they witnessed Donald Trump threatening children, threatening people in the wake of sex crimes. I'm just trying to think if that was Joe Biden's name in those files and Donald Trump was president. Do we think he would have sat on it for 2 years?
No, I mean, we have Thiel and
give me a
Epstein,
joke. Good one.
Epstein communicating a couple of weeks before the 20.
Oh my God! If Biden was in the files doing anything, sleeping. If Joe Biden was in the files sleeping near Jeffrey Epstein, we would know about it. We'd be talking about it. Guarantee you of that. If Sleepy Joe was sleeping near Jeffrey Epstein, we would never hear the end of it.
Trump cannot release his taxes. Also saying, by the way, that Epstein of Trump, redolent of Roy Cohn about Trump, that the man does not have an ounce of decency in him, not 1 ounce. Those were his words. Coming from Jeffrey Epstein, that's quite an encomium. And Roy Cohn, of course, had said, I'm not sure it's permitted, but he pisses ice when Trump refused to visit him on his deathbed, the man who'd made Trump. So will this result in a sort of bang to rights? Yeah, now we can indict. No, it won't. No. This is, as I say, it's an MRI of how things work in a culture where shame has vanished.
Yeah.
And how do you rebuild shame? I don't have a magic bullet for that, but this is an MRI of shamelessness amongst the elites, all of them.
Yes. When I was at MSNBC, I remember saying on air that the big divide in American politics today is not left versus right, it's people with shame and people without.
Indeed.
And that's what we have in these files in particular, as I say, which is, you have Democrats, people from the Obama White House helping Epstein out. This week you wrote in the Financial Times that, quote, since prison for Epstein's fellow abusers gets unlikelier over time, America's deeper question is whether it can restore a culture of shame. So on that, just sticking with shame, is it something unique to the US? Because in other countries, there do seem to be consequences for people who are popping up in these files. I believe the National Security Advisor of Slovakia, I think it is, has resigned.
This is a message from a little bit back, but Clem asking if I know that my stream is duplicated on YouTube. Yes, I'm doing that. That's me doing that. We have a vertical stream, and then we have a horizontal stream. Unless you mean, is there a second horizontal? If there's a second horizontal stream, then no, I don't know that. The only other horizontal stream is on Twitch, but there's 2 different formats. We stream to 2 different formats on YouTube to try and increase the audience, reach out to more people. Since technically, it could be like recommended while people are just scrolling through their shorts. Whereas people look at the thumbnail for the regular stream. It's different. Different but same.
The UK, Lord Peter Mandelson, for Americans watching, may not realize one of the most consequential figures in modern British politics, someone who served in the cabinet multiple times, was the British ambassador to DC till very recently, has quit the Labour Party, has quit the House of Lords, the upper chamber, and as you mentioned a moment ago, The scandal is so big now in the UK, it could bring down the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who appointed him ambassador, knowing about Mandelson's ties to Epstein.
Yeah, he did. I mean, Mandelson was, of course, the co-architect of New Labour.
Yes,
of
with Blair and
the
Brown.
Third Way, with Blair and Brown, a really seminal figure. Starmer wanted to bring back the Beatles because he doesn't have many brilliant ideas about how to govern.
Well said.
Feels that Blair did. And the Mandelson magic might rub off on him, and was warned against appointing Mandelson because this isn't new, the idea that he had close relationship with Epstein, but nevertheless went ahead and appointed him on the not unreasonable theory that, okay, so maybe he's a sleazebag, but this is Trump's Washington and he's ambassador to Trump's Washington. Maybe it'll work. And for a while, Trump really liked Mandelson. They seemed to speak the same language. But they
I think the guy's a total.
This was coming.
I think the guy's a total loser.
Well, there's allegations of payments, not just to his husband, to him, but he's claiming he doesn't recall. There's pictures of him in underwear with unnamed women. This is all stuff about Mandelson. He still claims to have committed no crimes. There's a police investigation into his leaks. He was leaking. An astonishing story. He was leaking.
He's a sleazebag. He's a sleazebag.
Bailout of banks during a financial crisis to Epstein. Epstein was learning about it before the media, before Parliament, before the public. Astonishing.
And advising Jamie Dimon, the head of JP Morgan,
to threaten the British government.
To threaten the British government. His government. The government
he was the business secretary,
representing.
not even like, the health secretary. He was the business secretary in a government where he's telling businesses to threaten the finance minister.
And remember, this is over the Brown, the Labour government, then saying there has to be a tax on bankers' bonus.
Okay. I feel like we're getting too far into the UK weeds on the Epstein files. I got distracted. Over here. It's my bad. Because we're going to talk about the UK version of the Epstein files later tonight. So we're just getting ahead of ourselves now. Did everybody see Jeffrey Epstein's fucking apartment in Paris, though? Real quick, while we're talking about European. While we're talking about European Epstein files, did everybody see this thing? This thing is wild. This thing is fucking wild. This is some Gilded Age. This is some seriously wild shit. Like, it's just like, it's humongous. Where is the actual inside of this fucking place? Hold on. I need to find these. Oh my, like pictures like this shit is insane. Is this it? Does this have all the photos? Yeah, you do. This shit is insane. I don't know if everybody's seen a Parisian apartment before, but look at this. This sold for $10.5 million after the death of Jeffrey Epstein. It was a few years ago that it actually sold. No, you bastards. Oh, you sons of bitches. You're killing me. You're killing me. I hate this. Reuters, don't fail me now. Oh, you bastards. Screw it. Screw it, you guys ruined it. You guys ruined it. Although, wait a second. If this thing's sold, I wonder if there must be like interior pictures of it somewhere. That's not on that article. Fucking hell. Screw you guys. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Let's go here. CNN. 4 hours ago.
It has been a significant week in the chase for truth and justice in the case of Jeffrey Epstein. The Trump cabinet official admitted to being on the pedophile's island after lying about it. Ghislaine Maxwell floated a quid pro quo, promising to clear Donald Trump and Bill Clinton if she is granted clemency.
I mean, this woman is
Republicans began to
dangerous,
see
ladies and
the
gentlemen.
unredacted files, only to find even more redactions. And the Justice Department spied on those lawmakers making searches, something that caused even Speaker Mike Johnson to condemn the administration. And speaking of the DOJ, Pam Bondi acted more like a campaign surrogate than the Attorney General. She refused to answer basic questions about her handling of this case and of the files.
Excuse me, I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, I'm not going to answer your question.
I believe you just lied under oath.
She's such a child. Everything she does. No, I'm not going to answer the question you asked. I'm going to answer the question I want to answer. Bitch, that is not the way this works. It is insane. I don't understand. I don't understand how her mind, like how she can come out here and debase herself like this. No, I'm going to answer the question I want to answer. What?
What you talking about?
What? You don't get to do that.
There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you. I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
That episode may have pleased an audience of one, and even that is uncertain.
I love how she calls him you loser lawyer, and then she corrects herself. You're not even a lawyer. You loser lawyer, you're not even a lawyer. Yeah, Pam, great. Good job. Really good job.
But it backfired with MAGA.
Pam Bondi is a horrible speaker. She made an absolute ass of herself. This is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever witnessed from a lawmaker.
I personally lost all faith
Dude, Dana.
in our justice system. It is a system of injustice.
I ain't cutting Trump any slack. Now that we know that they've covered up the conspirator documents, I would say is shocking to the conscience that Trump called it a hoax.
No.
Shocking.
You watch this.
Oh my God. What? Even that guy?
One guy, one time. Let's get the files and figure it out.
Even Tim Pool is, oh no, and Alex Jones, oh God.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Oh no.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. The country down. It's your fault, not mine.
This is either a cover-up.
I never sucked any ding-dongs.
Incompetence. And I want somebody to go to jail for it.
Usually a Pam Bondi performance like that would be just fine in MAGA world. But I think it actually says a lot about this Epstein situation that
It certainly does. I mean, what it says is that, you know, maybe some people actually cared about the files. You know, because they base their entire political beliefs upon the files and the cabal, right? The QAnoners, the where we go one, we go allers. All of these, the Pizza Gators. I mean, honestly, a lot of the Q adjacent and the Q believers, they're all, you know, they all believed that Trump was going to march into the White House. He was going to release the files. He was going to tell everybody about the cabal of Democrats. Yeah, he and all of his friends were talking about for years and years and years and years and years. And now finally, here we are. And nothing? I mean, it's got to be shocking for the MAGA faithful.
didn't work this way. They still do want some answers. And the fact that she was stonewalling and yelling and all the theatrics about a sex pedophile ring, to MAGA's credit, that really rubbed them the wrong way.
Don't you dare accuse Pam Bondi of doing her job.
How rude.
Because that's really at the heart of the problem here. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General of the United States. She does not represent Donald Trump. She does not represent Bill Clinton. She represents the people, and in this case, the victims of the Epstein scandal, right? And so the most arresting image for all the toxicity, right? And honestly, the last time I saw something that toxic, Britney Spears was involved. But for all of that ridiculousness, the most arresting image of the entire hearing was when all of those Epstein's victims stood up and Pam Bondi refused to look at them in the face. Pam Bondi refused to look at her clients in the face. The people she's supposed to be representing and defending, she couldn't look them in the face. And that is going to be the story of that hearing, no matter what Pam Bondi said and how she yelled and carried on.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's keep this stream moving here. Still got a lot to get through here tonight. So much on the list. Afraid we must continue. Now, one woman who we've been going to for Epstein related deep dives and such. It's, of course, Sheila Zolnur. She has a Valentine's Day message for all of us. That sounds nice. That sounds nice, Sheila. Okay, tell us. Valentine's Day messages.
You know,
Please
after
go
having
on.
had time to reflect, I think it's really fucked up that we were all making fun of KKK Caroline's lips while completely ignoring Pamela Joe. You know how left out she must have felt? How are we letting this slide? I don't think it's fair that she got all of the attention. Anyway, do you remember when I did the side-by-side of KKK Caroline and Michael Jackson? You know where this is going. Again, by the way, no offense to Michael Jackson. May he rest in peace, okay? All the offense to her. And to her. Who am I going to say? Who am I going to say?
Lipless.
Anyway, so
Pam
here's
Bondi.
Fire Marshal Bill.
Who?
Pamela Joe? Fire Marshal Bill. Pamela Joe. I can tell them apart easier when they're side by side. To be clear.
Oh, goddamn, dude. God damn. Sheila's going for the throat on Pamela right now. Pamela Joe. Oh my God, that's incredible. That's incredible. Oh no. I haven't even gotten to watch this. I had to throw this in here. It got recommended to me on the last break. I was like, oh, okay, we have to end the Epstein files with this one. Oh no, this is too much. What's hilarious is that it's incredibly accurate. Like, I don't know, like, yeah, it's really impressive, honestly. I'm genuinely impressed. However, I don't know how. I don't know how Sheila came up with this one. I'm genuinely impressed.
Honey, how's that roast coming along?
It's almost ready, dear.
Gee, Dad, that sounds close. Dad, it stopped right in front of the house.
What's going on?
Like, this is a deep cut. Sheila just like came up with this out
All
of
right,
the blue.
everybody, let's all just calm down. I'll take care of this.
Nice to meet you, folks. Fire Marshal Bill here.
Won't you come in?
Oh my God, that's Pamela Bondi. That's Pamela Joe. It's 1-to-1. It's 1-to-1.
This one's Pamela Jo. She's the one with the long blonde hair, if you are having a hard time keeping it straight. And this is Jim Carrey playing a character named Fire Marshal Bill on In Living Color. No one's going to convince me that they're not the same person, though. Oh my God, are you going to make fun of the looks of women? Yes, the fuck I am, and you should too. Because if we're going to burn this thing to the ground, we're also going to have to burn to the ground the protections that we've put in place that protect the women that uphold it.
This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Boogie!
I think she did. I think that's what she said. All right. That's it on the Epstein files for tonight. Well, actually, I take that back. For now. Be a part 2 when we get back to Europe. We got to do a couple of other things before we get to the global news. We're still U.S.-centric. Still got a bunch of stuff to talk about here in the old U.S. of A. Things like ICE. Just become a arm of a de facto dictatorship.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. On Capitol Hill, the heads of ICE, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services testified Tuesday before the House Homeland Security Committee. House Democrats repeatedly grilled them over the recent killings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty in Minneapolis, as well as President Trump's overall mass deportation campaign and the violent tactics used by federal agents across the country.
I'll be right back,
came
everybody.
as Democratic lawmakers continue to oppose new funding for the Department of Homeland Security unless Republicans agree to their demands to rein in federal immigration agents. This could lead to another partial government shutdown. This is Democrat Shrey Thanadar of Michigan questioning the immigration officials.
The ICU nurse, Alex Pretty, deserved to die.
I cannot comment on an ongoing investigation, sir.
Did Renee Good deserve to die?
Sir, I can't comment on ongoing investigations.
Dirk Lyons, do you agree with Secretary Noem and Vice President Vance's characterization of Renee Good as a domestic terrorist?
Sir, I can't speak to their comments as that they are their own, but as an ongoing investigation, I can't speak to that.
Director Lyons, what did your agents mean when he said, "You raise your voice, I erase your voice"? In the video just that we have seen, all of us have seen.
Sir, I'm not aware of that video that you have, sir. I can't comment on what that officer has said.
During Tuesday's House hearing, Texas Democrat Al Green called for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to be prosecuted.
The secretary should be investigated right along with those officers who are out there engaged in this ungodly conduct. She should be investigated. And in my opinion, based upon my observation, secretary should not only be investigated, the secretary should be prosecuted right along with those officers. This man did not brandish. This man was not armed. This man did not attempt to hurt those officers. They should all be prosecuted. And you, persons associated with the Trump
Gentleman's
time, say lock her up. I say lock her up.
Texas Congressman Al Green will join us in a moment, along with Democrat Delia Ramirez of Illinois. But first, this is an excerpt of her remarks at Tuesday's hearing.
Mr. Lyons, I want to start with you. And I want to talk about ICE. Because under your leadership, ICE has shot and killed Silverio Villegas Gonzalez and Renee Good, violated nearly 100 court orders in January alone. You've used banned chokeholds in more than 40 cases, engaged in warrantless arrests despite of a consent decree, and you used children as bait to put 3,800 children in detention. You created traps for people at immigration court who were following the law and doing it the legal way. And you broke the law by entering into people's homes without a judicial warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, let's talk about you, Mr. Scott, and CBP next. Under your leadership, CBP has attempted to execute Marimar Martinez, shooting her 5 times and not releasing the footage that you should release so that we can see the evidence, murdered Alex Preddy, used chemical agents dozens of times in Chicago after a judge ordered you to stop, conducted warrantless surveillance and racial profiling, and acted with total disrespect and disregard for the law while engaging in roving patrols, plate switching, dangerous traffic maneuvers, and observer intimidation.
Illegal.
Again, criminals act with that total disregard for the law, and we continue to see it. You would both have us talk about respect for your mission and your agents. But your agencies are unaccountable, paramilitary forces, and I have just as much respect for you as I do for the last white men who put on masks to terrorize communities of color. I have no respect for the inheritors of the Klan Hood and the Slave Patrol. Those activities were immoral then and criminal, and so are yours.
That was Democratic Congresswoman Delia Ramirez of Illinois. She's joining us now from Capitol Hill, along with Texas Congressman Al Green. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Congressmember Ramirez, let's begin with you. The information that you were able to gather yesterday by speaking with the heads of the 3 major immigration agencies, you began by talking with Lyons or questioning him, the head of ICE right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's be frank. We had the 3 of them come before us. A couple of minutes later, called into break because I think the administration probably thought that they were being too honest, perhaps in some cases, when they were saying that they had to respect maybe court orders, or, you know, when Eric Swalwell asked the questions about how many people under Amazon have been killed, and they kept saying no, as referencing to Todd Lyons and the fact that he has talked about people being seen as shipments in an Amazon package. Look, the point is this. I looked at evil in the eye. These 3 directors are responsible for what we are seeing around the country, whether it's in detention, whether it's in the streets, or even in the courts. Mr. Edlow, who is responsible to help navigate the immigration system, is weaponizing this agency to ensure that children are being arrested and put in these cages. What we saw were 3 people who have certainly, with the understanding of what they're doing, chosen to violate law, to operate unconstitutionally, to harm people, and to think that they can get away with it. It's why it was so important for us to put on the record every single thing that has happened under each of these 3 agencies.
Absolutely. What we need is actual investigations and real hearings with real accountability. These people under oath. We're not going to get that until Republicans are out of power. And we don't have a weak, feckless leadership in the Democratic Party anymore. Okay, yeah, let's move this along now to the majority report from 2 days ago. Can't remember this guy's name. Sam something.
You are not funny.
Laying this groundwork is so key because we are approaching, as the 20th century closes.
Oh, right. It's not Sam. It's Emma.
9/11 and the war on terror, and the story of immigration enforcement is much longer than DHS and ICE, but what we're experiencing today is very much a part of that infrastructure. So take us to that point and where the kind of national security infrastructure of immigration enforcement begins, I mean, turbocharges really the criminalization of immigration.
The attacks of September 11, 2001 really catalyzed immigration policing. They bring it all under this new agency, the Department of Homeland Security, that is created in 2002. It stood up in 2003, and they start to increase funding specifically for policing efforts, right? Not so much for the benefits parts or the bureaucratic part of deciding visas, issuing permanent residency, that kind of thing, deciding naturalization issues, staffing the asylum corps, but instead focus on the enforcement part of the federal government's immigration responsibilities. And they're housed in the Department of Homeland Security. As a result, it becomes a security-focused component of the federal government. It becomes a core feature of how we view national security. And what that means is that the people who are coming to the United States are viewed as potential threats, and they're very much talked about as potential, or in fact real threats, not only to individual people, but to the country as a whole, as if migrants present an existential threat to the United States, certainly if they're coming to the United States without the federal government's permission, but even if they are coming to the United States with the federal government's permission, and they deign to say speak a language that's not English, or act in a way that rubs folks who are already here the wrong way. And so we begin to see a continued influx of congressional dollars into these agencies so that they can detain more people, they can deport more people, and then we see this really pick up steam under the Obama administration, ironically enough. When he starts to emphasize, or the Department of Homeland Security under his leadership starts to emphasize building relationships between federal immigration and customs enforcement agents and state and local counterparts, the police officers who patrol streets in every city in the United States, and the sheriff's deputies who run county jails in communities all around the United States, who far surpass ICE or Border Patrol's ability to have a physical presence in every town and every community in the country. Under President Obama, we start to see close relationships, not just in terms of personal relationships, but technological relationships. We start to see the back-end computer databases get interwoven with one another. Start to see access being shared between local cops on the ground, working their beats in cities around the country, and ICE officers, so that the federal government starts to develop a technological pathway between an initial encounter with a local police officer for anything from the most serious reasons to the most mundane sort of traffic violation reason. And that becomes an entryway to the immigration detention deportation pipeline. And of course, that only gets developed further over the decades that have ensued since Obama left office.
I want to pause on and linger on that for just a second, because when you're talking about how the Obama administration was essential in pushing the collaboration of immigration enforcement with local policing, I just opened the show speaking about some of Chuck Schumer and the Democrats' supposed demands in this fight over the appropriations for DHS. And one of the things that they are saying needs to happen, and Chuck Schumer's been saying this for weeks, is more collaboration with local law enforcement. It's just, and then the body camera stuff as well, which is more of the continuation of what you're saying, Cesar. The more technology. What we need is more technology and more surveillance and more integration of immigration enforcement with local law enforcement. That's apparently the Democrats' response is, that, or at least leadership's response to this immigration and customs enforcement kind of rogue agency brutalizing communities. It really is quite stunning when you put it in those terms. And it also shows how outdated Schumer's frame of mind is, because the fact that that was Obama's tactic, I mean, it's a relic, even as you describe it, even though it wasn't that long ago.
In Senator Schumer's defense, he's been making that argument since the early 1990s. So there's something for consistency here. No one should be surprised.
Yeah. At least he hasn't changed tactics. He's been this way for decades.
No one who's familiar with Chuck Schumer should be surprised that that's his position. That was the position he articulated when he was a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. That's the position that the Clinton administration embraced, and the Obama administration after that. So this is not unusual. If anything, it reflects the fact that the leadership of congressional leadership of the Democratic Party is very much tied to the past, tied to the sort of tough on crime mentality, hopeful that they can outmaneuver the Republicans from the right when it comes to their approach to migrants. It hasn't worked. I haven't seen it work in the past. I guess if they keep trying, maybe one day it will work. I don't know what the political strategy is there, but certainly what we've seen is that there is an immense amount of.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Like, the Democrats helped pass the Lack and Riley Act. Meanwhile, Joe Biden literally shut down the border for like over a year. Like, it was like shut down. Like, if like a certain number of people just like showed up, like they just like shut down like every single day. It was which made it so that it was basically shut down every single day for like a full year. People were like, oh, there's open borders. Everything is, everybody, they're just walking in, and it's not what was happening. Not even close.
Collaboration. The Trump administration has in fact been saying that the reason why there are these violent episodes in Minneapolis is because they're not getting the support that they want from Minneapolis and from the state of Minnesota, and they're comparing that to Texas and Florida as being sort of the positive examples, where of course we haven't seen this kind of violence in cities like Houston or San Antonio that have enormous migrant populations. It has nothing to do apparently with the fact that there are 3,000 immigration agents in Minneapolis and not that many in Houston.
Just to be clear with what I'm saying, because maybe it's not clear. Like, I'm saying that Democrats need to stop letting Republicans run the narrative and actually take a different stance than Republicans. Like, they're going to claim open borders regardless of what you do. You can literally close down the border and sign legislation that harms immigrants, and they will still claim that you, like, when they get, like, Donald Trump literally has proven, he's like, and all these Republicans have proven that. They're all in power right now, and they're all just still claiming that the border was open the whole time. It wasn't. Not even close. So do something that actually is meaningful. Stop fucking around and doing what Republicans want. It's not helpful. It doesn't help you win votes. People actually hate it. And take a stance that's actually popular. Like real immigration reform. Making it easier pathway to citizenship. Just destroy ICE. Get rid of that completely. God.
In San Antonio and elsewhere. So I suppose I can't speak to the political strategy that Senator Schumer's articulating, but I can say that this is nothing new from him. I've been hearing this for decades, and I don't expect him to change at this point in his life or his career.
That's sobering analysis. It doesn't make me less outraged about it, but fair enough. We're kind of zeroing in a little bit on the core of this problem here, which is the criminalization of immigration. And your second chapter really goes into how immigration law creates criminals by its nature. Can you expand a little bit on that notion? Because we're seeing the growth of immigrants in detention. It's people with no criminal record, no criminal history, but this fascist administration treats any border crossing without full documentation as essentially a criminal offense. That's where we're at this point.
That's right. Like, immigration law is immensely powerful, and one of its great powers is that it actually does have the legal authority and the option to turn people into criminals in the most formal legal sense. That is, somebody who is prosecuted and convicted of a crime in a courtroom by a judge, and sentenced accordingly. The fact of the matter is that since 1929, it has actually been a federal crime to enter the United States without the federal government's permission.
Illegal.
That's a misdemeanor. The felony.
I did not even notice 7 minutes ago, Hermit Horologist, you've reached a 70 stream streak? How's that even possible? 70? 70 in a row.
This is ridiculous!
70 stream streak on Twitch. That's perhaps, maybe, that might be the biggest stream streak of anybody right now. It's gotta be. 70 streams.
Version of this is entering the United States without the federal government's permission after having previously been deported. Those two laws have been on the books for almost a century at this point. They were born in a moment in which there was an enormous amount of animus, not only towards Europeans coming from the Southern Europe or Eastern Europe, but also specifically toward Mexican migrants. This was a period in which there were quotas that were being set on Southern and Eastern European migration to try to keep out the number of Italians, numbers of Jews, numbers of Poles who were hoping to come to the United States. And there was also at the same time a political impetus to try to curtail the number of Mexicans who were coming to the United States. But the problem for the immigration restrictionists when it came to Mexicans was agriculture. The agribusiness lobby was simply too powerful. They realized that they needed Mexican migrants in order to operate those citrus groves and those fields in California and Arizona and Texas. And so they kept blocking immigration legislation that would do to Mexicans what was possible to do politically to Southern and Eastern Europeans. And so in 1929, a guy from South Carolina, senator from South Carolina, Coleman Livingston Blease, is elected, and one of his key platform issues is to limit migration. He's willing to limit migration from everywhere, but he sees this political opportunity to make his name by targeting Mexicans who had so far been untouchable at the federal level. He partners with some other restrictionists that were already in the House and in the Senate, as well as the Secretary of Labor at the time, and they are able to enact a piece of legislation that actually turns to criminal law. When you can't do something through immigration law, you turn to criminal law and you say, look, we're not targeting Mexicans. We're targeting people who come to the United States without the federal government's permission, right? Ignoring, of course, the fact that labor markets transcended the border, that those existing labor relationships transcended the border, and the fact that those jobs were still very much there in the late 1920s, early 1930s.
Yep, it's been a historical campaign of basically weaponized lawfare against particular racial groups. There's a long history of it here in the United States. And the Trump administration has been using all of them, including the same premise that was used to intern the Japanese in World War II, the Alien Enemies Act. all these other, it's just insanity. It's insanity. Just that they're hearkening back to all the worst parts of our history at this point. It's, you know, Jim Crow 2.0. Some people have called it. Many people are saying it. Oh, God. It's bad. It's bad times. Bad times. Right now here in America. All right, how are we doing time-wise over here? 2.5 hours in, not bad. We're making decent progress-ish, I think. All right, let's go. Let's go here. If you missed this, we watched this quick clip yesterday. Talking about Cardi B, who had some stuff to say about ICE at her latest concert.
If ICE come in here, we're going to...
This is the moment rapper Cardi B called out ICE on the opening night of her new tour.
I got some bear mace in the back. They ain't taking my fans. Let's go.
The incident sparked a back and forth between the artist and the Department of Homeland Security on X.
Honestly, though, I mean, comparing to certain recent events, I mean, this is extra based. We've had some very disappointing superstars, you know, celebrities recently in all sorts of different avenues of politics. This was based as shit. She's like, I have bear mace in my purse. I will go get it and I will spray, I will bear spray a motherfucker. Nobody is taking my fans. And I mean, honestly, like, even if, like, I mean, come on. Like, for her to just say that, be like, fuck you, don't make me. Like, in this moment right now, I thought that was, it's something we all needed.
Sparked a back and forth between the artist and the Department of Homeland Security on X. DHS posted, quote, "As long as she doesn't drug and rob our agents, we'll consider that an improvement over her past behavior." The post appeared to be referencing a 2016 post where Cardi B said she drugged and robbed men when she was a stripper in the Bronx. The post has since been deleted. She has said that she's not proud of that time in her life. Quote, "I did what I had to do to survive." Hours later, Cardi B fired back at DHS. Quote, "If we're talking about drugs, let's talk about Epstein and friends drugging underage girls to rape them. Why y'all don't want to talk about the Epstein files?" Cardi B is a longtime critic of President Trump and campaigned for Kamala Harris.
Cardi B. Coming at DHS in the Trump administration. Asking a lot of good questions, like why doesn't the Trump administration want to talk about the Epstein files? It's a great question. Question we should all be asking. Why? What's up with that? What is going on there? All right. Let's go to a media critique here from the Majority Report, talking about breaking points. Most specifically, one Sagar and Jetty. It's always got the worst takes. Well, I mean, that's not true, but the bad takes, consistently bad takes. I can't say the worst because I think they still employ Robbie, what's that guy's name? Robbie Spaghetti? I can't remember that fucking guy's name. The blonde one. The blonde, smarmy dude who never says anything right.
on Breaking Points, and we don't tend to cover this that much. I don't watch shows that I think are, mostly aligned, at least in some level. And I don't pay too much attention to Sagar, to be honest with you. And Crystal does, I think, a fine job of arguing. But this just happened to come across my Twitter feed, and I was sort of shocked because, the right in justifying this stuff is really, really running out of space. Like, I understand why you could see full-on white nationalists justifying this. And we'll play some clips from some white nationalists in a few minutes. But this project, what we're watching, saw a Minnesota lawmaker the other day say, DHS told her they want to deport 1 million people in this country. And of course, the 20 million undocumented immigrants is an exaggeration. 100 million people. 100 million people is 1/3 of the population here. You are on a fascistic fascism as, defined. One definition is a uber nationalism that is about purification of some form. And that's what's going on here, right? And of course, you're not going to get too picky in your purification. You just want to get rid of foreigners. You want to get rid of non-white people. You may scoop up some white people too.
There's some paperwork that points them to him.
And if you're a fascist, I can understand how you would have no problem with this. But the problem is that there are also, for other conservatives who want to maintain that they're not fascist, but are still sort of subscribed to, I remember when Andrew Sullivan was like, this isn't really conservatism during the Bush administration. And I'm like, you might as well be speaking Latin, dude. And complain, the conservatism that you're talking about is long dead. And any right-winger who does not subscribe to this fascism is orphaned. I can tell you that right now. But they don't want to be. And so they're desperate to grasp on to some type of justification for this. But this is insane to me. So they're talking about the clip we just played of this Irishman calling into a Irish radio station talking about how they're basically in a concentration camp. And then later, Sagar is attempting to justify this in some way. Maybe he's not trying to justify it, but this is where his mind goes. Which, okay, but listen to this.
I just, maybe this is my own pathology on this issue. It's maddening to me that you have, for example, they're like children should be in school. I get to move to any country in the world with my child, and I have to demand that that nation actually pay for their public school education and allow me in? No! Imagine if I showed up any other country in the world with my daughter and I said, if you kick me out, you're denying my child an education because I just show up there illegally and decide so. That's bullshit, okay? I'm just gonna say it. You do not just get to move here, but enroll your children in public school and then claim that as a good because we are paying for your child's education. While you move here, you don't speak a word of English and God knows what you're actually doing in terms of society. Sorry, I know it sounds callous, it's true. No other country in the world functions that way. And when you put it that way, it's real different, isn't it? Is that vast amounts of illegals come here with their children and then decide that us as taxpayers have to pay for their health care and for their education. Sorry, I'm not okay with that, period. I will never set that precedent.
Let me ask you this question.
Period, end of story. You have to have a system which enables it so that that does not happen anymore.
Okay.
Well, and
now, Crystal goes on to take issue with why are you even raising this in this segment, which we're talking about this guy in a concentration camp, which of course really that's the obvious thing to react to. And also she raises the fact that we don't have to speculate about this. Undocumented immigrants are a net positive in terms of dollars. But he's trying to say it is completely unfair. And it is, what did he say exactly? The idea that there's any country in the world that would do this. None of them would do this. No other country in the world would do it. That's how crazy it is.
That is some
That
really
we allow
sick stuff.
undocumented immigrants, children, to have a right to a free education. It is so crazy. There isn't a single other country in the world.
That is
A communist.
It's communism.
That would do this unless I go to something called the internet and Google and ask that question. Is there another single country? And just off the top, France does it.
No
Of
idea
course
what
they're
you're
French.
talking about, sir.
And then I actually know a non-French citizen, an American, who got free healthcare in France, having food poisoning there.
Well, let's stay on topic. We can move to healthcare as well. But France does it, but they speak French. You know how the French are. If you are an undocumented immigrant in France, your kid gets educated, like K through 8 or K through 12. And then there's one other country, England. England does that if you're an undocumented immigrant. And then there's Germany. Germany also does that. Just those three, except for also Belgium, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, and most EU countries explicitly or implicitly include all children residing there in compulsory education rights, regardless of status. Much of Canada, not all of Canada, but large swaths of it. Thailand also. And Jordan. What? And you know what? Mexico.
What you talking about?
Mexico provides free public education to all children, regardless of their immigration or documentation status. Like, let's just hear how sure. I mean, because this is the thing that I find fascinating about it. Because it's like, I can't address the actual reality of what's going on here in terms of like this guy going to a concentration camp. I can't address the separation and the brutalizing of these people. But let me justify it, because what we as a country are doing is so outside of the norm that we have to respond in some way. But what if his adamant that he recognizes sarcastically,
Maybe it's just my pathology.
may sound like a pathology.
Yeah.
I believe this so strongly that it may sound like a pathology to you, but no other country in the world does this except for Belgium, Italy, Netherlands, France, England, Germany, Spain, most EU countries, Jordan, Thailand. I didn't Google other places.
You have a mental health problem.
You little bastard. This is Mexico. Let's just listen again to how absolutely sure he is. And he realizes on some level, I think, like his subconscious is telling him, this is a pathology. Yeah. You should Google this before you actually make this statement.
You're showing your pathology in 4K.
Is that vast amounts of illegals come here with their children and then decide that us as taxpayers have to pay for their health care and for their education. Sorry, I'm not okay with that, period. I will never set that precedent.
Let me ask you this question.
Period, end.
Period, end of story. You know, Sagar
Disgusting
is
and probably illegal.
Disgusting.
And it makes me cry to even look at him.
Good God. God damn it, Sagar.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
He should be ashamed of himself for having that thought. He really should. As a member of the media, that guy needs help. That guy needs help. Somebody help Sagar. Speaking of the media, so we're here to Medi Hassan, a member of the media talking about the media in this video from earlier this week.
Since being named CBS News' editor-in-chief in October, Barry Weiss has turned the network into a soft MAGA mouthpiece, or a Fox News light, if you will. It's a shift so dramatic and so worrying that its evening news show lost more than 1 million viewers in its first week with her newly appointed anchor. From softball interviews with Donald Trump and top administration officials to pushing ICE propaganda online about Renee Good, Barry Weiss has unraveled any last bit of trust in that network. And if that isn't enough to make Walter Cronkite roll in his grave, just take a look at CBS's newest roster of contributors, which is a who's who of, at best, centrist pundits and at worst, right-wing hacks. Take Dr. Peter Attia. Though not a board-certified physician, Dr. Attia is a so-called longevity expert who hosts a podcast about lengthening your lifespan. Attia also just so happens to be mentioned over 1,000 times in the Epstein files, even telling the late sex offender, quote, "The biggest problem with becoming friends with you, the life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul." And while Attia's CBS stint might soon be short-lived, they haven't fired him yet, there'll be no need to fill the right-wing wellness void because Barry Weiss also hired Andrew Huberman, who's been known to parrot a little bit of pseudoscience on his podcast, The Huberman Lab, and Mark Hyman, who is conveniently a close friend and ally of the Bunkers Health and Human Service Secretary, RFK Jr. There's also Rehan Salam, who's the president of the conservative think tank, the Manhattan Institute, H.R. McMaster, who was Donald Trump's national security advisor. There's also Neil Ferguson, the conservative historian, defender of empire, and new big fawning fan of Donald Trump. Quote, "The reality is that Trump won Davos, hands down, and not only did he win it, he owned it. I've never before seen a single individual so completely dominate this vast bazaar of the powerful, the wealthy, the famous, and the self-important." That's Neil Ferguson on Donald Trump at Davos. And then, of course, there's also Coleman Hughes, who, like Neil Ferguson, is another free press columnist and wannabe conservative contrarian who has expressed sympathy for Derek Chauvin, the officer convicted for murdering George Floyd. Yes, these are the new faces of CBS News, 19 new contributors in total, and not a single one of them a leftist, a progressive, or a socialist. 0 out of 19. I guess that's what Barry Weiss calls balance.
Yes, incredible balance from Barry. CBS is done. I've unsubscribed. I've basically stopped using any of their videos aside from local videos. They're like the only ones that we wind up watching now. Unless I get like recommended one and it's like the only, like basically like my lists are now devoid of CBS. Completely gone. I'm looking at my list right now. I don't have a single CBS video for us tonight. Because fuck them. Because fuck them and their trash excuse for journalism. That's why. We don't need regime-approved media around here. If we needed regime-approved messaging, I would just go directly to the source, right? Why get regime light when you could just ask the Ministry of Truth themselves, right? You could just go to Caroline Leavitt. You could get the truth directly from her. If you want the truth from the dictatorship, you just ask her. Speaking of the media, of course, Donald Trump has been targeting the media. While he allows it to be consolidated by his billionaire buddies. He's going after the independent media for just doing their jobs. Like Don Lemon.
We the people have to stand for our rights. We have to stand for the Constitution. We have to stand for our First Amendment rights to freedom of the speech, freedom of assembly, and freedom of the press. That's what the founders intended. And today, we have the federal government trying to weaponize the Department of Justice in order to silence us, in order to prevent us from speaking the truth. That ain't right. No, that ain't right. They are trying to prevent us from calling out a manifest injustice. So we will continue to stand. These charges need to be dropped right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
For more than 30 years, I have been a journalist, and the power and protection of the First Amendment has been the underpinning of my work. The First Amendment, the freedom of the press, the bedrock of our democracy. The events before my arrest and what's happened since show that people are finally realizing what this administration is all about. The process is the punishment with them. And like all of you here in Minnesota, the great people of Minnesota, I will not be intimidated. I will not back down. I will fight these baseless charges, and I will not be silenced.
There we go. That was Don Lemon appearing outside of a, I think it was a federal courthouse after pleading not guilty in this sham trial, witch hunt cooked up by the Trump administration. Okay. Where to next? Yes, let's go here. The Associated Press to explain the shutdown, which technically started yesterday. Shutdown. Partial government shutdown. DHS. Republicans not, I mean, what is the honestly, I still don't understand what the negotiating stance of Democrats is right now. Are we shutting down DHS or what? That's a question I have. Because honestly, they're a nonsense agency that doesn't need to exist. It's a way to just intermingle the national security state with like other functions, like normal internal functions of the United States, and it's just sort of unnecessary unless you like being surveilled by your government. I mean, it's literally created by the Patriot Act, something that has stripped Americans of their civil rights for decades now, thanks to the Bush administration.
Another shutdown is happening, this time for parts of the federal government, as lawmakers debate new restrictions on President Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. Unlike the record 43-day shutdown last fall, these closures are narrowly defined to agencies under the Department of Homeland Security. Essential employees like Secret Service agents and TSA workers will continue working during the shutdown, but if it drags on for weeks, they could begin missing paychecks, and services like airport screening could suffer as staffing shortages grow.
And who pays the price? Well, the American people.
Oh, that would be so sad.
FEMA will not be funded. TSA will not.
I love that this guy wants to come out here and complain about FEMA not getting funded. Like, John Barrasso was not complaining about FEMA losing all of its funding and all of its independence. And all of a sudden he's like, oh my God, FEMA's not going to get the funding. Oh, John, where were you? John, where have you been, buddy? Like, literally, like over the last year, you literally voted to take away FEMA's funding, right? Like, you literally voted for the FEMA to be to lose its like independent, to allow, you know, like allow Kristi Noem to like dismantle the agency. You had no problem with them gutting it and firing thousands of workers. FEMA's at 40% staffing right now, right? And John had no problem with that, but now he's upset that they're not going to have funding. It's weird. It's really weird, John. Fact is that money's not going to FEMA. It's going to fund photo shoots for Kristi Noem and G6s, you know, private planes for Kristi Noem, and for ICE agents to murder you and your neighbors in the streets.
The Democrats were having shadow hearings on ICE crimes, basically just a dry run for the hearings that hopefully they will hold and be in a position to hold this time next year. Here's Representative Robert Garcia, who is the Democratic leader on the House Oversight Committee, interviewing Marimar Martinez. She was the one, and it was a couple of months ago, where ICE banged into her car and then shot her, and claimed that she had attacked them. And here are text messages as Representative Garcia is reading between the ICE thugs.
It's disgusting, shameful, and it gets worse. Ms. Martinez, these are images of texts sent by the agent who shot you. And they're actually disturbing to read, but I think it's important for the public to see this. The agent linked an article about your shooting and texted, "Read it. 5 shots, 7 holes. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys. Oh well, it is what it is. Shit happens." This is someone that works for the United States government. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Now, he was talking about you, and it's our understanding that he was actually bragging about his aim shooting an unarmed American citizen. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Martinez. DHS has allowed the agent who shot you to remove evidence and to potentially destroy it. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the theme of misogynistic violence runs throughout, referring to her genitalia in.
You think you read it is fun until September? Yeah, they do have some extra money. Yeah. No, yeah, they're gonna be, like they said, they're gonna be funded. I don't know if it's September. I don't know about that exact date, but they've got money to keep running. At some point, they'll stop being able to pay everybody. I guess it all depends on how fast they're spending that money. Fact is DHS already asked for a budget increase. Remember that? They're like, we ran out of money already. They already did that once. So it's honestly, who knows how long they actually have. It's not like they've been transparent about it's not as if they've been transparent about the finances.
That text, obviously, and the holes part. I still remember the story from 2019 when there was the ProPublica uncovered this Border Patrol Facebook group that just had violent images of AOC being sexually assaulted in it.
Like,
over
everybody
and over
remembers
again.
that, right?
So,
everybody remembers that, right? Like, DHS came to Congress to ask for more money because they ran out of money. And, like at one point, literally, Kristi Noem was like, look, we need the money so that I can buy 2 brand new G6 private planes. How else am I going to get to Yosemite for my photo shoots? I mean, it was not verbatim, but that's basically what she said. Like, I mean, it's a $70 million plane. Okay? And she needed 2 of them. For some reason. I mean, look at this shit. What? Why? You need 2? Really? Really? You need 2? Yeah.
Did that guy, what's his face, say?
Effing bitch.
Yeah.
That's what Ross said after he killed Renee Good.
Here is
More training.
Aaliyah Rahman. You'll remember she was the woman who, I guess this was about a month and a half ago. She was trying to, and I think it was in Minnesota. She was trying to get to a doctor's appointment.
Yep.
Because she has some neurological issues. And we saw footage of her. It was one of the first most violent sort of like footage that was out there where they grabbed her, pulled her out of this car. And she had no idea what was going on. She was stuck in traffic. Here she is testifying in that same hearing, shadow hearing on ICE crimes, chaired by Garcia, who I should say is the Democratic leader on the House Oversight Committee.
Took over for Connolly.
My name is Aliyah Rahman, and I am a resident of South Minneapolis. I'm a Bangladeshi American, born in northern Wisconsin, and I'm a disabled person with autism and a traumatic brain injury. Not all autistic brains do this, but mine fixates on sounds, numbers, and patterns. And while what the world saw happen to me exactly 3 weeks ago today on video was a terrible violation, it is still nothing compared to the horrific practices I saw inside the Whipple Center. So I am here today with a duty to the people who have not had the privilege of coming home, and I offer this data because these practices must end now. On January 13th, on the way to my 39th appointment at Hennepin County's Traumatic Brain Injury Center, I encountered a traffic jam caused by ICE vehicles and no signs indicating how to get around it. I had not wanted to pull into a blocked, chaotic intersection, but verbally agreed to do so and rolled down my window after an agent yelled, "Move! I will break your effing window!" His first instruction. Agents on all sides of my vehicle yelled conflicting threats and instructions that I could not process while watching for pedestrians. Then the glass of the passenger side window flew across my face. I yelled, "I'm disabled," at the hands grabbing at me, and an agent said, "Too late." I felt immersed in a pattern.
Like, I hate to interrupt her, but like, what the hell does that even mean? Too late to be disabled? What is that? Fucking too late? What kind of disgusting response is that? She says, "I'm disabled." He says, "Too late. Too late to be disabled, ma'am."
What?
What?
What you talking about?
That is nonsense. This is the most nonsense response. Too late. Too late to be disabled.
A what now?
I felt immersed in a pattern, and I thought of Genoa Donald, an autistic black man killed by police during a traffic stop in 2021. I remembered Mr. Sliberio Gonzalez, who was killed by ICE in his vehicle last year. An agent pulled a large combat knife in front of my face, which I thought was for cutting me, and later learned was used to cut off my seatbelt. Shooting pain went through my head, neck, and wrists when I hit the ground face first and people leaned on my back. I felt the pattern, and I thought of Mr. George Floyd, who was killed 4 blocks away. I was carried face down through the street by my cuffed arms and legs while yelling that I had a brain injury and was disabled. I now cannot lift my arms normally. I was never asked for ID, never told I was under arrest, never read my rights, and never charged with a crime. Approaching the Whipple Center, I saw black and brown bodies shackled together, chained together, being marched by yelling agents outdoors.
This is ridiculous.
I continue to hear the word bodies because that is how agents refer to us.
Awful.
Awful.
Racket, Minnesota has a piece up about the Whipple Center and said, you know, you could probably just call it a concentration camp. Whipple Center is at Fort Snelling, which is
was the first like concentration camp in the country, I think.
At least when I've seen the evidence. If you told me that we did one earlier in our colonial history, I would believe it. But the first one, earliest I've seen, is the 1862 photo of the Fort Snelling concentration camp for Dakota people, which is a shocking image. I'll actually pull it up here, and it's literally 500 meters from where this is at. Just a recreation of this. Here is this picture.
It was 1862. It was following the U.S.-Dakota War. And they moved Dakota...
Mainly women and children.
Women and children into this compound, this concentration camp.
Right on the banks of the Mississippi, right by the airport. If you fly into Minneapolis Airport, you basically fly over this.
I mean,
many people died of measles in in Fort Snelling during that time.
That's not an accident. They didn't just get measles, actually, and I don't think they got into it in this. But just real quickly for everybody, that's not accidental. It's honestly a horrifying part of history. I think it was at Fort Snelling. I could be wrong about the history on this one, but there's like documented evidence of U.S. like troops essentially giving Native Americans in these sorts of concentration camps like basically infected blankets, like using like biological warfare on the population, like giving them like smallpox and measles, like infected blankets, so they would go and sleep on them, get the disease, and then die, right?
Imagine that the building of that concentration camp at that site is as much of a coincidence as when Reagan launched his campaign in Mississippi as a dog whistle to segregationists. Or appeared there, at very least, in his campaign.
I mean, this is the type of stuff.
Yes, exactly. Smallpox was not indigenous in North America. Now, I don't know if they... I mean, germ theory didn't really... I think they inherently understood... I can't remember if germ theory existed at this point. I don't know if they understood to the level, like, that they had no... inherited like immunities to it, but it was clear. I think they did recognize that it was quite deadly within the Native American populations, if I recall my history, and that's why they chose to do this.
I mean, it's good that Democrats are doing this type of thing. I don't know how much coverage it's getting on the mainstream press, but people should understand that the value of this is really about essentially what is going to be a fight that is going to have to be waged by the public against these federal thugs. They're going to be going from city to city. They're going to attempt to create a justification for more of a lockdown so that they are able to do this, particularly during the election.
Here's a Reuters Ipsos polling on percent saying immigration policy is headed in the right direction or is off to the wrong direction. You'll notice I think Reuters here mentions Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and basically at the high point of saying it was on the right track, and ever since then it's been
good pollster too, and credit Chris Van Hollen. Like,
100%.
remember how many, the dominant strain, here it is. That's
Matt Iglesias used that opportunity.
Biden's favorite writer.
At Welcome Fest, the Abundance Fest for New Dems in the Third Way. Bad groups create bad incentives for Democrats. That is a true statement. And it's actually happening in this photo, just not the way that they
Exactly, yes.
Because he puts this picture up. More Democratic lawmakers visit El Salvador, see Abrego Garcia wrongly deported by the Trump administration. That's Matt Iglesias saying they shouldn't do that. He was wrong.
Well, you know, keep this up too, because what's also telling about this is that they don't see themselves as a group.
I'll be right back.
They're just normal. They're just the norm. They're just the average. This is the dynamic that we see over and over again, particularly with this ideology. I'm not political. I just follow the data. I'm not political. I don't have an agenda.
Practical.
I'm just doing what is competent, definitionally. And yet, it is their ideology that makes them sort of both wrong in many of these instances. Iglesias was also famously not wrong about Iraq, if I remember correctly. I mean, he was a young kid.
I mean,
he was literally in college.
I was reading him as a member of the press, so he wasn't that young.
But the bottom line is just the idea that they're not a group. They're a group. They have an agenda too.
It should be rejected.
A little more of a group than like the popular popular opinion of the base of the party that they're trying to lecture.
We're not a group. The New Dems, Third Way, the Next 50,
the Reid Hoffman funded
let's get Reid Hoffman in here. We need to have all hands on deck.
You know, has Iglesias said anything about Hoffman's Epstein ties or?
Iglesias' most recent thing was we need to be positive about billionaires.
Well,
poor timing.
We're kind of on this topic. What I sent in Slack.
Oh yeah, this was fascinating. Just a reminder. Now look, I
have the longer time codes in there.
I think this is when people like ask me what is your problem with Ezra Klein's opinions.
Okay, can I offer one up? Him saying, for example, a few months ago that
Charlie Kirk.
No, well, that was bad. But also. That was bad, but that Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez and Jared Golden should have as much say in the future of the Democratic Party as Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders. Those two absolutely horrific Democrats voted for an increase in ICE funding after the Renee Good shooting. And then both Golden and Gluesenkamp-Perez, they weren't shamed like Swazi was into changing it, just voted for the continuing resolution for DHS
Golden,
funding.
to be fair, Jared Golden, he's retiring.
Oh, so he can't be the future of the Democratic Party, right? Because he's not going to even be in Congress anymore. It's a little weird.
It could be at Welcome Fest 2026.
And Gluesenkamp, I mean, God knows where she's going to be in 6 months. But this is what I find fascinating, and I think that I want you to try and ignore what his opinion actually is in this.
What you talking about?
Because it's obviously blinkered. But think about how it was formed.
Mm-hmm.
This was from when was this?
6 months ago.
6 months ago, right?
You know, I just realized, how did I do this? I was paying attention. I was looking at the time. I was like, oh, this will be, and I just blew right through it. I've done it again, somehow. Here we find ourselves over 3 hours, well over it, like 15 minutes over it. Which means that we should have already started another galactic intermission at this point. I guess I'm just trying to keep things moving over here because I do have a fair amount of stuff to get through tonight still. Somehow. Even after yesterday's long show. It's Valentine's Day. That's right, Pitchforks. It is Valentine's Day. And if you want to get your pal Streamlord Valentine's Day present, you could help us fund the galactic deficit right now. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, as we see that money immediately, if not sooner. Unlike donations on YouTube and Twitch, where at this point, we're like 4 to 5 weeks plus on seeing any money donated today. Neither of those places. But you could also, if you prefer to send me a physical gift on Valentine's Day, you could go on to Throne. That's right. It's a whole list of things you could buy for me. You know, drinks, snacks. Been trying to fund a helmet for the e-bike. So I stay safe. Because I'm planning on, like, turbocharging this thing. Making it go faster than intended, perhaps.
Illegal.
And a lock to keep it safe. Keep the investment. I mean, you guys crowdfunded the bike. Now I gotta keep it safe and cared for. So I got some, like, products for that in there. Like, rust prevention stuff. Like, just, like, stuff. Everything that's on the Throne. I turned off, like, the random items, like, for people to just buy whatever. Because everything on Throne is overpriced. But I can just link to things on, like, Amazon or Temu or wherever else, honestly. So that's what I've been doing. You only pay 7% more. Which is not bad, really, when you think about it. Because you pay, like, 30% on YouTube, 40% on Twitch. Really, it's very reasonable. It all shows up at my apartment door down on Earth. It's convenient, really. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. break is coming to an end, and the third half of the stream is about to begin. So, get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, people, we are back. Third half in full effect. Hopefully you're ready for it. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about. We've already completed the galactic content goal, but we had 2 donations over the break. Sasha G with the super chat. Will you be our Space Valentine? I will. I will indeed, Sasha. Also, sweet donation over on a Cash App from Social Butterfly. That gets us slightly closer to completing the financing of the galactic content goal. As a reminder, we need to raise like $25 a day between now and the end of February. Otherwise, when the first comes around, might be in a bit of trouble. But donos like that, one step at a time, we will get there. All right, forget where we left off now. Majority report. Honestly, I think we'll move on from majority report. I'm trying to remember where we were. Is there more we needed right now from this? You know, I think I'm going to skip past this one and go on to this now. This is big. Big news. It's in the title. New video has come out disputing the account of the 2 ICE agents who attempted to murder, what's her name? Something Martinez. Melinda? I can't remember her name now. But the woman who was shot 5 times. The accounting of that of those agents is being disputed now by that new video. And apparently, the feds have decided to open an actual investigation. Wow, fascinating. Investigation time, says the feds. There's a new look. Exciting new spring look for the feds. Doing actual investigations. Fascinating. Well, actual. We'll see about actual.
Tonight, a pair of ICE agents are under investigation after being accused of lying about a shooting that happened of a man in Minneapolis.
Illegal.
Last month, you might remember this story. The agents claimed that 2 men had attacked him with a...
I thought this was the one in Chicago. This is the one in Minneapolis. There's been so many ICE shootings now. Oh my God, how did I mix them up? Probably because I was watching this at 2x and I missed it. I am so sorry. Everybody forget everything.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
This is about the shooting in Minneapolis. This was from like... When was this from? This was like a month ago, wasn't it? It was like over a month ago.
After being accused of lying about a shooting that happened of a man in Minneapolis. Last month, you might remember this story. The agents claimed that two men had attacked them with a broom and a shovel as they were carrying out an immigration operation. One of the men.
Right. We were literally watching a video about this last night. Last night we watched the video of the woman who, I mean, this is completely detached from that in a way. Like she was just an eyewitness to all of this. She was speaking to reporters. I can't remember at what news outlet it was now. I want to find that video again. But like she was basically saying that there's a lie. Like they didn't attack them with a broom or anything for that matter. They were just trying to get away. And now it seems there's actual physical evidence of this accounting. Fascinating twist in the story.
Was shot in the leg by an officer. And when that happened, obviously it raised questions. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem came out and said it was, quote, an attempted murder of federal law enforcement. She accused the governor, Tim Walz in Minnesota, the mayor, Jacob Fry, of encouraging assaults against law enforcement. And also, the same day that she put out that statement, she was at the White House and said this about ICE agents in Minneapolis.
Every single action that our ICE officers take is according to the law and following protocols that we have used for years, that this administration has used,
Give me a
the
joke.
previous administration used. They are doing everything correctly.
Okay, well, given that, we've now learned the Justice Department has actually dropped charges against those two men. And in a turn of events, they are now being investigated because they are being accused of lying under oath about what happened. There's video evidence, apparently, that contradicts what they said actually occurred. And this is just the latest case where the initial description that we get from the Trump administration after a shooting like this has happened has fallen apart once all the facts have come out. Obviously, the highest profile examples of this, I don't have to remind you of, you remember it yourself. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, both accused of being domestic terrorists before we saw all the different video angles of what happened when they were killed at the hands of federal agents. There's also the case of Miramar Martinez in Chicago. Just this week, CNN obtained the body camera footage from October when the American citizen and school teacher was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent.
It's something.
All right, we're fine now. All right, out of the car.
Be advised, we've been struck.
Now, the Department of Homeland Security had initially said that Border Patrol law enforcement officers were ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles. The FBI director posted, "Attack our law enforcement and this FBI will find you and bring you to justice." Once the evidence came out, federal prosecutors asked for that case to be dropped.
And as they were wrestling on the ground trying to detain this individual, 2 other men came out of that building and started attacking him with weapons and shovels and brooms. And as it was 3-on-1, the agent feared for his life and defensively had to take action.
Well, today, a judge dismissed charges against the two, and 2 immigration officers are now under investigation. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joins us with more. So what's the administration saying here?
Well, Anderson, it was the Justice Department that had filed a motion to dismiss these charges, which, as you said, have now been dismissed by this judge. But it is a significant development in what was a string of high-profile shootings where there were conflicting accounts from the federal agents as well as from the eyewitnesses. And in this case, as you mentioned, this occurred last month. It was after the shooting of Renee Good, where officials claim these 2 Venezuelan men had assaulted the federal agents, which is what led him to shoot one of them in the leg. You heard there from Secretary Noem that they had assaulted him with a shovel and with a broom, but both of these men had denied that. And in reviewing the video and in speaking with eyewitnesses, they found that there was nothing to support the agent's account of what transpired here, which is what now has led to this federal investigation into whether these officers had lied under oath. I want to read you a significant statement from the acting Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director, Todd Lyons. This is what he said today. He said, quote, "Today, a joint review by ICE and the Department of Justice of video evidence has revealed that sworn testimony provided by 2 separate officers appears to have made untruthful statements. Both."
Wow, untruthful statements, you say? Fascinating. Fascinating. This is real. This is a real interesting shift for the Trump administration to try and hold itself accountable for lying. Oh, this is like, I mean, 2026. Let's do it, baby. Trump administration hold itself accountable for the lies.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Officers have been immediately placed on administrative leave pending the completion of a thorough internal investigation. Lying under oath is a serious federal offense. The U.S. Attorney's Office is actively investigating these false statements. He goes on to say that the officers may face termination of employment as well as potential criminal prosecution. Now, of course, Anderson,
Right to
we have
jail,
covered
right
at
away.
length the moments in which there have been conflicting accounts over the shooting of Renee Good as well as Alex Preddy, but certainly in some of these other instances. And this statement was notable because we were hearing from their boss, the acting director of ICE, who said that this review is ongoing now, and these officers may face termination as they determine whether they lied under oath over an incident that resulted in a shot fired at a man's leg.
At gunpoint.
Call a crackhead.
Okay. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good so far. It's been basically like one topic per half. MAGA, Bondi, Feds, ICE. Now it is time.
This is insane, dude. This is insane, dude.
That's right, Hasanabi. In Canada. Hold on, let me get us there. I don't know why you're starting me 2 minutes into this. This is very rude of you to do this.
How rude.
Hassan.
We got like 5 minutes remaining. They're going to do an introductory speech, or not an introductory speech. They're going to intro me. They're going to intro the moderator. The moderator's going to intro me. I'm going to go out there. We're going to flip it over. We're going to flip it over to the regular live stream. You'll see us on the regular live stream. And then after that, we'll say our goodbyes and we'll peace out. And then I will do the CBC interview and Q&A with the student fans. So excited for all of that. There will be a Q&A portion. Most of it is going to be Q&A. There's like a small, brief introductory speech where I'll come in, you know, and paraphrase a bunch of quotes from much more intelligent people than myself and butcher them and slaughter them.
I love how half of the comments are about Hassan's suit. Like, I don't know if everybody's reading the chat. I can't help but read the chat. The suit is fine. You area guest speaker, not an attendee. Oh, you are they just missed a space in there. You are a guest speaker. I get that now. Maxing. They're just roasting him.
Come in, you know, and paraphrase a bunch of quotes from much more intelligent people than myself and butcher them and slaughter them. And then talk about how American dominance is not necessarily great for Canada, nor is it great for even the American working class. And that as the world struggles to find an alternative, I think there are some countries that have focused on their own personal development. Countries, of course, I'm referencing to, such as China. And I'll talk about how I think middle powers, as Mark Carney referenced, Canada and many others, have a unique opportunity to go against American hegemony in this moment, not as simply an act of defiance against anti-imperialism, but an act of sovereignty in order to maintain national sovereignty, in order to maintain their cultures, in order to make sure that their citizens don't get the worst end of the bargain, as they have been consistently with American international trade engineering. There are numerous initiatives that are at play.
I'm trying to read what kind of drink I think it says East Side Cold Brew Coffee. Cold brew.
Now, whether it be the BRICS nations, but the EU could be a very strong contender as a powerful bloc on its own against the American hegemony. And I think now is the time for self-preservation for these middle powers.
Why are you spoiling the whole speech?
I'm just literally freestyling right now, so I'm trying to figure out where I will go from here. Hopefully I'll be able to remember all that, or just say all of that.
Just pull up the VOD if that happens.
Yeah, I'll just play the VOD. I'll be like, here, this is what I did say. Hopefully I don't just like brick when I see this crowd. People are coming up to me like, are you nervous? People have been saying you're nervous. I'm like, maybe. We're gonna freestyle it.
This is your first time in Canada, right?
First time in Canada, first time in Vancouver. First time wearing a suit, really. I don't really do any of this stuff, so.
Maybe that's how you should open.
That's what I'm gonna open it.
My name's Alison McFarlane. I'm the director of the School of Public Policy and Global Affairs here at the University of British Columbia, and it's really a wonderful pleasure to welcome you all to this evening's event. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded land of the Musqueam people. This land has long been a place of learning, exchange, and dialogue, and we're really grateful for the opportunity to gather here tonight. I also want to begin by thanking the Lind family, whose generosity sustains the Lind Initiative and makes these public conversations possible. We're sincerely grateful for their continued support. So, for those of you who've joined us before, welcome back. For those of you who are here for the first time, welcome. The Lind Initiative brings together diverse public thinkers to engage with the most pressing political and social questions of our time. One of the defining features of the initiative is its role as a public forum for serious, open inquiry. It's a space where complex ideas can be explored and debated in public, a space where perspectives are tested, challenged, and interrogated thoughtfully. The purpose of this series is not to deliver settled conclusions, but to create a space for careful, critical examination. Against the backdrop of our current political climate, marked by polarization.
Dang, look at this place. Honestly, it's not very impressive in the dark, but take a quick look at what this place looks like. I believe this is where this is being held, the Chan Shun Center of the Performing Arts. This is in Canada. Look at this place. Look at the inside of it. Something else. Covered in ivy. Quite an impressive center.
And increasingly siloed forms of public discourse, this mission feels more important than ever. It's important to be clear about the role of this initiative. We're not here to endorse any speaker's views. We're here to convene conversations with the voices who are shaping public debate. And in that spirit, I hope over this evening and this series, more broadly, you hear something you disagree with. Not because disagreement is an end in itself, but because grappling seriously with competing arguments is central for democratic life. And we are at a university, after all. We ask everyone here tonight to help us model that kind of engagement. Listen carefully, challenge ideas with substance, and treat one another and our speakers with respect. Finally, a few logistical notes. We'll be taking questions later in the event using Slido. You can submit questions and upvote questions by visiting slido.com and entering the code that is displayed up there on the screen. And as always, a reminder to silence your cell phones. It's now my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this evening, Dr. Nojang Khatami. Nojang is an assistant professor of political science at Fordham University in New York, and we're especially proud to note that he's an alumnus of UBC's PhD program in political science. Yes, and he's happy to be back. His research focuses on democratic theory, resistance, literature, and revolution, and his forthcoming book project examines dissent against oppressive political structures from Iran to North America. His public scholarship has appeared in The Progressive and the Boston Review, and he's a co-host of the podcast Politics and the Exilic City. We're delighted to have him back to campus to guide tonight's conversation. And finally, our featured guest speaker this evening, Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is one of the most prominent political commentators of the digital age. A widely followed creator on Twitch, he reaches tens of thousands of viewers daily, engaging a large and politically active online community in real-time discussion.
Tens of thousands? It's way higher than that. It's hundreds of thousands, if not well over 1 million, if you count all platforms. Like, I was thinking about it when she said this. I did listen to this whole thing. That's right. That's what I do for these shows, people. I listen to all of the things that we listen to ahead of time. Or at least I try my best. Sometimes I screw up. Get distracted in the middle of preparing. It happens to the best of us, and especially me. Not that I'm one of the best, but Hassan gets like well over 1 million views if you count all platforms. Like if you count like all the Hassan, the Hassanabi Industrial Complex YouTube channels, including his own, and and all the views he gets on Twitch, is well over 1 million. It's gotta be. Tens of thousands, she says. How rude. How rude. Much more than 10. I mean, I get close to 10. I get close to 10,000 views a stream. I mean, I'm certainly not in his. He's in the stratosphere. Come on. Come on. Tens of thousands. I don't know why I'm offended for Hassan. I am offended.
Of news, policy, and global events. His perspective has been shaped by firsthand experience with democratic backsliding and authoritarian politics in both Turkey and the United States. His work represents a new form of participatory political media, blending commentary, activism, and community building in ways that are reshaping how younger generations engage with politics. So please join me in welcoming Hassan Piker.
This is insane, dude.
I bet Thomas Friedman didn't get that kind of reception. Anyway, no disrespect to all the previous guests. I'm actually probably going to deliver a much worse speech than everyone that came before me, and then everyone that will come after me, including but not limited to Rachel Maddow.
I'm sorry, I listened to all of this. I didn't get a chance to watch chat. Hassan chat just broke me just now. Watch for this comment. Watch for this fucking comment. Right after Hassan starts speaking, all caps. So this guy goes, "That's our streamer." The next person goes, "That's our babysitter." Chat W, Hassan. If you're listening, Hassan, chat W.
I'm actually probably going to deliver a much worse speech than everyone that came before me, and then everyone that will come after me, including but not limited to Rachel Maddow. Especially considering that I just found out that I'm sharing a stage in a program with Thomas Friedman and Rachel Maddow approximately 10 minutes before I got out of the car. And I walked in, and they told me, "Oh, you have a speech," and I was like, "Oh yeah, you know, like a 2-minute speech, something like that." And they were like, "You signed on for 15 minutes." And I thought to myself, well, I done did it again. This is probably like the 20th time that I've done one of these sorts of college speeches where I just come out on stage and start blurting it out, and I have no understanding of what the event is, but I'm gonna try to do my very best. Especially considering that I speak for 8 hours uninterrupted, or usually interrupted with chat. It's not gonna be too difficult, I hope. But today, obviously, we're gonna be talking about one of my favorite subjects to discuss. According to all my naysayers, including the CIJA, I believe. I don't know if they're in the room right now. Sorry, I'm sorry that you guys couldn't stop me from coming to Vancouver. But I'm gonna be talking about one of my favorite subjects, according to my haters, which is America bad. I think a lot of Canadians have learned that lesson if they weren't aware of this concept, except for the Albertans, that America is, as a matter of fact, somewhat of a parasitic force in the global New World Order. And it was actually one of my only failed predictions of 2025 when I thought that Pierre Poilievre, am I saying that right? Poilievre? Doesn't matter. This college campus is so woke. You don't even...
Doesn't matter, he's not.
Anyway, one of those guys that's usually very... Well,
honestly, though, he's not wrong. It doesn't matter. Pierre lost. Remember that time that Pierre Poilievre lost? I remember. And then he had to steal somebody else's seat. Could you be any less relevant, Pierre? I mean, think about that. He loses the election and then loses his own seat, has to steal somebody else's seat just to be in government. It's pathetic. Pathetic, Pierre.
he wasn't really, but usually the Conservative Party from where we're standing in America always tries to be American for some weird reason. And I guess because of Donald Trump, that really backfired spectacularly last election cycle for you guys. And I thought he had a shot, a real shot, until I found out that Canadians do value dignity and sovereignty and don't want to be annexed by the United States of America. Which is a very healthy attitude to have, especially considering that I think with this last iteration of our beautiful President Donald Trump's attempts at forcibly annexing Greenland, which is a part of.
Honestly, it's too nice to Pierre. Now that I think about it, he didn't actually. Stealing is too much. It's too active of a word. He begged for a seat. He didn't actually. Stealing would have been more noble. He would have had to win at he'd beat somebody out, but instead he got somebody else to step down. He's like, please, would you just step down so I can have your seat? That was Pierre Poilievre. It was unimaginably pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Of our NATO security cooperation. Someone should tell Donald Trump that. Especially after that, we saw many European leaders openly take to the stage at Davos and say, we'd rather be happy vassals than angry slaves. And I thought about that quite a bit. And I thought about Mark Carney's speech quite a bit. And I think that there is a failure of the previous liberal international order and consensus. And I don't think it's necessarily just Donald Trump, even though we like to talk about him as the harbinger of doom. The reality of the matter is these systems have been collapsing for quite a while. If you're in the third world, if you're in a developing nation, you already know exactly what it's like to be on the receiving end of endless amounts of bloodshed and domination. Now, of course, people of my political background have been talking about this for years. Lenin was one of those people that talked about it quite a bit. Imperialism being an absolute necessity as a global capitalist order, as profit rates have a tendency to decline. And we've seen this endless militarism and endless domination in the global south, in countries that are in the periphery at the behest of super profits for international capital. But unfortunately now, America's appetite for instability and all of the potential promises of said instability for international capital has put new targets in its crosshairs, as Mark Carney and many others have talked about, middle powers. We're talking about the European Union, Canada, and many other countries that are stuck between what seems like American domination and the global liberal capitalist hegemony, and potentially the rise of regional powers such as Russia that do not shy away from irredentist action and oftentimes violent military conquest, and the behemoth of manufacturing that is China. Now, as you guys already know, BRICS nations have realized that this bargain of American domination was not always going to work out well for them, and that's the reason why they have sought out alternatives and tried to create different trade agreements and maybe even currency cooperative agreements with China, specifically to, at times, leverage their relationship that they have with the United States of America.
I have to have my China.
And I've been a longtime advocate in developing European sovereignty and developing sovereignty for countries like Canada. And now, I believe, is the time for these middle powers to be able to develop sovereignty once again. And I fear that if these countries don't do it, specifically Canada, I worry that American domination will at first look like the tariffs negotiations that Donald Trump has seemingly haphazardly thrown around, and then, and in the worst case scenario, complete military annexation. Now that might sound terrifying to you guys, but we have the most peaceful option ahead of us, at least for the time being, because this growth that we are seeing, this change, this nuclear option of trade, this destruction of international agreements that America was not only the safeguard of, but also the architects of, are coming to a close. What comes next is up to all of us. And by that I mean not just international capital, capital owners of different sorts, petty bourgeois, small business owners, mom and pop landlords and the like. I'm talking about you, the people, the workers, you who comprise the masses. And the quicker we develop sovereignty for ourselves, both in our workplaces, both in our universities, the quicker we organize for ourselves, the easier it will be for all of us to preserve said national sovereignty and to hopefully make it as costly as possible for America to continue dominating the world and engineering whatever kind of design they have. I saw a piece of this in action when I went to Minneapolis, because American domination has often put its crosshairs on developing nations, as I've talked about before, Iraq, Afghanistan, as recently as we saw in Venezuela, where the American government kidnapped the leader of Venezuela and his wife and is facilitating a mock trial, a sham trial at this moment. You don't have to love the Venezuelan, you don't have to love the Venezuelan government. You don't have to be a communist or a socialist to recognize what that says for the international order, which was something that many European and even Canadian partners did not recognize initially as they celebrated this action, only to receive the exact same type of lack of autonomy when Donald Trump put his crosshairs on Greenland. It shouldn't take for Trump to go after a white partner country in Europe, a NATO partner country in Europe, for people to wisen up to our grand design. And when I say our, I'm talking about the American government. But the international destabilization that we have caused came back into the home front, as imperialism often does, in the form of fascism. Just as fascism arose from the failures of liberalism only but 100 years ago, the new wave of fascism is no longer seen as a revolutionary movement, but instead a movement away from liberalism. The American Republican Party is now transitioning away from a liberal conservative party to a fascist party. And as fascists often do, they are invested in domination and cruelty for cruelty's sake. And the reason why I brought up Minneapolis, Minnesota, and my experiences there is because, as of today, Tom Homan has decided that they are retreating the ICE occupation that unfolded in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And the only reason, and the only reason that happened was because the people got together, they organized, and they protected their neighbors. And while there was tremendous cruelty, kidnappings taking place on a daily basis, and community defense, and people that got shot and killed like Renee Good and Alex Peretti, rest in power, the people did not stand down under minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know if you guys use Fahrenheit here. Minus 35-degree Fahrenheit weather. It was very cold. 60,000 people got together and did a day of direct action, somewhat of a general strike. They call it a general strike. It's not the same as the traditional general strike, but there was a day of action.
You remember that? Remember that when Hassan went to Minneapolis, and then he cried about how cold he was while little children were, you know, just sort of, it's just like playing in the streets, sort of frolicking, while Hassan was like shivering, begging to go back. He's like, oh, please, it's fine. The fascism, you know what? Forget it. Can we wait until summer to fight fascism? Said Hassan. Good God.
All businesses from the community also participated in this blackout. And in the aftermath of all of this participation in community defense, ICE was forced to back away. This is the most peaceful option. JFK has said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent retribution inevitable. And I fear that violent retribution as the last option, which is why I'm here to talk today to you guys about what it means that the international order is falling apart. The old world is dying. A new world struggles to be born from its ashes. Now is the time for monsters. Gramsci said that. I hope I didn't destroy that quote. I was trying to paraphrase it. And on that note, I think I'm ready to go. I did 15 minutes. I don't even know how I did that. But yeah.
There you go. There's Hassan's speech at the CBC America First, America Alone, Global Politics in an Age of Something. I can't remember the exact title now. No, but we're not done. We're not done. That was just the speech. That was just the speech. They got the great Hassan Piker to sit down for a Q&A at this puppy. And we're going to
immediately, if not sooner.
And that was great, and clearly they love you.
Yeah, otherwise they would not have sat through that. They would have been like, boo, tomatoes.
But no, I know you feel the love in a lot of places that you go. So I know you just were passing through Nueva York or Afghanistan, as you call it, and you
yeah.
You also, you in part helped make it Afghanistan, which, those of us who are
woke
in New
Sharia.
York. Yeah.
Inshallah, brother.
Islamic Republic of New York. Let's go.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of love everywhere you go, and I think a lot of people, young people especially, I got tons of students at Fordham University where I teach, and also a lot of students, former students here at UBC who are just so excited about what you do, right? And the fact that you are this massive, prominent voice on the left, it means a lot to a lot of people. At the same time, you got your critics, you got your haters, you address that, and just the fact that,
Perhaps too much, that's what they tell me.
Yeah. But I think that, there some of the criticisms that you get, and so what I wanted to do sort of just early on and in some of these early questions is just allow you to just address some of those things.
Get it out of the way.
Get it out the way, and then we can come back to the.
Oh no, I can't unsee it now. The Canadian Andrew Tate, says Mary. Oh no. Oh god. It's true. I can't unsee it now. He absolutely looks like Andrew Tate. Down to the shoes. This is some very douchey shoes right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You came in hot.
Although it's not as, I would say his outfit's at least, it's like 30 or 40% less douchey than like a Tate outfit, but it's, I don't know, it's in that region. It's in that region right now.
You were like 15 minutes, watch this.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
So, no, but this is a kind of general question about responsibility. So, thinking about it in terms of what we do as academics, and podcasters, journalists, and the things that you do, including like the fact that you just spoke to this, right, with the anti-ICE protests, the fact that you are very much on the ground and you have this form of activism that, I think is really, really admirable and really important to be doing that sort of work.
Oh shit, Chuck L. Well, his face isn't all bruised up. That's true. That's true. Andrew did get, oh god. He had a bad time. He had a bad time over here.
And now you see just how I won that championship.
I'm wondering is, when it comes to the question of responsibility, how do you see that? What do you think, what would you say your primary responsibilities are when it comes to activism and in the world of streaming and sort of just in online spaces more generally?
Yeah, I try to deliver truthful analysis that's both true to myself and true to the facts on the ground to the best of my ability. And I do think about that responsibility all the time. It's something that I try to maintain to the best of my ability because I understand that for people under the age of 40, I used to say 25, now I'm saying 40. A lot of people see me as their primary news source, something that's open, something that's on in the background throughout their day. It's almost like an 8-hour CNN broadcast. So I try to not maintain a level of professionalism in my commentary necessarily, but definitely maintain a level of professionalism when it comes to verifiable evidence that I address.
I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of how I see myself. It's kind of how I see myself. I do 8-hour streams. I try and keep it as factual, commentary as I can. I try and keep it fun. But, yeah. It's weird.
And back my analysis or build my analysis on top of. Unfortunately, in this age of misinformation, with AI, with bad faith actors, the democratization of media has opened up opportunities for unique voices like myself to be heard. Voices that aren't so unique amongst the masses, but voices that are not necessarily represented in mainstream resources.
For instance, on that point of being like an independent sort of CNN is I feel like you space vamps. You know what I'm talking about. You fall asleep and then you wake up fall asleep watching GNN, you wake up, you're like, oh, GNN's still on, I'll keep watching. Or perhaps you're still watching it. It's just been on your TV all night. You're like, oh my God, he's still going. Honestly, because of how long the streams are, I've considered just like doing like a replay midday for people like of the previous stream to increase our like, you know, like just like re-upload it as like a premiere or something. Actually, I could just download it to my machine and then just live stream it that way. It'd actually be the easiest way. I'm just realizing that right now.
In mainstream outlets and legacy papers and whatnot. But there's also the other side of that, where there are a lot of people who lean into bias framing without even recognizing their own internal biases, and also sometimes just lie. Lying is OP, as I say all the time. Like, people, you would be shocked if you are unaware, if you only get your news from, I guess, CBC, or that's what people, oh damn, not a lot of CBC fans out here, okay. Well, regardless, if you're only like reading The Guardian and New York Times, I mean, those are biased. They have different biases as well, but overall they have an interest in trying to maintain a truthful compass to the best of their ability. Sometimes they lean too much into the State Department side of things, for my taste. But there is a whole world out there of people that take advantage of this information vacuum and just kind of make stuff up in whichever way they see fit.
Right.
And I try to combat against that to the best of my ability as well.
Yeah, again, just real sort of testament to the importance of the kind of stuff that you do, right? So there's also this lingering question a lot of people, have been wanting to ask. And so you've been very clear that your criticisms are, when you talk about Israel, for example, that your criticisms are aimed at the Israeli government and not Jewish people in general. And I know that you have many Jewish followers who agree with you on a lot of core issues, right? But even among those who agree with you on the issues, there are some that say that sometimes the way that you express that or the language that you use is, for some, it's not productive.
What
and
now?
so I wonder sort of how you think about that trade-off and, how you approach
Who is
it.
saying that?
Yeah, I mean, this is
I
a
don't know who
question
this
I get
guy
all the
is.
time.
I don't know who this guy is, but who is saying that? Who agrees with Hasan and simultaneously think that he's using it like inflammatory language? Who? One guy? You? Is it this guy?
One guy,
I'm just
one
trying
time.
to figure it out. I don't understand. Who actually agrees with Hasan, but they're like, oh, you've gone too far, Hasan. Oh, you're using your nasty language. Very
That's
rude and nasty,
really
Hasan.
weird.
And the way I see what I do, oftentimes people say this is a cop-out, but the way I see what I do is I'm an entertainer first. And as someone who tries to make this information as palatable as possible, I'm always going to, engage in hyperbole from time to time and try to crack jokes, even though a lot of the subject matter that I'm covering is very serious stuff. But I think I want to make it as accessible as possible. So in an effort to do so, there are going to be moments where I'm joking around a little too much and then people don't like it. But I think that's a valuable trade-off. I
You
think
are
that's
not
totally a valuable
funny.
trade-off. Another part of the equation, of course, is the constant back and forth communication I have with everyone. Anyone that follows me right now on Twitch, please subscribe, by the way, because this is being streamed on Twitch as well. Piker Broadcasting Service. Anyone that follows me for 10 minutes on Twitch can talk to me in real time. And whether I have 300,000 live concurrent viewers or 30,000 live concurrent viewers, I'm constantly monitoring chat to such a degree that anytime there's a journalist in the room that's covering what I'm doing, they're like, this is the most insane thing I've ever seen. How are you paying attention to anything that's going on? And I have this free flow back and forth communication style in my coverage as well that I bake into my coverage as well. And that creates a unique opportunity for bad faith actors from time to time to like really piss me off. I mean, you're a lecturer. It's you. I'm sure you have bad students sometimes that are just annoying. You know what I mean? They come up to you. They're like, "Nah, that's not what happened. Actually, I know better." And you're like, "I'm your teacher."
Come on.
Now, of course, there's professional safeguards there. But sometimes, like, imagine if you could just like mute one of your students. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's awesome. You should try it. You put them in the dunce corner.
We got online classes, virtual classes.
But yeah, just click, Zoom, kicked out of the room, that sort of thing. But of course.
Just saw a massive wave of gift subs go by just now. I couldn't quite count it. There was a bunch. Ducky. Ducky wants to feed the puppy. Ducky feed puppy. Okay, there we go. All right, hold on. I'm gonna... skip around a little bit here. It's like a long-ass discussion.
Other nations.
Vis-a-vis travel to China, baby.
Uh-huh.
Can't beat it.
China! And so you already said this sort of in the lead up about the liberal international order and how that is in a sense in decay, right? And so Stephen Walt of Harvard Kennedy School, he saw this, Mark Carney's sort of fairly recent comments as an example of a significant moment of rupture in the whole liberal international order, right? And you also said in January, and again, kind of just repeated it here, that liberalism is essentially falling apart. So, the question is, for you to sort of elaborate on that, to elaborate on your perspective, again, why you think that is the case, and especially why Canada and the Canadian government's recent position is a good sort of indicator of that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I hope that Mark Carney follows through on that promise and it's not simply empty posturing. And he's simply saying that so that he can cut a better deal with Donald Trump at the end of the day. Because it is a matter of life and death. It's always been a matter of life and death for those in the global south, because the liberal international order, the new world design post-World War II, was very quickly and very effectively developed as a way to whip up support against this new front in the Cold War, against communism, against socialism. And that was a dual polar.
You bet that Candace makes $10,000. I bet you she makes 5 times that. You think she only makes $10,000 a stream? I'll bet you she makes more. I bet she makes $10,000 in ads. In ads alone, more than that. And then she does, she has sponsors. She has people that are in the Candace Club. Right?
Where my unstable girlies at?
Like, oh my God. I can't imagine what she's actually making. It's gotta be it's gotta be at least $50,000 a stream. It's insane. Because especially because she's like, I'll bet advertisers love Candace. I'll bet they love her. I can't even, I have no idea. I mean, it's gotta be a ridiculous number. She's getting like 2 million views a stream right
back
now.
then. And it's obvious that in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, it was a unipolar world. It was the American hegemony, and since the
Hey, Specs Don over on the vertical stream on YouTube, gifting 2 jewels. I have no idea how much money that represents, but thank you. Whatever that means. I need to look it up. I should look it up right now while I'm sitting here. Should look that up. Oh, what did I just do? You son of a... Why would you do this to me?
the 90s, I attribute a lot of the accelerated demise of Western liberal capitalist countries to the lack of competition, lack of ideological competition. I don't know if that's like a unique perspective in general. I feel like many people understand it to a certain degree, whether it be the expansion of welfare states in social democratic countries that are close enough to the USSR in order to not succumb to the threat of a good alternative, a scary alternative that might work. But I think the accelerated Thatcherite, Reaganite ideology of neoliberalism, what some people call late-stage capitalism, happened because of that lack of competition. And basically I'm saying is that capitalists are victims of their own success. They Sigma grindset it too hard, and now they have endless appetite for profits to the best of their ability, and for that reason they have been dominating the most malleable aspect of production, which is labor. First, they went out and sought out markets that had cheaper alternatives for labor, and then they decided to continue dominating their own domestic labor force to the best of their ability. So I think what I'm trying to get at in this long-winded answer is that this design was never beneficial for many countries in the periphery. It actually meant endless militarism, instability, puppet states that were established, and complete domination and bloodshed, sanctions at times. And now, I think Europe and Canada are getting a little bit of that same taste as well, in ways that they never thought, perhaps due to Western chauvinism, never thought that they would experience.
I just looked it up. I think those 2 joules are $2. It's not 100% clear to me. Either way, thank you, Spax Don. Very generous. Man, okay. Let's keep this stream moving. This thing is slowing. This Hassan in Canada thing is slowing us down big time. I gotta keep this going.
Venezuela and this general criticism of the U.S., right? And that's, I think, part of like the thread that runs through all this. So like, you've been, of course, very critical of U.S. actions abroad in general, U.S. foreign policy. And one of the things you also talked about, though, when it, again, as it came to the case of Venezuela, was, they have been facing a very repressive government. As you said, you don't have to necessarily agree with or want somebody like Maduro in power, but you could be critical of what the U.S. has done there, right? So could you maybe say more about and just elaborate on why you focus most of your criticism on the U.S., on its allies, and even sort of like on the West more generally? And what do you think about sort of what happens on the other side in terms of like the fact that there are, a lot of very repressive authoritarian governments? And so on, just that whole question of like liberation and supposedly going into like help these nations that have repressive governments. What are your thoughts on that? What happens on the other side?
I don't think America wants to help any of these countries. Let's just get that right out of let's just make that very clear, right? So I think that's a transparent lie. When America says, "Oh, we're coming to help out," just run. Okay, they're not coming to help out at all. They're only there to prop up the Chamber of Commerce and get like the agribusiness sector leaders to run the country, as they've tried to do in Venezuela many times over. Sometimes it's a vengeance quest in the case of the endless destabilization in Haiti, or even in Cuba, our strangling of Cuba. in its final iteration, but even in the aftermath of the successful revolution in Cuba, just punishing them because our ally that propped up sugar plantations failed, right? In this like incredibly repressive structure that existed. But as far as like repressive regimes around the world, I have a different outlook on this than the average American does because I grew up in Turkey. And what I saw in Turkey, which is, again, a country that is the second largest military in NATO, a country that has had tremendous amounts of intervention, oftentimes overlooked by America in an attempt to create a bulwark against the USSR and directly place missile bases in the vicinity of the USSR, in the immediate area that the USSR existed in. And because of that, our domestic politics has never been the same. There was a complete destruction of all sorts of different revolutionary Kurdish movements.
Did I watch Brandon on Crystal Kyle and Friends? Which Brandon? Joe Brandon?
In the race.
Workers' movements in my country, communist movements, socialist movements that were effectively destroyed by ultranationalists, which is a story that has played itself out in virtually every single Western European NATO ally country as well, to varying degrees. So I come from that background, and I recognize that American intervention oftentimes works with some of the most reactionary forces in the country to create some semblance of stability that is cooperative with American interests around the globe. And outside of that, though, I also recognize that when there is any additional attempt at intervention, like the coup d'etat that failed in Turkey that I wrote about for the Huffington Post, which is part of the reason why I can't go back to Turkey. They didn't like that, even though I said it was a CIA operation, which I believe it is, propped up by a CIA asset named Fethullah Gülen, who is understandably branded as a terrorist and a terrorist movement. This coup d'etat failed, and in the aftermath, there was more repression. And there was also a hardening of the otherwise the government that was falling out of favor leading up to this coup. So that's usually what many countries.
Brandon Sutton went on Crystal and Kyle and Friends. Oh wow, he's blown up. I mean, he did have like a leg up on everybody else. I mean, he's a recurring guest on one of the biggest political shows on the YouTubes, on the interwebs. But he's really blown up. That's crazy. Created the KKF. Brandon Sutton. Big time. Yeah, his show has really blown up. It's crazy to see how quickly his channel has just exploded. All right, I'm looking at my list here, and I think this is a good place for us to take another quick galactic intermission. 4.5 hours into the stream. We still got a hell of a lot to talk about, but we need a quick break. However, we will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everyone, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, got the bits and the subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. We've got Cash App and PayPal. Even have a throne. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you could get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. Break over. Fourth half about to begin. So get those booties back in those seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. Oh, God. I just sneezed so hard, and then I realized I was muted. Thankfully, you all missed me sneezing directly into the microphone multiple times. So you should be glad I'm muted. I'm not glad. I'm sad because I've said a bunch of words before I sneezed. But just be glad I didn't sneeze directly into your ear. It's a win-lose situation, but you're the ones who won. Right? I lose, you win. What was I saying? Oh, right. I was saying Hazemaker is complaining about the Galactic News Network not having a Ko-Fi or a Ko-Fi, whatever you call it. I can't understand why anybody would want any other ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network. We have so many great ways. YouTube, all the ways that you can possibly contribute on YouTube. We have them. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Watching, just watching. Donate is a way of donating, right? Even if you have a premium, watching it helps. You get a tiny portion of that revenue. We got Twitch with the bits and the subs, the gifted subs, the Prime subs. We got Cash App and the PayPal. If you prefer to avoid all of that and just donate directly. We got Throne now. Or you can send physical items directly to my doorstep at my apartment down on Earth. We got Patreon. Or other sorts of benefits. The only other thing I could possibly accept that other people would want is something like merch. Something we can't do right now because we have to run a galactic surplus to even consider doing merch. That's the thing that everybody has to understand. Like, in terms of merch. We'll never have merch until we start running a galactic surplus around here. Now, of course, last month is a anomaly. I was sick, and then I was in the hospital for like a week. So we missed a lot of streams. That's why we have such a big deficit this month. But still. You gotta be doing better than we are currently. That's all I'm saying. Less fees? Is it less fees? Less fees than what? Exactly. Cash App is 0%. PayPal is like, I think PayPal takes like 3%. Something like that. Patreon's something like 3% as well. Throne is 7%. But YouTube and Twitch are the ones that are big. But then you get different benefits from those things. So it's like, you know. What is the take on Ko-fi? All right, we can't sit here talking about Ko-fi all night. All right, let's go to something. Oh God, this is a disaster. All right, it's not that big of a disaster, but it's fucked. Actually, it is somewhat disastrous. Depends. Honestly, it's not entirely clear to me what this means. I've been trying to decipher what this actually means. Looking into it. Also, I've been trying to figure out what it means for our server. Because our server is a non-public server. So Discord's not even supposed to be scanning our server. They only do scans, supposedly, on public servers. So it's not clear to me how this would affect our server. But we gotta talk about Discord and how they're apparently trying to destroy the service. Who other for us to talk? Who else should we go to but this guy when we're going to talk about something like Discord, a place that began in the gaming sort of culture? Who other but the golden child of YouTube, the moistest of Charlies, Penguinzo, aka Moist Critical.
Discord's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Reddit tier, memer, fedora-tipping narwhal baconing at midnight service, where every time you fired it up, it'd toss incredibly timeless classics at you, like constructing additional pylons and overloading on memes, watch out for Wumpus, and anytime you contacted their support, you were put in touch with Springle, the mystical gnome, fairy, elf, wizard lord, to do nothing to help you with whatever problem you had. Discord has grown a lot since those days. It has been a staple in society for the last couple of years. And just a few hours ago, they put out an announcement about some big upcoming changes to Discord that they may as well have just announced they're shutting down. Like, that would have been more positively received than what we actually got here. This is despicable. Discord has announced that all accounts will be age restricted by default unless you verify your age via face scan or ID. There's also a lot more terrible things here, but that's by far the biggest. Discord, by the way, is like the least trustworthy place to be giving your data to. Only a couple months ago, Discord had a huge data breach where hackers got tons of data as well as 70,000 fucking government IDs. Giving Discord your biometric data and ID is like giving your paycheck to a polymarket gambling addict. It's just a terrible recipe for disaster. Now they're going with the standard play from John Madden's playbook here of corporate gobbledygook, where they're saying that this is actually in order to create a safer experience for teens that use Discord. While obviously Discord has had a history of horrible things that have happened to children that have used their service, this in no way, shape, or form is the actual impetus for why they're implementing these changes to harvest your data. They then also have a mention in that tweet there that they're starting a council for US teens aged 13 to 17 to apply to be a part of this board that's supposed to better help steer Discord in a direction that's safer for children. What do you like? How does a kid submit a resume? What's your work experience? We need at least 7 years of, Nickelodeon internships or something in order to accept you on the Discord children's board here. It's a very weird proposal. Now, going to their announcement here, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitivity content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests, access age-restricted channels and services.
So this is the sort of thing that basically, doesn't happen on our server because it's not a public server, right? So it's not clear to me that it's going to affect us at all, right? And if you're asked for a face scan, do not give it to Discord, okay? They don't deserve it. I'm not going to do it. Unless it's, there's no way. I just don't have any reason to do it. It's just insanity. They're insane. I don't know what the word age restricted means, but there's no way that the things that we're doing should be problematic for us, a bunch of adults, to be looking at. And that we should have to verify with Discord that we are adults to share this information with one another. It's fucking nonsense. Honestly, what's happening is all adults are being treated as children because parents can't be asked to keep their children off of these things. That's basically what we're defaulting. Society is defaulting to everyone being a teenager. All of your adult rights are being stripped just so that kids can have cell phones, right? And so that parents don't have to do put any effort into parenting those children or preventing those children from doing dumb shit on those phones. That's what's happening right now.
Speak in a stage channel, and toggle on age-restricted command settings. Then, in bold at the very bottom, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Not yet, at least. I'm sure that's right around the corner. But they knew that they would catch a big load of fucking poop from this for all of their users because nobody wants to...
I grew up in the dawn of the internet. Essentially, I was very young, but I had access to a computer as a young, kid, growing up, and I remember at that time, we still had we actually still used the TV back then, but we had rules you weren't allowed to use the TV until you were done doing your homework. And you can't use the computer until you're done doing your homework. It was mostly homework based, but there were some other things like chores, whatever else. And now it's just no, we have to let these kids have these phones at all times. At all times, no matter what. And as a result, everybody else has to live like teenagers or fork over a bunch of sweet, sweet data.
Be willy-nilly giving all of their data, their fucking face scan, ID, and everything to Discord, of all companies. A company that literally just had a massive data breach, by the way. Many people can use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Now, here's the default safety settings that if you attempt to alter, you will then most likely be prompted to fork over your data, whether that's an ID or a face scan. So they're calling it teen by default because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience. Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them or leave the setting as is. Unless a user is confirmed to be an adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. So they're immutable unless you are giving, of course, your precious data, which is a currency more valuable than money, which is why...
Yeah, no, once again... some of this stuff, like this one, I think is the most invasive one. At least as it relates to like me and like the server and stuff like that. Like me personally, like this is wild. What? You can't receive new messages unless what? Fuck off. This one is the wildest one of all of them. They're all very stupid, but this one absolutely might wind up affecting me at some point. Because people do direct message me on fucking Discord all the time. Because I run a goddamn Discord server. Run a goddamn Discord server, and if they try and force me to upload my face, I'm going to flip out on them. I already tweeted an angry tweet. Didn't get a lot of traction, though, unfortunately. Honestly, I am like, I've been looking for like Discord alternatives, unfortunately, and I had this feeling before I started. I was like, there's not gonna be an alternative, and that was right. There really is not a good Discord alternative. It's somewhat unique in what it does. It is a sort of, it's honestly a very well organized gray internet space. Right, it's like a cozy internet space. It's not fully public. It's not fully private, so to speak. Right, although you can make it quite private. Right, but you know, like we have, like we ours is semi-open to people. Not easy to find, but you can get in it. Right, but there you can send people like all these sorts of things. But it's not. You know, it's not Facebook. There's something different about Facebook. Like on Discord, you're not being constantly bombarded by like a feed. You know, that's one of the things that I actually appreciate about it is like it's a good way to communicate with a large group of people that doesn't force me to like look at like a feed of like other shit just to be on the app. Right? It's like, oh hey, did you know about this thing? It's like, I don't need that. Stop that. Please stop that. Now they're trying to invade our personal, private lives. Just so that teenagers can exist on the app. It's like, go fuck yourself. And believe me, these kids are going to find a way to get around this. I can almost guarantee you. In fact, I'm going to be looking into a way, in case this ever comes up, to get around it for myself as a fully grown adult, a man who is basically twice the age of, what even we would, in theory, need to be utilizing this app to its full potential. If you like just hold up a bit, exactly. There's gonna be something like there's gonna be easy ass workarounds to this. I can almost guarantee it. It's real stupid. Speaking of things that are real stupid, let's talk about what Donald Trump and his EPA decided to do earlier this week. Democracy Now! From 3 days ago. Devastating, quote unquote. Trump EPA to scrap landmark climate finding in pro-fossil fuel deregulatory push.
Awful, awful, awful.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to the Trump administration's sweeping rollback of climate change policy. On Thursday, the Environmental Protection Agency plans to overturn its own conclusion that greenhouse gases endanger public health and cause global warming. Known as the endangerment finding, the Obama-era rules from 2009 required the federal government to regulate the emissions of 6 gases, including carbon monoxide and methane, which are released from the burning of oil, gas, and coal. The Trump administration's reversal of this decision would undo the legal basis of the fight against global warming and remove emissions standards for cars and trucks and reporting obligations for power plants and industries. The EPA's draft version of the new rule says the endangerment finding overstated the risk of heat waves and underplayed the benefits of increased carbon pollution. In a post on X on Tuesday, the EPA Secretary Lee Zeldin wrote, quote, "This week, we make history, getting ready to join President Trump to announce the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the USA," unquote. For more, we'll go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Gretchen Goldman, President and CEO of the Union of Concerned Scientists, also an environmental engineer, formerly worked on environmental policy in the Biden White House and at the Department of Transportation. Gretchen, thanks so much for being with us. Talk about the significance of what's happening now.
It's quite significant, and it was quite devastating to see, even though we expected that this was coming. The impacts of this action will be vast, both in terms of our immediate ability to protect people from the harms of climate change, economic harms, health harms, and also in terms of our ability to meet U.S. climate goals, to meet global climate goals, and this is all happening with time that we don't have. We know we need to swiftly and dramatically reduce heat-trapping gas emissions now, as year after year we see devastating harm from climate-driven extreme weather events, and this is now something we really need to take action on, and so it's quite devastating to see this week.
The Trump administration initially attempted to undermine the science behind the endangerment finding. And again, for people to understand, explain exactly what that is and what that report was based at the Department of Energy.
As part of their broader attacks on climate science and climate action, the Trump administration secretly convened a group of climate contrarians under the Department of Energy to produce a report that reiterated many of the long debunked climate denial talking points and tried to pass it off as a science-based report.
It's science.
Yeah. These guys are insane. Got a bunch of dudes who probably couldn't pass 6th grade science class coming in here, just like a bunch of like you know, oil lobbyists. I mean, Lee Zeldin literally worked for an oil lobby firm. It's a bunch of like arsonists coming in to put out the fire. It's just ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
All right, now let's go over here to the effects of climate change, real time. Where places like Morocco and New Zealand, you saw incredible flooding happen. Honestly, Morocco's been getting hit by floods for like 2 weeks straight.
Now, severe flooding has forced mass evacuations in northern Morocco as days of heavy rainfall submerged villages, killed at least 4 people and displaced tens of thousands. Families are now sheltering in emergency camps, unsure when or if they can return home. It was a warning from mosque loudspeakers that signaled the danger. Rising floodwaters swept through the village of Old Amur. forcing residents to flee with little more than the clothes that they were wearing. Well, more than 150,000 people have been evacuated across northern Moroccan provinces over the past week after relentless rainfall inundated homes, roads, and farmland.
We didn't know how high the water would rise. It was gradually rising. We didn't know where it would stop. The authorities did their duty by evacuating us from our villages with difficulty. The water was about 1.5 meters high.
Moroccan authorities say at least 4 people have died so far, including a 2-year-old child, while 1 person remains missing. In several areas, residents, including children and the elderly, were trapped on rooftops waiting to be rescued. While some were pulled to safety using small boats, while others were airlifted by helicopter as floodwaters cut off entire communities. Near Kenitra, about 50 kilometers north of Rabat, authorities have set up a vast emergency camp. Nearly 40,000 displaced people are sheltering in rows of small blue tents trying to rebuild.
Yeah. These floods, like I mentioned, they've been continuing. This was from 2 days later out of France 24. There's a massive number of people, 150,000 people. It's like a medium-sized city. Just completely evacuated worth of people, just all displaced all at once. With very little warning.
50 kilometres north of Rabat, these blue tents stretch as far as the eye can see. More than 15,000 Moroccans have found refuge here after being forced to leave their villages. The military and emergency services bring them water and provisions. Farmers like Kadur Khlas have brought with them the few animals spared by the rising waters.
We suffered a lot. We lost our livestock, we lost our agriculture. What's left? We have loans, and we lost our cattle.
7 provinces in northwestern Morocco have been struck by the country's worst flooding since 2010. Thousands of acres of pasture, fruit trees and crops have been submerged.
There you have it, Morocco utterly devastated by, I think it's like weeks of flooding, essentially now. It's been going on for multiple weekends, I know that much. We've talked about this on multiple occasions now. And on the other side of the globe, New Zealand is being hit with its own major weather disaster. Deadly flooding. This is from this is from yesterday.
Emergency services across the North Island are on high alert as severe weather rolls in. Large parts of the east coast are under heavy rain warnings. Bay of Plenty, east of Aportiki and Gisborne Tairāwhiti could receive up to 200 millimetres of rain. Fire and Emergency is so concerned that it's deployed search and rescue teams in preparation. The region is still reeling from last month's severe weather. In Hawke's Bay, the Clifton Motor Camp has been evacuated due to extreme landslide risk, while in Mount Maunganui and Tauranga, residents have been told to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. Adam Hollingworth reports.
Liam and Zara K. McLean moved into Clifton Motor Camp in Hastings 5 months ago with plans to renovate and put down roots. But yesterday that all changed. They were given 24 hours to move out.
It's really disappointing, really upsetting, but I can understand why they're doing it. It's just shit that it has to happen.
They're among 11 permanent residents ordered to leave after an independent geotechnical report identified a high risk of landslides.
Flat out packing, families coming with vans and trailers to help us get everything out. We're storing it. At my dad's at the moment.
The geotech report comes in the wake of the landslip that killed 6 people at the campsite below Mount Maunganui, where once again Adams Avenue, the road directly below the Moau, is closed to traffic because of a heavy rain watch. Meanwhile, Civil Defence has boots on the ground in East Cape.
Yeah, there's been a lot of devastating storm activity in New Zealand recently. Let's go here now to the nzherald.co.nz. From yesterday, Oturahanga mayor on overnight flooding as tragedy strikes small town.
The latest, the weather's eased. It's not raining at the moment, which is great. But yeah, we have had a lot of rain overnight. Like we had a weather event of, I think, 170 mils within just over an hour, which basically inundated all the stormwater systems and that. But now the rain's eased, so hopefully it will keep easing. But all the river levels from out in the country area are all basically rising and lifting up.
Can you imagine just like driving down the road and then all of a sudden your truck is like a part of the bridge all of a sudden? Down 6-10 feet, however deep that is. It's got to be like 10 feet.
But all the river levels from out in the country area are all basically rising and lifting up. Yeah. Well, we've had to evacuate not self-evacuated and helping evacuate around about 80 people in the night that have gone to local maraes and the local church, and their pets as well. No, which is, so, yeah. And we've got power out in Kapia district's got no power at the moment. The Kyokyol district, they had to turn their power off because of flooding and to safety of the firemen helping evacuate people. So, yeah. And we have multiple roads that are, sort of slips and bridges, that's one.
This is devastating. This is such a wild amount of water. It's really disturbing to look at. It's just everywhere. Wherever you look, it just looks like an ocean.
Issues we have.
No mai haere mai, welcome to 3 News. A man is dead after his vehicle was submerged by floodwaters on State Highway 39 near Oturahanga overnight. Residents of the Waikato town woke to waist-deep water after what the mayor described as a localised weather bomb. Rodney Dow has declared a week-long state of emergency after 150 to 300 millimetres of rain fell overnight and the town's wastewater system couldn't cope. Adam Hollingworth reports.
The mayor of Oturahanga says the weather got extreme about 2 o'clock yesterday, then proceeded to get worse and worse. Less than 12 hours later, he declared a state of emergency. The devastation includes a road so broken it can hide a ute, replete with an unneeded sun hat in its tray. It's all because of a weather bomb that few expected.
It's just so localised how it came through our area, and and they've been reaching out to us, offering support, and it's kind of like, we're not the lucky area. Nature chooses whoever nature chooses, unfortunately.
The mayor says a man died overnight on State Highway 39 at Puketotara, and he's extending his love and heartfelt condolences to the family.
It's more the people. The damage can be repaired, but this poor person that's lost their life, there's going to be a family there bawling their eyes out, devastated, So, but that's the thing. People will make communities. Infrastructure's just infrastructure.
Around 80 people were evacuated. Stop banks built after a devastating 1958 flood did their job as well as expected, but the wastewater system simply failed to cope.
Just going quickly live.
In the night, despite the rising floods, the people of Oturahanga heeded this call from its museum.
If anybody is in the area, we need a hand to remove our taonga.
Artefacts were under threat, but help was at hand.
You can see it was a big job and pretty dark. And we were just inundated. Like, we're a small community, and it really is just amazing the people that came out, especially our local tangata whenua.
Around 20 residents waded in, boots and all.
Items currently that have been rescued and put into houses, because it got to a point where there was so much water in here and so much dampness that some of the harakeke items needed to be stored in a dry place.
And those things that can't be moved, like the waka, will have to undergo a long-term dry-out.
And
Jesus, so much water. So devastating. Alright, we got one more video. This is drone footage, which kind of shows some of the extent of all of this. Okay, well, there you go. Bird's eye view of some of this flooding. As you can see, homes just left in massive pools of water. All right, that's it on the environmental news. I think I'm gonna continue to hold on to this one for another time. Just go to this piece of space news before we get to the Earth news. Reuters from yesterday. The battle of the U.S. billionaires. The battle of the U.S. billionaires as they race China to the moon.
The space race between US billionaires is heating up. Both Elon Musk's SpaceX and Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin want to return humans to the moon ahead of a planned mission by China in 2030. Musk has said his firm plans to build a lunar base. It shifted SpaceX's ambitions from the Mars colonization mission Musk has long called for. Bezos' space company has also put more focus on its own moon program. It shut its suborbital space tourism business to move those resources into its lunar lander program. That's ahead of a planned uncrewed mission to the surface this year. Musk now wants to convince investors SpaceX will stay the dominant force in space ahead of a planned IPO later this year. He posted on X numerous times this week about what he called a pivot to the moon. But Bezos had a message of his own, posting an image of a tortoise. It recalled the story of the slow and steady animal winning a race against a speedy but impulsive hare. Executives at other space companies say...
Fuck these space oligarchs. Banish them to the sun.
Immediately, if not sooner.
They can live on the sun. I'm fine with that. Okay. On to the Earthness. On to the Earth news, the global news. And, there was a time when we could expect it to be really, somewhat devoid of talking about the United States. Not entirely, but somewhat. These days, of course, we've invaded the global news. Every single discussion somehow ties us back to the United States. Let's talk about Venezuela. Donald Trump had some things to say about Venezuela recently as it relates to people's view of the United States abroad.
We have the best warriors in the world because you can have the greatest equipment, but if you don't have the warriors, the equipment doesn't mean much. Last month, we proved this truth once again when some of our greatest soldiers right here to ever live, frankly, successfully captured the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and brought him back to face American justice, where he's now, right now, waiting. And that was an amazing night. People saw that. They've never seen anything like it. It's a pretty military country. It was a big base, one of the biggest bases in South America, where he lived. And it was in a matter of minutes before he was on a helicopter being taken out of there. So that night, the entire world saw what the full military might of the U.S. military is capable of. And that was an unbelievable operation, but that was a smaller operation. But it was so precise, so incredible. Nobody thought a thing like that could happen. They even talk about the discombobulator because they never got a shot off. The Russian equipment didn't work.
Everybody
the Chinese
talks about
equipment didn't work. Everyone's trying to figure out why it didn't work. Someday you're going to find out. But it didn't work. It's nice when you can fly in and not get shot at. With your help, America's winning again. America's respected again. And perhaps most importantly, we are feared by the enemies all over the globe. They fear us. And, I don't like to say fear, but sometimes you have to have fear.
I don't like to say fear, but sometimes you have to say it. It's not my favorite, but I like sometimes you have to say it. This guy is deranged. Sometimes you have to bomb people so that they know that you should be feared.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It's true. It's true. But hey, it's benefiting some people, while U.S. soy farmers are getting decimated by Donald Trump's trade war. Soy farmers in Paraguay are seeing an economic boon, with soy output set for a record down south.
Paraguay could be getting its biggest ever soybean yield. As the summer harvest nears its final phase, analysts and producers say the country's 2025 to 26 output may reach more than 11.5 million metric tons. In its February report, agricultural consultancy StoneX revised up its estimate for the crop harvested between October and February to 10.14 million tons. Its previous estimate was just under 9.7 million tons. The final tally hinges on the smaller second crop, or safrinha, harvested between April and May, analysts say. If the safrinha harvest hits 1.39 million tonnes, which is within the average range, and the StoneX estimate is realised, the total output would set a new national record. Paraguay is among the world's largest soybean exporters, behind Brazil and the United States.
Well, there you have it, people. Countries like Brazil and Paraguay benefiting from the U.S. struggling to export its own soybeans as a result of the trade war with China. One of the biggest purchasers of soybeans on the planet. In fact, I think the biggest purchaser of soybeans on the planet.
I have to have my China.
Now, Donald Trump also has to have his Greenland, but apparently that may be one of his least popular issues. His strange obsession with the frozen hunk of rock.
Throughout the second term so far, Republicans have mostly stayed behind Trump. But there's one big exception in our new AP NORC poll, and that's the issue of Greenland. The poll found that only about 1/4 of U.S. adults approve of the way Trump is handling this issue. That's well below the 36% who said that they approve of the way he's handling his presidency overall and who approve of the way he's handling foreign policy. And it's largely driven by Republicans who are much more ambivalent about Trump on Greenland than they are on other issues. Only about half of Republicans approve of Trump's handling of Greenland, according to the new poll. That's compared to about 7 in 10 Republicans who approve of the way he's handling foreign policy.
Yeah, honestly, Donald Trump's numbers just keep plummeting. Every single day, he finds a way to make himself less popular with his incredibly, what's the word? His incredibly cultish base, who have supported him on practically every issue, 9 out of 10. It was 90%. Before he got into office, Republicans were I agree with Donald Trump on everything he's ever said and done. He had 95% approval with Republicans. And now it's plummeting. Greenland appears to be one of his least popular issues. Seems like Republicans don't really care about Greenland and don't know why, or seem to think that it's a bad idea for Donald Trump to want to take Greenland. Militarily or otherwise, it would seem. And it is a dumb thing to do. It's very stupid. Now, just for a brief moment, a brief respite of all of this nasty stuff we're talking about, I figured we'd go to France. Paris, to be exact. On this Valentine's Day. Let's talk about the booming business of romantic proposals. Reuters from yesterday.
This Texan couple have been dating for 1 year, and Josué Perales wanted extra special celebrations with his girlfriend, Kayla Balboa. On a candlelit terrace overlooking the Eiffel Tower, she says yes. Balboa had always wanted a Paris proposal.
She's always been mentioning how
this was my
this
dream
is her
place.
dream, and well, here we are.
To make sure every detail was perfect, Perales employed the help of a local marriage proposal planning agency. And he's not the only one. Paris is seeing a surge in demand for elaborate marriage proposals like this one. Thanks to social media, TV shows, and events showcasing the city of love, the entire industry catering to love-struck couples willing to pay thousands for unforgettable moments is booming. Les entremetteuses, or the matchmakers, helped Perales get his yes. Founder Pauline Letendre says Valentine's Day is her busiest day of the year. But she says she's busy all year round after demand started growing in 2019 with a brief lull during the pandemic.
Once the borders reopened, it steadily increased.
After that, there were a couple of boosts with Emily in Paris, the Paris Olympics also. We had a lot of work after the Games.
The company's proposal packages start at €590 or just under $700 for.
Damn. $1,000 for a special photo with your special someone. My God, hopefully it's worth it. That's just this photo shoot. Who knows? I mean, I don't know, hotel and flight for two. Boy, oh boy, that's an expensive photo right there. But hey, some people it's worth it. Well, let's go for people who actually love each other consensually. Talking about those pesky Epstein files.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes. Answer yes.
The latest disclosures from the Epstein file present Andrew Mountbatten Windsor as a prince turned pawn in a paedophile's global web of influence. Now Channel 4 News can reveal for the first time that the former prince attempted to connect Jeffrey Epstein with the eccentric late Libyan dictator Colonel Gaddafi while serving as UK trade envoy. In email exchanges about Libya in 2010, Jeffrey Epstein, the former Prince Andrew, and his confidant David Stern seemed to refer to Colonel Gaddafi using two aliases.
Who didn't Jeffrey Epstein know exactly and or have some sort of relation with? Either tangentially or otherwise. Muammar Gaddafi? Who's next? Who's next? Elvis? Hitler? I mean, I'm just trying to think. Tupac? I mean, what? Oh my God. Everybody who we think is dead is living on Epstein Island right now, I swear to God. like Muammar Gaddafi and Michael Jackson are living on Epstein Island right now.
The father and the leader. At the time, Libya was opening its economy to international business to move away from a reliance on oil. On October 7, Epstein contacted David Stern, an associate of the former prince. I want to go to Tripoli, Epstein says. Let's organize with PA, abbreviating Prince Andrew. Spoke to PA. Tripoli can be organized, replied Stern. Referencing Gaddafi, Epstein follows up. People have asked me if I want to meet him, as he does not know where to put his money. I wondered if Prince Andrew should make the intro. In early November, Epstein messages again. Stern replies, Prince Andrew will meet the man who is linked to the father tonight or tomorrow. The next day, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor directly contacts Epstein. I will call you later this evening after a chat with my Libyan contact. Hours later, the former prince writes, Libya fixed, call me whenever, A. Correspondents suggest the meeting never happened, but does show a picture of Epstein's influence even here.
This shit is wild. It is freaking insane. Even though they didn't meet, the fact that there was this ongoing back channeling to maybe get Epstein and Muammar Gaddafi in the same fucking room to figure out what to do with his money is insane. It's fucking insane, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's in the files too. I just realized that. Oh my God, Chris Tucker is in the files. Ah, Chris, why?
Follow the rich wave, man.
God damn it, Chris. God damn it, Chris.
More embarrassing disclosures for the man formerly known as Prince Andrew. and they show that when he should have been advocating in the national interest, he was acting with the financial
Literally
interests of
everybody's
his
in the files. Everybody's in the files. It's infected the Galactic soundboard. It's all over. I'm shutting it down.
Immediately,
shutting
if not
it
sooner.
down.
wealthiest friends.
That's it.
So the question now is, does any of this constitute misconduct in a public office? Earlier this week, when it emerged that Andrew had shared confidential documents with Jeffrey Epstein, Buckingham Palace said the king was prepared to support a police investigation. So, with these latest finds, what happens next?
It's not part of the job of a trade envoy.
I bet Ice Cube is in there too. No, don't say it ain't so. I was gonna say the opposite of that. I was gonna say we need Ice Cube to solve the files. We can't. Who else? Who would be better than Ice Cube to help solve the files? Yeah, I've been thinking to myself, who do we need to help unpack these files? I mean, who better than, New York's finest Special Victims Unit, Ice Cube. I mean, really. My favorite Chris Tucker movie was that one he did with Charlie Sheen. Money Talks. I believe that's what you're referring to, sir.
An underage patient moving in with her shrink? That can't be right.
There's a danger of transference activating sexual fantasies, even in an office setting.
It's the middle of the day and they're both practically naked. She's banging him.
Well, that's a serious accusation. Unfortunately, Andrew's not the one making it.
Captain, he's a kid and she's kind of hot. Plus, she got him whacked out on drugs.
Keeping him disoriented so he's easy to manipulate.
It may sound nuts, but we heard a baby crying. Now I'm wondering who the baby's daddy is.
I'm just saying, we need Ice Cube. He'll help us with the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's
To
been
be
talked about
setting
for
up
years.
meetings for American financiers. And it's very clear when that role is taken up that it's covered by the Official Secrets Act, that these briefings are confidential, and they should not cross the boundary from someone's public role to their own private interests. What's happened here warrants investigation, and it's important that we get to the bottom of that.
The former Prince Andrew has long links to Libya. In 2009, Gaddafi even thanked Andrew for his hand in releasing the Lockerbie bomber, alongside the Queen and Gordon Brown. But the former Prime Minister is now part of the call for the police to investigate the former prince. Andrew has always denied the sexual allegations made by Virginia Giuffre, but it may be his conduct as trade envoy.
He has been doing a lot of denying.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
But the fallout is not just in the United Kingdom. No. We've been seeing fallout all over the place outside of the United States, including in Norway. As multiple individuals are facing scrutiny in this country, this icy cold wasteland. Just kidding, Norway. I love you.
Former Norwegian Prime Minister Torbjørn Jagland on the left here is among the latest batch of high-profile politicians and business executives to face scrutiny over their relationship with late U.S. sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Police searched Jagland's homes on Wednesday, and he was questioned on suspicion of aggravated corruption. Jagland.
Look, I'm tired. I'm tired right now, okay? Everybody coming at me over Ice Cube, iced tea right now. Look, I'm tired right now. I don't
said
need
he
this
was
from all
looking
of you.
forward to helping to clarify the situation. Norway's parliament has announced a rare external inquiry into the foreign ministry's link to Epstein, and the World Economic Forum has also started an independent investigation of its Norwegian CEO. All have denied any involvement with Epstein's crimes. Current Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre said on Friday it was crucial that the relationships between prominent Norwegians and Epstein be fully investigated.
It is a very serious suspicion, and the circumstances that have been uncovered must be taken very seriously. I am glad that I live in a constitutional state where the prosecuting authorities take their responsibility seriously, and I will be careful not to get involved because it is their responsibility.
In the U.S., Goldman Sachs accepted the resignation of its chief legal officer, Kathy Rumler. Recent documents released by the U.S. Justice Department showed she accepted gifts from Epstein and advised him on how to address media inquiries regarding his crimes. Rumler is the most high-profile banking executive to depart after the release of the latest Epstein files.
Yeesh, we're seeing more consequences for these files outside of the United States than we are in the United States. It's fascinating. All right, let's go from Norway down to Italy, where, of course, the Olympics are still ongoing. Wait, what happened to this video? Oh, right. This is in the wrong order. Why is this in this? Who did this? Who did this? Who is in charge of this?
I made a huge, tiny
This is
mistake.
ridiculous. Couldn't have been me. I'm not in charge. Wait, what? Says who? Well, that's just nonsense. Okay, alright, if you say so, let's go here. The Associated Press 4 days ago. If you missed the story, I feel like we need to do this again. Mostly just, once again, to just, as like a palate cleanser, if you will. Something slightly less terrible than the rest of it all. Honestly, it's not my fault, okay? I don't make the news, I just present the news in a particular fashion. You know, I've got a plan, I got a strategy. You go about it, you know, do some research. Curating this or that news story for you people. But I don't make the news, and it's been depressing, and I understand. And that's why I've been trying to pepper in a couple of less depressing stories in, randomly. Here's one. I mean, honestly, depressing for one person, at least. Hilarious for the rest of us. Let's go here. This fascinating story.
You talked in the mixed tone about meeting your love of your life and cheating on her, but how do you feel about it right now? Do you think it was the right choice or?
Yeah, really, I don't know if it's the right choice or not. But it was the choice I made. We make different choices during our life, and that's how you make life, basically. So today I made the choice to tell the world what I did.
Oh, this fucking idiot. There you go, Norwegian bronze medalist. What was this guy's name? Is Sturholm Lagrade. Confessed to cheating on his now ex-girlfriend. I don't know why he felt this was necessary. Like, it really does. I feel like this is the worst possible way to break up with somebody. Like, I can't conceive of a worse way to break. This is the way to break up with somebody when you want, like, everybody to know about it. And it's a weird choice.
How rude.
It's a weird choice. I don't understand it, but I'm not the one in making this decision. I would have gone with a text or a phone call or a letter. You know, maybe in-person thing. You know, buy her one last meal before you drop the Drop the bombshell. No, couldn't wait. Did it on TV for everybody. How thoughtful. Clem68W, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Live long and prosper. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. You live long and prosper over there. All right, now let's go to an American who had a real unfortunate situation of her own. Lindsey Vonn, who came out of retirement for one last Olympic appearance. Now it would seem almost definitely her last. Not trying to be funny, but she got into a real. We're not going to show the video. It was pretty horrifying. She got into quite a crash, utterly obliterating her leg. A leg which I think she'd already had surgery on before, which she broke, ending her Olympic debut, her Olympic showing, I guess you'd call it.
It's been quite a hard few days in the hospital here. I'm finally feeling more like myself, but have a long way to go. Tomorrow I'll have another surgery and hopefully that goes well, and then I can potentially leave and go back home, at which point I will need another surgery. Still don't know exactly what that entails yet until I get some better imaging, but
Jeez. Oh, there you go. Lindsey Vonn posting a message to the social media, letting everybody know that she's alive and okay, but awaiting further surgeries back in the United States after a preliminary surgery. I mean, she supposedly like shattered her tibia into like multiple pieces. I can't imagine. Sounds horrifying. All right, while we're talking about skiing, it's a horrible segue. Let's go here to Reuters. 23 hours ago. What makes a gold run in Olympic slopestyle? Yes, tell us.
A gold medal run in slopestyle is comprised of creativity, difficulty, amplitude, and style. Imagine a course that has 4 rails and 4 jumps, and you want to spin all 4 directions. So when you're going forward to the left and forward to the right, and then backwards left, backwards right, and do that on 4 rails and 4 jumps, so that you have, the most variety of directions of spinning. So that's what makes our sport so challenging. And then add in a creative line, so maybe you're hitting a different rail than somebody else, or crossing along the course and doing different axes. So cork is back, bio is forward, there's misties, which are even more forward, rodeos, which are kind of around the side.
Sweet, dude. Sweet. He doesn't seem like he has any brain damage at all. I'm not just going based upon the scar, the giant scar, the fresh giant scar on his forehead. Okay. Let's go here now. Talk about Olympic scandal, if you will. I guess you might call it that. Or rumor with a mini dono. Mini dono, because you had a tech gig tonight. Well, thank you. I appreciate the dono. Mini or not. They all count. They all count. They all add up. Every dollar counts. All right, to an Olympic scandal. Helmet-based catastrophe. The International Olympic Committee. Oh boy, they were very upset when one man wanted to wear a particular helmet. Venerating dead Ukrainian athletes. That's right. They banned this dude for wanting to wear a particular helmet.
This is why we have the rules that we do. This is why we have the guidelines that we have, is to ensure that those spaces are very clear, but that they also have spaces where they can freely express themselves and the messages that they want to share with the world. And I believe we've been able to do that. I think that he, in some ways, understood that, but was very...
This is one of the dumbest rules I think I could come up with. Especially considering everything. The Olympic Committee made a political decision to ban Russia. Russia, the very country that murdered these people that this guy is trying to celebrate. Right? These are Ukrainian Olympic athletes who probably would have competed if they weren't dead as a result of Russia. Russia, the country which the Olympic Committee banned. So I just don't understand what the disconnect is here, and it makes no fucking sense. It's the weirdest hypocrisy I think I've ever run into before. It just makes... They made the political statement, now they're upset that somebody else is making a political statement. By the way, Olympic Committee is also making a political statement by allowing a country committing genocide to compete in the fucking Olympics. So what's up with that? Like, these people are just mind-bogglingly stupid. Useless idiots. But even though this guy was banned from the Olympics, Volodymyr Zelensky met up with him and gave him the Ukrainian Medal of Freedom.
Наші люди особливі, насправді. 100% це ручна робота. It's huge, and I like to share it with these athletes, and I think they deserve it even more because of their sacrifice we are able to compete on Olympics, and our whole team able to compete on Olympics. And I truly believe that we are able to be at the Olympics these days and don't have a war in Europe, also because of their sacrifice. So it was purely discriminational decision by IOC, and I should be there. But at the same time, I understand that this scandal had united people around the world about our problem and about...
There you go. That's going to be it on the Olympics for tonight. I figure we do that story last as we transition to talking about world, more specifically, European security. As it is now time for us to get to the last topic, at least the last topic on our title, although we have a few other things to talk about tonight. It is in fact time for us to go to Munich. That's right, Munich Security Conference, Little Marco, and all the NATO leaders showing up to Germany. Talk about whether or not we're friends still. Here was the view outside of the conference as it was all getting started. very exciting. By exciting, I mean just wildly boring. Not a lot happening outside the building, of course. Just press, police, people like that. Looky-loos. But inside the building, the United States was signaling a shift on its NATO policy. Although there's some inconsistency in the messaging, which we will be getting to.
If you don't recognise him, it's understandable, because he's the third most senior Pentagon official. But what does that say about America's commitment to NATO? And where was the US War Secretary Pete Hegseth, or even his deputy?
Sadly for him, he is missing a good party, but I will not describe it as a bad signal.
NATO is very important, but there is also the Western Hemisphere, there's also the Indo-Pacific. I totally accept Pete Hegseth also having to take care of all these other responsibilities.
This time last year, the US War Secretary shocked Europeans.
You can't make an assumption that America's presence will last forever.
A year on, a different messenger, but the same message.
I think we have a really strong basis for working together in partnership, but putting NATO kind of a 3.0 NATO that's based a partnership rather than dependency, and really a return to what NATO was originally intended for.
NATO has just launched Arctic
What does that even mean?
To increase surveillance.
Is that NATO 3.0? It's a software update? What are you talking about, stupid?
It's because of what it calls growing Chinese interests and increased Russian military activity, but claiming it isn't exclusively focused on Greenland.
You've said the crisis over Greenland, but you feel it's over, or it feels like it's over, that the marriage is continuing. But are you worried?
The marriage is continuing.
Yeah, the marriage is continuing. But are you worried that there's no details yet on the framework that they were talking about?
This guy seems so forced in his response.
But I think that the main part...
Did anybody else pick that up? Like, I feel like this guy, like, he looked like so...
Marriage is continuing.
He like such a... You can tell, like, he hates that question. He hates it. He's like, yes, the marriage is continuing. Yes. You can tell he doesn't mean what he's saying at all. Like, yeah, it's great. Everything is great. America's great. Please stop asking this question now. But everything isn't great. It would seem that NATO is going to be more Europe-centric than ever before.
At the Munich Security Conference, it set the tone for a growing rift between the United States and Europe. Today, we may see how or if things have changed. The conference is beginning this Friday with a speech by German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. He's one of 15 heads of state or government from the European Union countries whom organizers expect to attend. Also in attendance will be a group of U.S. Democrats who have been urging European leaders to stand up to Trump. Joining me on the set is Rochelle Ferguson-Boyer from our international desk. Hello to you, Rochelle. What can we expect to be at the forefront of this year's Munich Security Conference?
Well, you touched on it there, the incredibly strained relationship between the United States.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab myself a drink. I'm thirsty.
To make that relationship flow better. The transatlantic partnership is going to be at the centre of what goes on in Munich. Divisions then that are clearly outlined in the Munich Security Report published just this week. It raises a number of questions about the United States and indeed the way in which they are conducting themselves currently. The report is entitled Under Destruction, which is pretty telling, you might say. It's critical of Donald Trump. It talks about Donald Trump axing existing rules and institutions, using bulldozer or wrecking ball politics, which it says ultimately isn't conducive to a prosperous democratic way forward. The report also, interestingly, talks about Donald Trump being a prominent representative of what it says is a broader phenomena of global contemporary politics. It cites Argentina's president, Javier Milei. You'll remember Millet kind of brandishing this chainsaw as part of his, campaign props. Elon Musk as well, and the kind of disruption that was sowed at the Department of Governmental Efficiency. So just, looking at the ways in which existing institutions are being, shaken up and, certain rules are being axed. The report says that, looking at the world as a transactional deal rather than one which is principled, which is, a deal of cooperation is problematic. So we're looking at private interests as opposed to public interests, and looking at regions as though regional hegemons should be, powering forward with them, rather than looking at the world as a place of universal norms. Just a final point on this, Will. This report, this Munich security report, which you might say provides the framework of what's going on in Munich today, urges Europe to stand up to the United States, to take on board some of the techniques of the Trump's administration and be more daring in the way in which that it communicates its decisions and the way it drives forward in the years to come.
Yeah.
Okay. I am back. Let's go here now to Reuters from yesterday, see what NATO chief Mark Rutte had to say about who's going to be leading NATO.
And we have all the plans in place, as you know, to make sure over the coming years, with the huge investments now taking place, as I said, the Germans doubling their defense spending, the new Dutch government committing to reach as fast as possible the 5%, including the 3.5% core defense spending. What is happening in Poland? Well, I could mention all the allies, Canada back.
Honestly, if this kind of stuff, like I kind of knew inherently that this would happen. But you had Donald Trump coming in and saying we're going to end all the wars. If anything, we're rushing towards more war faster than ever. Everybody's like increasing defense spending. It just feels like we're hurtling towards World War III at this point.
Really stepping up. So we'll, over the coming years, get more and more, we will more and more see a NATO more European-led, but at the same time, the US absolutely anchored in the organization.
A deadline.
There you go, Europe leading NATO now. But US supposedly still involved in one way or another. It's not clear, really. I think that's the big thing. The big takeaway. It is not clear what the US's involvement in NATO will be moving forward. That's the big takeaway, at least in my opinion, from all of this. Let's see what the new Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, had to say. So follow Vampire Hunter. Thank you for the follow on Twitch.
You've chosen a grim motto for this conference, under destruction. And it probably means that the international order based on rights and rules is currently being destroyed. But I'm afraid we have to put it in even harsher terms. This order, as flawed as it has been even in its heyday, no longer exists.
Joining us right now is Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen, who's in Munich as well. She's the top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Thanks for coming in.
I don't care, Kate. I couldn't care less what Jeanne Shaheen has to say. Go fuck yourself, Jeanne. Why don't you go vote for another Republican budget? How's that sound? How about you go give Donald Trump, the Trump regime, some more money to do whatever they're going to do? How's that sound? You go do that and leave us alone, you piece of shit.
Fucking bitch.
Screw you, Jeanne. Screw you. She was one of the senators who voted for the Trump budget. Remember when we had all the leverage and Democrats threw it away? She was one of them. One of those feckless idiots.
Report says that the world has entered an era of, quote, wrecking ball politics, and labels President Trump a demolition man of world order. Meanwhile, this morning, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said this.
Even the United States will not be powerful enough to go it alone. Dear friends, being a part of NATO is not only Europe's competitive advantage, it's also the United States' competitive advantage. So let's repair and revive transatlantic trust together.
With us now is CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger. He's a White House and national security correspondent for the New York Times. Good to see you, David. So you just heard the German
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Our correspondent Nick Holdsworth is covering the Munich Security Conference. He had more on what Rubio had to say.
There had been some anxieties here in Munich that Marco Rubio would come out with all guns firing and give the conference a shock like the speech by J.D. Vance, the vice president, last year. However, what happened was that Rubio appealed to the Europeans, saying that America wanted to continue working with the transatlantic treaty, appealed to the sense of common heritage and civilization, referenced Michelangelo, referenced the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, referenced the German contribution to improving the quality of American beer, though whether that is true, that's a moot question. But certainly the audience loved it. There may have been relief in that applause, but Rubio's insistence that the West should take control of its supply chains. He said America had lost control of its supply chains over the last decades. It all sounded like a repudiation of neoliberalism and the global world order that we've seen for the last 40 years. In fact, really what it was saying that globalization and world economic security should be more firmly under American control, and the Europeans can play their part in that. Nevertheless, this was a...
Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, I think sending Marco Rubio instead of Pete Hegseth says a very specific message. I think it's intentional. And we don't support you militarily anymore. We'll support you diplomatically. We'll send you little Marco, who's been out of the spotlight. even though he's the top diplomat of the United States, just shows up all of a sudden here at the Munich Security Conference. It's weird. It's a security conference. You would expect Pete Hegseth to be there. He wasn't.
Don't worry about it,
little Marco.
Gentlemen.
I think it's intended to send a message, essentially. The United States is changing its relationship with his NATO allies.
For the United States and Europe, we belong together. We made these mistakes together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild.
What you talking about?
Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish.
Hello and welcome to Tête à Tête, France 24's flagship interview show. Our guest today is the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte. Thank you very much for being here.
Mark, so nice to meet you.
Mr. Rutte, the Munich Security Conference where we are issued a report in which it describes the action of the Trump administration as a quote-unquote wrecking ball. Has Donald Trump been a wrecking ball for NATO?
No. To the contrary, last year, all European nations and Canada came to this famous 2% defense spending. Big economies like Spain, Italy, Belgium and Canada, not on 2%, reaching the 2%. And then we had the summit in The Hague mid last year, where we agreed on a new target of 5%. Which we will reach over the coming years with a credible path, including 3.5% core defense spending. I think President Trump was very important to reach this, not only because he was asking for it, but also because the French, the Germans, the Dutch and the others recognize the enormous threat Russia is posing.
Would you go as far as describe him as the savior of NATO?
I would say that we're all better off for having this American president really pushing for this, and at the same time Europeans having a unity of vision. I was yesterday really struck when we had a Minister of Defense meeting in Brussels, where basically not only we agreed on the defense spending and a credible path, but also this shift in mindset. What I saw yesterday is a Europe really taking more of the leadership role within NATO. What I saw yesterday is Europe taking more control of its own defense, together with the United States in NATO. The US will always be anchored in NATO, is very much anchored in NATO, even more so, I think, than a year ago. I think NATO is stronger than a year ago. And I would argue that because of that, we are stronger together. And
There we go. There's Mark Rutte. NATO's stronger than ever before, actually, says Mark. Now, I don't know how he's calculating that, but without the United States, NATO's got a lot less firepower. But maybe in spirit. Maybe he's talking about in spirit. Stronger in spirit than ever before, perhaps. Lord Rumor, thank you for using $2 whole US to tell me that I'm muted. Very thoughtful of you. All right. We're over 6 hours into the stream now, which means we gotta take another break. Still got a bunch of stuff left to talk about, including the bonus video at the end. Something which nobody knows about. However, I'll give you one hint now. First hint of the night on what the bonus video is. It is a Hassan-related video. But there's other people as well in there. Who, I don't know. Hard to say. Couldn't tell you. Certainly couldn't tell you until we get to that video, so you're going to have to stick around to find out. We still have to do the Middle East and Asia before we do anything like that. That's like our treat video. It's our very end. Is if we finish all of the other crappy content and complete the galactic content goal, which we've already done, then we get that. So we're close. Just the Middle East and Asia left. I mean, we're basically as close as we can be. Already gotten through the bulk of the stream. Really, it'll probably be one, perhaps slightly long half to go after this. I kinda want other music, but if I play, I don't know why, but I just want other music right now, other than normal music for the break. Just want to change it up. What can I say? Oh, you bastard. What do I play that doesn't get me here? That's a question. I guess we'll play this. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Throne. Right now, we need you to consider donating on places like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, as we are still trying to complete the galactic deficit. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is time. Time for the final half of the show. So, you better be in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to miss it. My software is doing some weird shit tonight. I have no idea what the hell's going on. I don't like it, though. I don't like it at all. It's very annoying. Okay, that's it on the Munich Security Conference tonight. Let's go on to some other security issues. Like, I don't know, the genocide in Gaza. Or the war in Iran. Which one to talk about? I guess we could talk about both. We could talk about how Israel is seeking to drive the United States into a war with Iran, so that they can keep doing whatever the hell that they want to.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House Wednesday for more than 2.5 hours. The meeting occurred days after U.S. and Iranian officials held talks in Oman over Iran's nuclear program. After meeting with Netanyahu, Trump wrote on social media, "There was nothing definitive reached other than I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated. If it can, I let the Prime Minister know that will be a preference," unquote. In recent weeks, Trump's repeatedly threatened to attack Iran after the Iranian government crushed a recent wave of anti-government protests. The U.S.-based human rights activist news agency says the death toll from the recent protests has risen to 7,000. On Wednesday, the Wall Street Journal reported the Pentagon's told a second aircraft carrier strike group to prepare to deploy to the Middle East. To talk about Iran, Israel, Gaza, and more, we're joined by Mouin Rabbani, Middle East analyst, non-resident fellow at the Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies in Doha, Qatar. Rabbani is a contributor to the book Deluge, Gaza and Israel, From Crisis to...
I almost missed that follow over on Twitch. Thank you, Daft Tracks. Welcome.
Cataclysm. Thanks so much for joining us again. Mouin Rabbani, respond to this meeting. Many were surprised that they didn't come out. Often they hold a news conference, Netanyahu and Trump at the White House. It's been, 6 times that he's been there since Trump retook office. Talk about the significance of this Iran meeting.
One guy, one time.
Well, it's significant for several reasons. First of all, Netanyahu was initially scheduled to visit Washington next week, but the beginning of a new round of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran set alarm bells ringing in Israel, and he came early. From Israel's perspective, it is not only against any deal with Iran, it is even against negotiations with Iran. And I think what Netanyahu is seeking to do with this visit is to inject poison pills into the negotiations in order to ensure that they fail and thereby set the stage for a new armed conflict with Iran. So far, at least, it doesn't appear to have worked. But having said that, of course, with this U.S. leader, it's really impossible to take any statement he says either seriously or literally, because his subsequent actions could either be a very accurate reflection of what he said or the precise opposite. We saw that already in June when in the midst of what both sides said were very constructive negotiations, a war was launched against Iran.
So what do you make of this launch, this second carrier group? You know, you can't help but think of Venezuela when the largest carrier group, the USS Gerald Ford, was sent around Venezuela. The U.S. attacked and then abducted the Venezuelan president. What does it mean that a second launch carrier, in addition to the first, the USS Abraham Lincoln, has been sent to the Middle East?
Again, it's impossible to say. You could interpret this as either preparing for military action or seeking to increase the pressure on Iran in negotiations, which the U.S. would like to result in an agreement. I mean, either scenario is equally plausible. The danger here, since you referred to Venezuela, is that Washington, encouraged by Israel, is looking at Iran as a substantially weakened power. It has taken note of the widespread unrest in Iran last month, and has coming straight off the successful abduction of the Venezuelan president, may believe that it's just going to be one and done, and that there can be a limited, clean conflict with Iran. But of course, Iran is a very different kettle of fish than Venezuela, and Iran has already indicated that should there be a new armed conflict, it will observe neither strategic patience nor restraint or proportionality as it has.
Yeah, Iran has been quite clear about how it would react to more U.S. aggression. Bad. That's what they've been saying. Let's go here. Now, the United States yesterday sent another aircraft carrier to the Middle East, a place that is already filled with U.S. warships, from the Red Sea to the Persian Gulf, America, all over the place.
The United States is sending a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East. This comes amid high tensions with Iran over its nuclear program. The USS Gerald R. Ford will be coming to the Middle East. Right now it's in the Caribbean, where it had taken part in military operations there that saw the Americans seize former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and bring him to the United States to face charges. Now, the Ford is the world's biggest aircraft carrier, and it will move alongside the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been in the region for some time now. Trump has threatened to use force against Iran should it not reach a deal with him over its nuclear program. He's also warned Iran that he's willing to use force if it kills peaceful protesters or conducts mass executions of those detained, since Iran heavily cracked down.
Yeah, honestly, it's not clear what it is the red line is for the United States. Donald Trump has said so many fucking different things now. It's not even clear what it is he wants. First, honestly, first it's the protesters, because we already struck their nuclear enrichment sites last year. So there's really nothing left to strike when it comes to the nuclear program in Iran. And so which one is it? Is it the nuclear program that you already did a strike on last year, or is it the protesters? And it's whatever. It's whatever justifies a war sooner, honestly. That's what it feels like to me. It's either or, whatever you do first. Now, Donald Trump had some things to say about Iran and a supposed deal outside the White House.
So, the second aircraft carrier that you decided to send, talk about why you made that choice.
Well, in case we don't make a deal, we'll need it. If we don't have a deal, we'll need it. If we have a deal, we could cut it short. It'll be leaving very soon. We have one out there that just arrived. If we need it, we have it ready. A big.
If we don't make a deal, we're going to need it. He's basically threatening Iran with war. He's like, no deal, war. No deal, then war.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, sorry, Vertical. Oh, you all missed that clip. Well, you heard it. You heard it. It was clear enough, I think. I have to switch between both. I have to manually switch both the vertical and the horizontal scenes. Sometimes I forget one or the other. It's a lot. It's a lot. Might not seem like it, but I'm doing a lot of work over here production-wise. Trying to keep this all going. Okay. Yeah, another Trump quote. Ah, yes, more great Trump quotes.
What can Iran do to avoid attack? They give us the deal that they should have given us the first time. If they give us the right deal, we won't do that. But, you know, historically, they haven't done that. I will say they want to talk, but so far they do a lot of talking and no action. When are those talks, Mr. President? They've already started. Do you want regime change in Iran? Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk, and legs blown off, arms blown off, faces blown off.
Death, 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 death. Faces, arms, legs, all blown off. This guy is unhinged. Regime change, probably the best. Really? He's just openly saying it now. Yeah, we would love a good regime change. That would be the best outcome. Okay. Okay. It's not crazy at all. All right, for the final clip on this discussion of Iran, let's go here to Channel 4 News from 11 hours ago. Trump prepares U.S. military for sustained operation in Iran.
This is ridiculous!
At an army base in North Carolina last night, Iran was on Donald Trump's mind.
You gotta be kidding
the president
me right
suggesting to his troops that fear of America would help persuade Iran to abandon its nuclear program.
Sometimes you have to have fear, because that's the only thing that really will get the situation taken care of.
And by sending a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East, he's hoping that fear will increase. The USS Gerald Ford, sailing from the Caribbean, fresh from helping in the capture of Venezuela's President Maduro. It could take weeks for this carrier to arrive. But Mr. Trump's officials say the US is preparing for a sustained military operation. And the president was asked if regime change is what he wants.
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk. Meantime, we have tremendous power has arrived, and additional power, as you know, another carrier.
We have a demented, unintelligent
shortly.
person
So we'll see
running
we can
the United
get it settled
States
for once
of
and for all. That'd
America.
be good.
Last June, US stealth bombers flew all the way from Missouri to attack Iranian nuclear sites. But the planning for another possible strike is said to be more complex, with a wider set of state and security targets. Last year, the Iranians responded by launching a limited ballistic missile attack on a US base in Qatar. The Americans are preparing for more retaliation this time around, but they still say they hope force won't be required. And Israel's Prime Minister told Mr. Trump this week that scrapping Iran's ballistic missiles must form part of any peace deal, along with its support for armed groups.
Why should Israel be able to dictate U.S. foreign fucking policy? Go fuck yourself, Benjamin. What? Oh, a deal must include fuck yourself. You must go back, dude. How about you just stop? Stop telling us what to do and go solve the shit going on in your country, you piece of shit. Tell us what to do with our foreign policy. You're a vassal, a puppet state, okay? Okay, Benjamin, you're a puppet. Israel would cease functioning if U.S. aid stopped flowing into Israel. So you shut your mouth. You stop telling people what to do. Okay. Now let's go to Asia, where an election has taken place finally, after it's been like a year of waiting. I'm, of course, referring to Bangladesh. Here's Channel 4 from 2 days ago.
Voting has closed in Bangladesh, the first free and fair election in more than a decade. After a day under strict supervision, the people are preparing for a new government after mass protests in 2024 brought to an end the 15-year rule of Sheikh Hasina, the country's increasingly autocratic ruler.
It's been so long since we've had the chance to vote. It feels festive, and I'm very happy to be part of it.
The nation's future appears to lie with the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, which currently leads in the polls. But there has been a resurgence of the Islamist party Jamaat-e-Islami. That group, which believes in the introduction...
And won't delay it any longer. We have the results. It's official. The Bangladeshi National Party, the BNP, has won I can't say words right now. Parliamentary election. Here is a clip from yesterday.
The Bangladesh Nationalist Party has scored a sweeping victory in the country's general election, setting the stage for a major political reset. Thursday's vote marked the country's first truly competitive election in many years and comes after 2024's Gen Z uprising toppled then Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. On Friday, local TV counts showed the BNP and its allies winning at least 212 of 299 seats, returning to power after 2 decades.
Wow.
By midday, the Election Commission put the BNP on 181 seats, the Islamist Jamaat-e-Islami at 61, and others at 7, with the full result expected within hours. But the Gazette notification is expected to take a few more days, which could delay the swearing-in of the new government. BNP leader Tariq Rahman, the 60-year-old son of a former president, is now poised to become Bangladesh's next leader. His party campaigned on financial aid for poor families, anti-corruption reforms, and a 10-year limit for future prime ministers.
There we go. Finally, after over a year of waiting, Bangladesh, without a real government for all of 2025, finally now here electing a new government. BNP taking the majority of seats in the parliament, as well as, of course, the prime ministership. What will this mean for Bangladesh? Well, it all depends on if they come through with their promises, but if they can do the things that they've so far claimed they're going to do, could be good. Certainly be an improvement over the previous regime in Bangladesh. The very regime that saw fit to murdering protesters blatantly. What's funny is now that I talk, like lately, ever since, you started murdering protesters in the United States recently, last couple months. Like, I think back to all the times we talked about other governments where protesters are getting murdered. It's just like back at home. Just like back at home in America where we're murdering protesters. They did a coup. Those students did a coup because they were so mad about it. Okay, what do we got left here? Very few things left on my list. We're like half a dozen clips. One very long, very long video at the end here.
China!
Let's go to China. Reuters from yesterday. Let's talk AI. OpenAI. Sam Altman's creepy company is accusing its Chinese rival DeepSeek of having distilled its models. Oh, that's very sad for Sam.
OpenAI has warned US lawmakers that Chinese AI startup DeepSeek is targeting the ChatGPT maker and the nation's leading AI companies.
Who cares?
To replicate models and use them for its own training. That's according to a memo seen by Reuters. Sam Altman-led OpenAI.
I think that's great. I'm glad China is utilizing this technology for themselves. Sam Altman can go fuck himself, okay? All these AI douchebags can go fuck themselves. And I don't know, what is the U.S. government supposed to do about that? I don't care. They should stay out of it. Honestly, they should shut down ChatGPT. You know, here's my solution to it. Shut it down. You don't want them to use it, then shut it down.
Immediately, if not sooner.
They keep asking for government help. All these, like, billionaires who don't want to pay any taxes are like, oh, please, government, come help me. I need help with my business. My business of trying to, take away all the power of labor. These guys are the worst. All right, let's go to... All right, we got a couple repeat stories in here from yesterday. South Korea. South Korea's top spy agency has a supposed revelation about the future of leadership in North Korea. Let's go here. The NIS assesses that Kim Jong-un has entered the stage of being... goddamn. All right, screw the subtitles. Here's the short and long of it. Kim Jong-un's daughter, she's like 15 or 16 or something like that. She's apparently being groomed for being the next supreme leader of South Korea. Be fascinating change of events. I don't know. I mean, who knows how long Kim Jong-un's going to be alive for? But apparently she'll be the next. She's the next one in line. Fascinating. A break in the patriarchal leadership. Suddenly a woman potentially could be leading South Korea. What that would mean for people there, I do not know. Honestly, I know almost nothing about her. Like, there's like, people know, like, I'm not the only one. Nobody knows anything about that girl. There's like 12 photos of her on the internet. Max. All right, now to Japan. to a woman who's very anti-North Korea. And the great success that her government has seen in the latest snap elections. Sanae Takaichi.
Supporters applauded Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi on Sunday after her coalition swept to a landslide election win. The victory paves the way for Takaichi's tax cuts that have spooked financial markets and military spending aimed at countering China. The 64-year-old called the rare midwinter snap election to capitalize on her high approval ratings after becoming Japan's first female prime minister late last year. Voters have been drawn to her straight-talking, hard-working image.
Takaichi had a slightly different vibe compared to what we have had so far in the political scene, so I'm feeling somewhat hopeful. That's why I voted.
But her nationalistic leanings and emphasis on security have strained ties with powerful neighbor China.
Yeah, not only is she a nationalist war hawk, even though she might be Japan's first woman prime minister, she is not woke. She's not even close to woke. She wants women to go back home. It was kind of hilarious. She is literally the prime minister, and she thinks all the other women should go back home and like get back to cooking in the kitchen, basically barefoot. I'm really not exaggerating. She has some very strange social like oh god. Meanwhile, the Nikkei has actually been doing fairly well. The benchmark jumping after this supermajority win.
Well, certainly today the reaction in the market was extremely positive, and the Nikkei 225 up around 5%, which was slightly more actually, only a little bit more than the futures had discounted on Friday night in Chicago. So the market was already expecting a very strong rally on the back of this. And I believe what it is, it's a real sense of a vote of, well, obviously clearly a vote of confidence for Sanae Takaichi.
Okay, big vote of confidence for Sanae Takaichi in the Japanese stock market, the Nikkei. All right, people, we've gotten through all of the regular stories for the night, 7 hours in. But now we got the mystery video I've been holding over your heads all night. Let's go to the Fear and podcast.
I think it's interesting that you thought it was okay to comment on a woman's appearance.
Really? Well, I'm a
I loved it. Interesting that you didn't think it was okay to comment on mine.
Oh,
well, he's got to avoid the anti-Semitic stuff.
Yeah.
You have to describe me without laughing.
I always comment on a woman's appearance.
Me too, but they don't like it.
Really?
Oh, I love it.
Well, he's gay.
No, I love
gay.
it.
Did you know I was gay?
Could I tell by looking at you?
Yeah.
Yes. But
really?
Yeah.
That's right, Fear and IHIP. The Fear and boys. Hassan, Austin. Getting Jennifer Welch from IHIP and Bruce Belden. Wait, no, what's his name? I can't remember his full... Belden something. I can't remember this fucking dude's name right now. It is Brace Belden. Brace, not Brace.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another fabulous episode of the Fear and Podcast, where we have two very, very special guests.
That's right. I'm going to do the first introduction for my good friend who is on, may or may not be on some terror watch list right now. Shouts out to the Turkish government. No?
No.
Not any longer.
No. I'm a man of peace.
Okay,
I've changed
never
my
mind.
game.
I take it back. You might know him as a man of many talents, a man of many names, piss big granddad, racial Jake, the gay pussy eater.
Oh my God.
Liberal Hitler as his new
They're calling
new name.
It's you can have it.
Okay. TrueAnon's very own, I like to call him TrueAnon's very own investigative journalist, which he absolutely despises that title more than anything else. A man who went on a journey throughout his entire life.
That's true.
A man who went on a massive journey to Rojava to go fight against ISIS, came back, salted his union in San Francisco, then the brewery is not doing too great.
Listen, we don't get it, but owned by a Kurd.
And neither is Rojava, as a matter of fact. It seems like there's been
everything I touches turns to shit.
but Brace Belden, ladies and gentlemen, very excited to have him here.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, listen.
to my left,
Better be better than Hassan's
one
intro.
of the most beautiful, gorgeous women on top.
Better be better than Hassan's intro. I love that from Jennifer. Oh my God. Austin, look, we got a lot of expectations here, pal. Better be better than Hassan.
Top of that, one of the most accomplished political commentators of our generation. She's the host of the I've Had It podcast. She also had a profession way before this. She left all that behind. She doesn't even need it anymore. She is now here doing politics. I've had it. She does it all. She's very famous in the gay community. A lot of people know her. Everybody knows her. She's famous with your mothers.
Yes.
Right? Right? She's raised a family.
I have.
You've raised a family, 2 beautiful children.
Thank you.
Beautiful children.
Thank you.
And you've
Only
done
two.
you've done a hell of a job.
Thank you.
You've
Thank
done a
you, Austin.
hell of a job.
Carpool
That's right.
lines.
In the state of Oklahoma, you live in a red state. But
Which is kind of like fighting ISIS.
Yeah, excuse me.
No, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome to the podcast Jennifer Welch.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So he gave you such a wonderful intro. I had
Thank
to
you.
try
That was really good.
I think it's interesting that you thought it was okay to comment on a woman's appearance.
Really? Well, I'm a gay.
I
Or
loved
it's
it.
interesting that you didn't think it was okay to comment on mine.
Oh.
He's got to avoid the anti-Semitic stuff.
Yeah,
It's difficult
yeah.
to describe me without laughing.
Yeah.
I always comment on a woman's appearance.
Me too, but they don't like it.
Really?
Oh, I love
Yeah,
it.
but he's gay.
No, I
I'm
love
gay.
it.
Did you know I was gay?
Could I tell by looking at you?
Yeah.
Yes. But
Really?
yeah.
That's new.
Is that wrong?
No.
Did you get a gaydar ping?
No, that's interesting.
It wasn't a ping. It was like.
I don't usually get that.
Yeah, he doesn't have gay face.
Was it maybe the outfit that I was wearing?
Yes, but that's also like.
It's the jacket.
But like he would set that motherfucker off most of the time. Although
You
right
really
now,
think so?
yeah. Well, right now he's kind of dressed like Latino, but it's
It's his Bad Bunny look.
yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
exactly.
You're
I had
giving
that-
Bad Bunny today.
Thank you very much for saying that. But I was looking at old Bad Bunny photos, actually. We were on the way over here. I don't know why, but
It's kind of gay.
no,
Yeah, that's actually that's crazy.
He started looking like me, okay? I know that that's a ridiculous thing to say because he's an infinitely more successful and way cooler person. But I've had this look for many years at this point. Bad Bunny's old look was disastrous. And then he grew his hair out. And then he started, people started saying, oh, you kind of look like Bad Bunny. I was like, oh, great. But I was there before him.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any evidence?
Let's see. Let's see. Does Bad Bunny look like Hassan? I mean, very vaguely. Maybe I feel like we got to give Bad Bunny glasses or lose the glasses on Hassan. Then they look a little bit more. But honestly, they got different head shapes. Hassan's head is kind of. Now that I'm looking at Hassan's head is actually big. Wait. This dude is looking at. Wait, is this Bad Bunny? Because that dude's looking a hell of a lot like Hassan too. I take it all back. I know everybody says that Hassan has a small head, but he's actually not small. He just has a big body. Let's be real. I don't know. I see what people are saying. I kind of see it.
At all. That Bad Bunny knows who you are.
No, I'm saying it's totally random that he like went in
It's
that
photoshopped?
direction.
Okay.
I wasn't saying I influenced him or anything. I'm just saying he has no idea who I am.
Okay.
No, of course not.
He knows who he is.
Are you going to watch the Bad Bunny or the Kid Rock Super Bowl?
Kid Rock.
I'll be honest, I am going to watch the Kid Rock one.
Wait, Kid Rock's doing his own Super Bowl?
Oh, Turning Point is having their own Super Bowl.
Another
Erica Kirk got another babysitter for it.
I cannot
The
wait.
morning continues.
Yeah.
My God.
The
Well,
lineup is incredible.
so Hassan, they really want him to be homosexual. Like people are desperately
The gays want him?
They want him to be gay, but he couldn't be farther from gay than
Why
I've
do you
ever
say
met.
that?
I think
every
it could
time?
be farther.
No, he's very, very, very straight.
He just says that
Very
because
straight.
he's worried that like if I
That's your lane.
encroached in his territory, he would not have a single twink look at him ever again.
That's not true.
It's not,
It's not
that's
true.
not true.
I'm very confident in myself, and this.
I think it's true. I think Hassan's right. I think Hassan's right. I think it would dry up for Austin very quickly if Hassan suddenly switched. If he suddenly switched teams, Austin, oh God, he would just be. Oh, poor
Not
Austin.
everybody
He would be
likes.
bad for him.
Not every gay man likes a man who's 6'4" with big muscles and beautiful facial structure.
Really?
Not many. Not
I
everybody
haven't
likes
met
it.
any that
Right.
don't like
That
that.
makes-
Well, you know what? They're out there.
That makes sense.
I'll
They're out
say
there.
this. Some of them also are willing to accept other things.
Exactly.
That's it.
You know
Very
what I mean?
well put.
It's, yeah.
Very
And
well put.
you know
Willing to accept.
Exactly.
So, I don't know if you guys know this, but Jen and Pumps are going to the GLAAD Awards.
We're nominated
You're
for a GLAAD
nominated.
Award.
Right, they're nominated
Yes.
for a GLAAD
Which
Award.
category?
Best podcast episode.
Yes.
And it's called, what's the name of that episode, Kylie? Gay Excellence.
You know, hold on. I'm gay and I'm not nominated for shit.
I'm a better ally than you. I'm a greater
There we
ally
go.
than he is homo.
True.
Clearly.
Thank
Because
you.
the gays have kind of, gay guys have kind of betrayed our cause.
Yes.
The ally cause.
Oh, wait. In what way?
Well, I mean, I feel like there's just been a lot of concessions made to like the right wing, and famously, a lot of guys in the administration are gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes I feel like
These are the demon queens.
Oh, these are,
yeah. Oh, interesting.
These are
That's
the
a-
demon queens. Like, I think you have, like, the gays
Yeah.
who do what they need to do.
This podcast is Photoshopped too. He paid to change head size. Wow. Even my chat is coming for Hassan's head. It's unfair. Look, Hassan's got a normal head. Okay? I don't know about everybody's got to come after him for his head size.
How rude.
It's very rude.
And you have the demon queens, like that old queen that runs the Kennedy Center and drove it into the ground.
Yeah.
And then you have the DL demon queens. That's the Lindsey Graham,
Lindsey
Marco
Graham's, yeah.
Rubio.
Yeah.
I
Fun party.
believe J.D. Vance. He thinks J.D. Vance is a prostitute, which I have to concede he totally is. But there's a DL demon queen, Josh Hawley.
You think I'm getting paid? You think Hassan's paying me the big bucks to shut down any sort of anti any small head discussions? Yeah, how much you figure? How much you figure Hassan's paying for that sort of? I mean, this is a lot of work. I'm interrupting the whole stream to do it. It's got to be worth something to him. My God.
He
Should
told
be
you
done.
that guy has gay face.
Yeah.
He has
For
gay
sure.
face.
For sure.
And he has gay pecs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little outside my general.
Josh Hawley has gay body.
Have you seen the pecs?
Have you seen the image of him trying to kiss his wife?
Yes, like a K drama.
Yeah.
And then have you further seen the engagement photo announcement of him standing in the end zone with Harrison Butker, the
Yes.
kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, the guy that said, women, you need to embrace your role as homemakers.
Yeah.
And there is this photograph of the two of them that looks like Austin in a twink in the end zone, dolled to the nines,
I've never
announcing your
seen
engagement.
something like that. Like the amount.
It's the gayest thing I've ever seen.
He is in love with Harrison Butt Kicker or Butt Kiss or whatever his fucking
Fuck
name
that
is.
guy. I hope he misses every fucking field goal.
Yeah, you
I
tell
agree.
him.
I will.
I
But
agree.
anyway, Hassan, I was on the red carpet at the Grammys. I got to interview Paris Hilton and Reba McEntire.
Little name dropping. I love
Yeah,
that.
you know, Reba McEntire, Gloria Estefan. You know, I've named a few.
Just those three? Michelle
Don
Obama.
Lemon. No, I'm not.
Don.
I
Michelle.
love Don.
Because he turned into
No, don't lie. You couldn't get
I
Don
couldn't
Lemon.
get Don, but I couldn't
You
get
saw
Don.
Don
walked
Lemon.
out.
Don was being cuffed.
Yeah, Will.i.am, who's really into AI, which made for a very awkward conversation.
That sounds fucking amazing.
That's
anyway,
really
during the Glad
weird.
Awards, they were like, you know, Hassan, is Hassan going to come to the Glad Awards? And I told them he's not allowed. I said no.
I would go to the Glad Awards.
Yeah, I told him, yeah, but he would steal my
This is
thunder.
insane, dude.
That's crazy that you literally cut me.
So selfishly, I had to cut him from the roster. I said, I'm sorry, you can't make it.
You blacklisted Hassan from the Glad Awards?
I told the guy from the Glad Awards, I said, Hassan's very busy that week.
And he says the word in private.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Well, that's I absolutely started saying. I said,
Do you see Hassan? Do you see Hassan's face right now? He's like genuinely upset. He doesn't know what to do. He's like, "Wait, are you for real right now, dude?" And I honestly can't tell if Austin's being real or not. I feel like he would do something that petty just to fuck with Hassan because he knows that it won't in any way affect Hassan's actual life. Like Hassan will be fine if he never goes to the Glad Awards. Nothing will change.
I don't think they would stop I don't think that would stop them from inviting me.
You don't think so? You think that would send?
They'd be like, he's done a lot.
I'd be like,
Okay, is it true, Hassan, that you big time Don Lemon, like he called you to have you on, and then you kind of big time Henry Mortis called /text? Yes or no?
Where is this coming from?
Oh, the great Hassan Piker, too good for Don Lemon. Oh, he did appear on his podcast.
How
last
do you
week,
know
though.
this?
Huh? I just heard about it.
That's crazy.
Did he call you from jail?
Listen, I
you
am
didn't tell
very
me this
good
at all.
friends
I'm
with
finding
Don
out.
Lemon.
I'm
Don
finding out
Lemon's
now for the
husband
first
is
time.
my realtor in New York. I know
Did he
things
tell you this?
straight from the fucking horse's
tell you?
mouth.
Don Lemon's husband is my realtor. Weird
Husband is my
association,
realtor
Jennifer.
in New York. I know
Did he
things
tell you this?
straight from the fucking horse's
tell you
mouth.
this?
Maybe.
What do you think the horse's mouth is?
Did you big time Don Lemon? Yes or no?
I did not big time him. We had a scheduling conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't work out, but this was long before he became the press hero,
Right.
But this
How
is
much
like,
do you regret that decision now?
No, I mean we're
Yeah,
still
now Don's
working
not answering
on,
your calls.
We're still working on making something happen.
Do you want me to help you?
Yeah, I'd love to have Don.
Is he still in the Who Scout?
In the what?
Let's be really, really real. You know, Don Lemon's doing good work over there. He's still small time compared to Hassan. Like, let's be really, really real right now. Hassan doesn't need help with anything. Hassan is, I mean, Don gets views, but Hassan gets views. You know, Jen's a rich lady. Yeah. Yeah, that much is clear. She's doing quite well for herself. The YouTube channel's going good too.
In the clink.
No,
Is he
No,
in
no,
jail?
he's out. He's out.
He should have done a couple weeks in there.
He's back in New York.
Yeah,
I think
he comes out like Lula.
That's what I'm saying.
jacked.
Get in there, like get jacked.
Yeah.
Did you see that all the memes though? They were so
I mean, that's kind of what, I mean, Jen, right? She's like a middle-class wine mom. You know, like that's her personality. I mean, if anything, this is just confirmation of what we already
great of Don
kind of
with his
knew.
husband Tim. I mean, fabulous memes. Have you seen it on your gay TikTok?
No, I
I feel
mostly
like we
see
have very
schizophrenic people on my Instagram.
His Instagram. His
I don't.
Instagram
We don't have to
Explorer
tell
page
about. We don't have to
and
tell
our
about that.
Instagram Explorer pages are well. Yours is worse than mine.
It's
but-
really not.
I got a
something-
Charlie Kirk
What is
song in
yours?
Spanish yesterday.
What is your
Oh,
For
I
You
sent
page?
him one.
I don't know.
Let's all do a reveal.
Is there a way to throw to
Okay,
the TV
God,
or
please.
something so we can look at it?
Let's see.
Because I want to send Austin this.
Mine's excellent. I've got tennis players. There's
I love,
Zoran, interior
honestly,
design, French.
I didn't watch this whole thing. I only watched part of it because I was like, you know what? This is just like a fun day, Sunday fun day thing. I figured since by now we would be almost definitely Sunday for almost everybody in the chat. I figured we would start Sunday fun day a little early. I hope
Aren't
you're
I a good
enjoying
guy?
it. You're welcome. But yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to do this, and it's fun. I love how they're just not talking politics. They're just dicking around. It's sort of nice. You know, we've been dealing with a lot lately.
Wow, that is actually that's a very dignified kind of Instagram.
Look at that. Look at how great that is.
Let's see mine.
Austin, remember the song I sent you?
Yes.
That's what that's my Explore page. I built it brick by brick, and it's all like
planes.
What's the deal with planes?
I'm a big plane guy.
Oh, you are.
I'm a big plane guy. I love planes.
What about pilots?
You know, I'm not really like a big. I'm more of a flight attendant guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really like flight attendants.
Pilots, there's a darkness.
I feel like I feel
Really?
like I want to be the pilot. You know, I want to be the captain. I've had a fantasy.
You're
of
a
like,
dom.
I would be the captain, and then I would be
Mile High Club it
I'd
with the
be
flight
hooking up with my
attendant.
flight attendant.
Okay, I'm skipping past the flight attendant, Doc. This is out of control. They're out of control over here, I swear to God. They're out of control with the goddamn flight attendants.
You're on a flight. They do the whole charade. The flight attendants come and act as a body shield in case somebody's going to rush the
They're
cockpit.
still talking flight attendants. God damn you.
It goes in.
God
one
damn you, Austin. God damn you. This is
the
all your
last
fault.
line of defense is the labor unions once again.
I will say that means I'm one step closer to my hero fantasy.
That's
of you taking over.
I will,
How
no, of
many,
me taking
how many
over.
flying hours do you have?
Well, technically 0.
Okay.
But
This is you said technically.
But FAA recognizes the hours that I flew in those flight simulators. So I've got probably about 15 hours on the 737-800 and about 15 to 20 hours on the A320. So I've got about and I'm about to put in 4 hours on the 747 this weekend. FAA certified full motion training simulators. They recognize those hours in those training simulators as real flight hours.
This is something you do like for joy.
Yes.
Yeah, he's super autistic about
Pretty
it.
butch.
Wow,
it is.
that's cool.
It's a really butch development in your character.
It is, yeah. And
Have you read these stats? They asked a group of heterosexual men,
Yeah.
do you think you could land a commercial
Oh, yeah.
airliner?
Yeah.
And it was so ridiculously high. It was.
Yes.
Have
But
you
let me
seen this?
These things pretty much land themselves.
It's true, but
You know.
I like to think that I could land a plane myself. I can land the spaceship just fine. Plane.
I don't think I could do it, but I think that I could. I mean, I'm not saying I couldn't do it.
You can give it a good go.
I want to
Give
say
it a try.
that I had gotten an argument with the chatter about this because they were telling me, Austin, I'm one of the
Shut up.
Well, I'm not a heterosexual. What the fuck? I'm so sorry.
You know, there were. I remember. Honestly, this is like old lore, but there was a time where people were suggesting that Austin was faking being gay because of there was like a bit of a scandal, I guess, at one point he was dealing with, and then he did. But I mean, it was just hilarious to hear him say as a heterosexual. I was like, wait, what, Austin? What are you saying over there? I'm not actually saying that he's fake gay. I'm just saying it was just funny to hear him say that when people were in fact accusing him of that at one point. Oh God,
That was such a mistake. I'm a homosexual, but I answered that in the poll. I said I can do it, and I even signed up. There was this video like they were testing people, and I wanted to like go in there and do it. Anyway, I'm one of the people that said yes. You're right. The planes are automated, but there's a lot of intervention that you need to. You would not be able to do it. Like even if it's automated, you wouldn't be able to do it because there's so many things and things you must. Of course,
First of all, anything's possible.
Absolutely,
anything is
In
possible
fact,
with God.
I am so confident. I am so confident that I could do it. His brother is a pilot for a Cessna.
My brother has his pilot's license.
He has his pilot's license. If we were in a situation where his brother and I, Murat, were on a plane together, and both pilots died at the same time for some reason.
Or Hassan was the terrorist.
Yeah, or something, which would
yeah.
make sense.
Yeah, which is on brand.
Or maybe let's be kind. Maybe they had diarrhea.
Right, something like dysentery.
Yeah. Dysentery.
Completely dehydrated, dizzy, can't see.
Down.
Yeah, they ate. Whatever. I believe that I am more qualified to fly that commercial jet than his brother because his brother has only been trained on those little GA planes, and he has no idea how to operate and has zero understanding of the systems of a 737.
Mark Wahlberg said if he were on the plane, he could have prevented 9/11. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. But he's also not a good guy. Let's not forget Mark Wahlberg and his brother did a bunch of hate crimes against Asian people when they were kids. Apparently, I think he did jail time for it. So he's not a good guy all around. What the fuck is happening here? Says Omega Star. We're all the way at the end of the show to the bonus video. Bonus round content. Watching the Fear and podcast. But that is not yet clear. Fear and with Braze Belden and Jennifer Welch. But it's not at, what's strange is it's not at the Fear and Studios. It's at the iHip Studios. So that's been throwing me off the whole time.
Whose wedding you didn't go to?
Yes.
Okay.
And also the brother who has built that plane that he's talking about.
We can't.
Oh, because he lived in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and he works for Boeing.
Yeah.
He literally
just because he built it doesn't mean he fucking knows how to fly it.
I guarantee. Think this is delusions of grandeur?
Yes.
Okay. No, you've been in the real flight simulator that you have.
Yes.
It's like the whole thing.
Yes, the whole thing.
Like
okay, who are you taking?
Every stage of flight.
I am straight up taking off.
Every stage of flight.
I'm not saying this for religious reasons that I'm not letting your brother land this plane. I'm not. I just want to be clear. I'm not saying it for religious reasons.
What was interesting
What I will say is that I am trusting.
He would also say homophobic things publicly until 2019. You know, I was unfamiliar with that. That is shocking. Mark Wahlberg. It is really shocking. But a Boston guy like Mark Wahlberg would be racist or homophobic. It's super weird. It is so weird that a Irish Catholic from Boston would be racist or homophobic. What? No. No. C'est impossible.
Somebody who has cared enough about the art of flying to move up to something bigger than a Cessna.
He builds the fucking planes.
I hate small planes.
It was interesting, Hassan.
No, he builds the big planes.
Well, they don't build them well.
Yeah, okay.
Famously.
Okay.
Boeing, yeah, they've had some problems.
That is counted against him.
I would argue that that was that whole case. I think Boeing's cleaned up their act. They're very safe planes.
Well, the problem with that is that they're
paid by
downsizing. That's why they're always like cutting corners, and that's precisely the reason why.
And you know what I've learned?
Take place in the production side.
So I you don't know much about me probably, but I'm a recovering liberal. I was really into
I'm just getting into it.
Yeah. Oh, you're just getting into liberalism.
Yeah. Okay. You get liberal Hitler.
It's really good. That shit is good. It's good.
You like to live out.
It's
yeah.
good. So, but what I've learned is that the only thing keeping you safe is like regulations. Like the only thing keeping you safe is regulations. Like corporations will do everything to maximize profit. So like that's the only thing. Like the only reason you're safe is because of regulations.
Which is why the Democrats should start calling them consumer protections.
Yes, because they
need to
there to
rebrand
protect
it.
the consumer.
They're really protections.
Yeah,
I've got a strategy for those of you out there. When you are trying to seek compensation from a company, you need to leverage the fear that they have of getting sued against them. Let me give you an example.
Okay, let's
say you have a rental car. Okay. You've rented a car from Hertz or something like that, right? And you're like, fuck, I want to return it to another location. Well, Hertz is going to charge you $300.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Right? They're going to charge you $300 because you want to return it to another location. Why don't you call up Hertz and say, you know what, Hertz? It just feels like I hear a weird sound or something in the car, and I don't feel safe driving this vehicle. I'd like to return it to the closest rental car station.
Immediately, if not sooner.
No.
Have you done this?
Yes, many times.
And it works?
Every time.
So
Every
This is diabolical. This is diabolical, and I love it. I love it. I mean, this is this is genius. Oh my God, Austin. Oh, this guy.
What?
Extrapolate this further, and any product that I use temporarily, I can just call whoever's doing it and be like, I don't know about this.
Rental cars, and the reason I feel completely shameless about this is rental car companies are some of the most predatory institutions on the planet.
I have a great title for your memoir.
What's that?
How to Land a Commercial Airplane and Skirt the System by Austin Cho.
That's it. I love that.
It's fantastic.
Are people going to drag me for?
I have another one.
Are people going to drag me for?
Another suggestion.
Okay.
Gay con man.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the one I.
I'm just saying, try it, folks. If you're like in a pinch and you're like, oh fuck, I booked a ticket out of Miami instead of Fort Lauderdale, and I don't want to drive all the way up there again. You know what I mean? Oh shit.
Or at the end of every month, just dispute every single credit card. That's what I've been doing for like 5 or 6 years. I didn't buy that. What are you crazy?
Okay, you're not supposed to do that one. You don't do that. Whatever Brace just said, don't do that. That one's not a great idea. I think at some point that becomes fraud. I don't know the law is super good, but I could have sworn that at some point, if you do that enough, your bank can accuse you of fraud. I could be wrong. I could be off on that one. But that one's going too far because it becomes a whole thing. Because they're like financially they're like, what's the word? They're obligated to restore funds, the FDIC, all this shit. A bunch of agencies get involved in these disputes, if I'm not mistaken. You're supposed to test, legally speaking. Hey, thank you for the follow, Lucy Hayes. Hazies, welcome. Hope the stream was good over there. We're just watching the Fearan podcast over here.
Wallet gets stolen often because I'm too trusting of a person.
Yeah.
So they're punishing me for being nice and leaving my wallet places.
Now, I want to be on record here and say that every time I've done this, I've been seriously concerned about my safety.
Of course.
Oh,
right?
okay.
I've been seriously concerned about my safety. And some of these rental cars, they're just not safe.
No.
And I felt very concerned, so I had to return it early, and I don't think I should be penalized for that.
And the reason it smells like cigarettes is because I was smoking, which is it's a way that I deal with anxiety, which is a mental illness. And it is illegal to prosecute me for doing that.
I fight for the consumer. Yeah. And I think as consumers, if we really he disagrees with me on this. I fight for the consumer.
I don't disagree with you on this. I just think that you make it seem like you're a civil rights advocate. And I'm
going to be honest. I feel like if you were going to make it as a civil rights advocate in 2026, being like nickel and diming your way out of charges from like Hertz Rent-A-Car is probably the way to go.
That's where
I'm telling you, if you took this far, like a little bit further, you probably could be the most famous man in America.
He brought up the CIA's or the OSS's sabotage manuals, right? To be like, see, this is how they were combating fascism initially in Europe.
Oh, you might be want to burn this
motherfucker
down. That's crazy.
I'm telling you, no, the OSS.
Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down. And it was about like lighting office buildings on fire.
I'll be honest. Have you heard of this manual?
No.
So, like in Nazi-controlled France, I believe the OSS manual was written as like a guideline for people to sort of disrupt the mechanisms of fascism.
It's basically pranks.
Right.
Yeah.
Little things, like subtle things.
Yeah,
like,
they were dumping sugar into the cement
Yeah,
to
but-
make sure that the building couldn't
Right.
have a foundation. Not like offering petty grievances to big businesses.
Yeah, but that was in the 40s. We've sort of modernized the manual, right?
Yeah.
And now it manifests in, hey.
It's an
I
evolution,
hear a
don't you
clunking
see,
sound in my
Hassan?
It's manifested into Karenism.
Yes, it's
Hassan's not on board with this. I don't know why Hassan's being such a downer. Why he refuses to get on board with this clearly brilliant idea. Why he can't accept evolution here, progress, okay, change.
It's
We're
white
innovating.
hat Karenism. White hat Karenism. Resort
we
fee.
call it.
Like, what the fuck?
What
you
the
show up
fuck
at the
is a
hotel,
resort fee?
The fuck, $35 a day?
I thought that was the charge for the resort.
And Mondami is taking a play out of my fucking playbook.
Zohran
He is
Mamdani.
banning surprise fees for hotels and stuff. You should, when you go to a hotel, you are a family that worked your ass off to come to New York City on vacation.
I'm trying to visit my daughter's polycule.
Exactly.
Or a skilled pilot gay man. Entertaining his tween.
It's right.
Either way.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I budgeted for this vacation in New York, and all of a sudden there's a surprise fee. All of a sudden I can't afford to eat.
And you can't afford the tween.
$36 per night?
Yes.
Okay, no Bubba Gumps Times Square.
Yeah, exactly.
No. How about we get a can
It's
of
true.
Pringles? We all have one.
It's true.
We use the thing as a cup.
If you are a business, or you should not be, part of your business model should not be conning consumers out of extra fees.
I mean, that is literally what
That's pretty much
is.
like
That's all businesses.
No, not all of them. I
think
think
about how
there's
they
some
make
great
money in the
businesses.
first place. I mean, they just
Basically
you work all that. Yeah,
capitalism
you work all that for them, and they only pay you.
But
a
I
little
believe
bit.
that.
Yeah, Austin basically just described capitalism in 2026. I love that.
Be very
I love that
successful.
for
There's
him.
been a recently he was asked by you were talking with somebody in Qatar that to ask you why he doesn't run for office or something like this.
Oh,
yeah,
Giannis
Giannis
Varoufakis. Like, he had a good time doing it.
Yeah.
No, he literally did say that.
Yeah.
He was like, I did it, and it was not good.
Yeah. So I've actually
He's so handsome.
in the comment section, top comment, somebody said, I would. Be
Oh,
the
you're in
best
my
candidate."
replies.
I was
looking for
I was
affirmation.
suggested by his community to be the one that would run for office.
Will you?
You know, at this moment in time, I cannot confirm
Nor deny.
my plans to run for office.
For 28.
Right, 28.
Okay.
I'm not old enough in 28, but 32, I'll be old enough to run for office.
That was the meanest fucking thing you've said.
What?
The whole podcast.
You're
That you're not old
14?
enough to run for president.
Well, not-
How do you think that makes Hassan feel?
No. That's
I'm younger than him.
You are?
no, he's not. No,
No.
I know. Look
How
how
old-
shocked she look.
She was not. She was not.
He's 37 today.
Okay.
What? No,
Happy
I'm not.
birthday.
I'm not 37.
What's wrong with being 30?
I'm 34.
Oh, I'm 36.
Nothing.
Yeah, you're 36. You keep
No, you
forgetting.
look great. You see, I thought you were younger than he was.
I've been doing a lot of experimental peptides.
Really?
Okay, were you going to show us,
Curricular.
Hassan, were you going to show us your For You page?
We can watch this. I mean, the time has passed, but my Explore page I built brick by
Thank you for
brick.
keeping us on track.
And one of the things that I love personally is Christian musicians.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's my worst nightmare.
Oh, I love it.
I love it. I love the mentality behind it. I love the work that goes into it. I love the art, honestly. I'm a big fan. So let's hear. This is the one I sent to Austin. I was like, look at this shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? You know what?
Okay, we can pause it.
Can
We
I
don't
be-
need-
yeah.
We don't need to hear that.
Can I
over
be
and over.
honest? I think we need to start calling people like that.
I'm going to be honest. Actually, I'll think my next thought. I'll think my next thought. But I'm not exactly. I'm getting a little bit of gender confusion by the hair.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put it like that.
It's just
So
like
does he have a gun in his hands?
yeah, he does.
Because, like, you know, I think there's
But he's not for real. I mean, clearly this is.
no. It's
There's
it's
things
serious.
happening. I listen. I also watch a lot of homophobic Christian rap
Yes.
by young white men.
There's a huge.
There is a
market
huge. I
for
believe
it.
one of the guys I
What?
follow did have his child taken away from him because he also had his child rap about things of this nature.
Oh yeah.
Wait, is it the 13-year-old? No.
Yeah, the 13-year-old was taken from his father.
No fucking way.
But that just proves how dedicated he is to homophobia.
Yeah, and
which
also-
it's no matter how you follow the topic, we do like to see somebody be passionate.
Okay. You know who? Okay, new conspiracy. I know who took it. It was Rock Nation.
It was
'Cause
Rock
they were
Nation.
like,
Yeah.
This kid is
Yes.
good.
Yes.
This kid-
That is a disgusting amount of dedication to your disturbing ideology. That you to your own child. Sick people. Really sick.
That is some really sick stuff.
This kid is good because that one I saw, and he's like, oh, I'm 13 and I hate the gays. Like
he rhymed very well.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it was fire. It was going viral on Twitter.
And his dad. So I are you familiar with like kind of MAGA rap world at all?
No.
So
Forgiato blow.
Forgiato blow. So you know how Trump just likes show tunes and classical
No
music
idea.
and stuff like that, like Mariah Carey, or not Mariah Carey, but like he likes sort of.
He likes
music.
Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Yes, he loves Andrew Lloyd Webber
Because he's an old queen.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
but
wanted to be a Broadway
the sort
producer.
of because of his move to Florida, there has been sort of a Floridian turn to the Trump world, and Tom McDonald I think is a great example of this.
His biggest L is that he's Canadian, so he's not
a
like
lot of these gentlemen are indeed Canadian.
Yeah. Forgiato blow is spiritually Canadian, even though he is from Florida.
He is very much from Florida. But
Yeah.
Forgiato Blow also told someone I know that he's like, I don't care about Trump at all. It's just all these kind of older white people started giving me money once I started rapping about how cool he is. But like Tom McDonald, for example, is incredible. Yeah, he's a really good Charlie Kirk song.
Wait, let's give it a listen. Let's give it a listen.
And, yeah, I think it's time.
I think we should.
I can't believe he's not at halftime.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, they didn't. Wait. They
It's a commercial.
snubbed him?
They snubbed him.
They snubbed
I
him?
love
They
how they're
got
putting
Kid Rock, but not
a
Tom?
gay man in the commercial before the video. It's hot.
Regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yeah.
The text messages that the FBI produced where it's like, my love, da-da-da.
Yes.
Manufactured or real?
I think they're so stupid that I'm like, they're so
tactical.
Yeah, they are very
I think that
tactical.
they totally cooked them.
I think that they're real.
No, I think they're the real.
But I
You do?
don't like.
You think they're the real text
Because
messages?
when I first saw it, and he was like referring to like officer squad cars or something.
Yeah,
like, referring
yeah.
to cop cars as like officer bound vehicles or whatever. Like he was doing tactical cop speak. I was like, oh, this is like a 45-year-old FBI agent wrote this, right? But then there was a video that came out of him getting into like an altercation and talking to a cop. Where I think he was like a witness to a car crash or something.
Oh, yeah, I've seen
And he
that.
was talking to a cop, and I was like, oh, he's just Mormon.
Yeah.
He just talks like that. No, he literally was talking to the cop like years prior to this incident. He was talking to a cop, and he was using similar language.
I will say that so today there was unfortunately another defection of a minor TPUSA personality from TPUSA over to the Candace Owens camp.
Oh.
And I have. Listen,
Another clandestine operator.
I don't like to talk about women like this, especially two women.
Okay.
But I would.
Where my unstable
commit
girlies at?
Minor acts of genocide for 10 minutes with Candace Owens.
Really?
Oh, major. I mean, I would for a mutual massage
Bro,
clothes
you
on.
folded under zero pressure. You went from minor to major.
I mean, I just want to be honest here.
Oh my God, dude.
Beautiful.
Oh my
Scrumptious.
God.
Right.
Yeah.
And
is she
I
like
need help.
number
Praise needs help over here, dude. He's saying unhinged shit right now. My God needs help. Oh God! What did you just say
spank
to
bank
me?
for you?
Oh, there is no spank bang. I don't do that to get my cheat. It's like a cheat thing, but I do.
That is such a
It's a cheat
I
thing. He says,
think
"What the
about her
fuck is wrong
fondly
with you?"
often,
Yeah.
and I watch her as often as I can.
do you?
Yeah, because she's the most famous crazy person.
Yeah.
I think, or like
What?
I've got one thing to say to Brett.
You have a mental health problem.
You, sir, have a mental health problem. Seek therapy
Immediately, if not sooner.
Has she yet linked Bridget Bardot
Yes.
to the? She's linked it.
within days she linked it because her original thing was okay. Charlie was killed.
By Israel.
By Israel, by like the Jews. But then, and it was Israel, and then it was also like maybe just Jews within TPSA, especially crypto Jews who were pretending to be Protestants.
That's a big
They
thing.
really, yeah.
In the neo-Nazi circles, is suspected Jews.
Suspected Jews.
And sometimes they'll be like, oh, because this Christian married a Jewish woman, so therefore they're basically Jewish now because their children are Jewish. But sometimes there's no connection whatsoever, and they'll just be like, no, that person is actually secretly Jewish.
Sometimes even if someone has a German last name,
a
they'll be
Jewish
like
tekiah, if you will.
a Jewish tekiah.
Yes.
So she was like, okay, it was Israel that did it. But then she was looking at the footage more. I love when she looks at footage. 'Cause I love when she's interested in something. She looks at the footage more, and she notices that several members of what turned out to be, I believe, the rugby team of the school were wearing maroon shirts. And she was like, actually, these are members of the French Foreign Legion.
Yes.
Deployed by Emmanuel Macron. And, of course, his, gender non-conforming wife, let's say, Brigitte. In order, I don't know why they would kill Charlie instead of Candace, but she also says that she was warned. She kind of dropped this, but she was also like, I was warned cryptically by a TPUSA higher up that I was going to be assassinated. And then Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
What about the most recent one about that Charlie's a time traveler?
Well, okay.
What's going on there?
So she has trouble. So Candace first came to prominence because she made a doxing website, but she didn't know what the word doxing meant. And this was during a incident that I'm sure both of these gentlemen were involved with, possibly on opposite sides, called Gamergate, where gamers went crazy. I don't know how to explain it more than that, but gamers went crazy.
Yeah, they just got really invested in like an Armenian woman by the name of Anita Sarkeesian, who they thought was destroying gaming by making it more women friendly.
I mean, she was. She's Armenian.
She was.
But
what was this called? I'm going to text my son.
Ask your son which side he was on.
What side?
I don't even know.
I'm kidding. She wasn't destroying gaming.
I think most people don't know, but it was really big for crazy people on the internet.
He might know because he's very into gaming. What side were you on during Gamergate?
During Gamergate. Ask your son that.
The one that's a fan of mine might know. But even
it's
then,
the one that's a fan of yours.
If he says he's on the side of the gamers, you got to have a talk with him.
I'll tell you this.
He's good now.
When this was actually occurring, when did this happen?
Like 2014 onward until like 2020.
I believe because I remember I'd been on heroin for a number of years and I'd stopped being.
You did heroin?
It's
illegal.
It's
he
really
did
bad.
He did everything.
I can't imagine that heroin is like people do it because it doesn't feel good.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. But
there's got to be something.
How did you get off of it? Did you take what's it called?
Suboxone.
Suboxone. Yeah.
I have taken Suboxone to lesser and greater effect.
Are you on it now? Suboxone
No. This is many years
Are you
ago.
abstinence completely
for over a decade?
Did you quit cold turkey?
No alcohol, nothing.
No. Hassan tries to get me to drink a lot, but
I do.
And he sends me sometimes like he'll send
Do you relapse for him?
Hell no, never.
No.
Even
so
if he
in
But
the
for
program
Candace,
they
he
would
would.
probably say people, places, and things that would cause you to relapse. So Hassan would be a trigger for you.
If you hang out in a bar long enough, you're going to take a drink.
That's
what
right.
they say.
If you hang out with Hassan long enough,
yeah, you might kill.
He's going to inject you with heroin.
I did forget. I did forget one time, and I
gotta be real about this whole Candace thing. I mean, Braze, he's got. I know he's made some bad life choices, right? He did heroin for quite a while, but buddy, it's a terrible plan. Don't get me wrong. She's a physically attractive woman, but there's no way you could ever put up with. I mean, I can't imagine how you could ever put up with Candace, like in any sort of serious situation. Like maybe that's just me. I'd prefer to, engage physically with a woman that I could actually tolerate for like more than like 30 minutes. But like, I just don't see how you could actually like spend time with Candace.
offer him an alcoholic beverage.
But I don't care
camera.
about. I actually just like heroin. So it's like if someone offers me a beer, I'm like,
where my unstable girlies at?
But there's not many people just hanging around with heroin, are there?
Okay, the time traveler.
It's rare
thing.
now. It's
Okay,
because
it's
it's from
good.
the earth. It's
Okay,
natural.
it's good.
But all right. But I came out of that, and I'd sort of been in a fugue state for a number of years, and I'd missed a lot of events. Like when Occupy Wall Street happened, I was like, I don't know what's going on.
Higher than
Well, I'm like, where is
Right,
that?
okay.
Yeah, I missed it completely. But when I came out, it was right when Gamergate was happening. And I started trying to pay attention to it, but I'd missed so many things in the past like 4 or 5 years that had happened to make people go crazy that I could not make head nor tails of it. But it did have, and since then I've learned about it, but it had, I would say, long-lasting insane effects upon large groups of mostly online, but still somewhat influential people, especially on the right.
Yeah.
So like a lot of the people kind of in the Elon Musk sphere who like Elon Musk like gets his kind of like right-wing ideas from came from this gamer civil war.
David DePipe was a Gamergate.
Who the fuck is David DePipe?
The gay lover of Paul Pelosi. Who tried to do facial reconstruction.
Of course. How did you not know this? Sometimes attractive isn't worth it. Exactly. No, we really shouldn't be determining who we, are with romantically based upon their attractiveness, At least not entirely. Okay, I can understand being a little bit shallow. But you should have some things in common. You should enjoy that person's company for extended periods of time. And you should be able to, imagine yourself that person, even if they, were to lose some of that beauty. Because that happens, as it turns out, when you get older, and suddenly you're not as hot anymore.
Pelosi,
who, by the way, has been pictured walking around normal.
What, Paul Pelosi has
Yeah.
been?
So I was under the impression that
up to date.
it had hurt him a lot, but I think he's doing better now.
Okay.
But he's also somebody who 12 steps would help. But and if you're watching, Paul, we are going to, we can go.
Yeah.
But
he's a big advocate for drunk driving.
Yes.
He loves drunk driving.
But,
at the age of 94.
Well, at that point, it's, it could just be natural. It's, are you just driving,
Yeah, right.
But.
Yes, Homer Crow. Yes, Homer Co. Doing heroin is a terrible plan. That's correct. Write that down for later, in case it comes up. Just remember, StreamLord told you it's a bad plan. Thoughtless Anger, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated.
Gamergate really drove a lot of people. I don't know, why were we talking about Gamergate in the first place?
The time traveler of Charlie Kirk.
Yes, and so Candace Owens, when she kind of makes her splash in the political world, she had created a website that just was to fight online harassment, but it was just a doxing website.
Okay. Yeah.
And everyone got mad at her. So both sides of Gamergate got mad at her, and they both kept using the word doxing. But she had never heard that word before. And so she assumed that both sides of this online conflict were actually faking having a conflict and were actually united secretly in attacking Candace Owens, if that makes sense. And so that you can kind of almost extrapolate every view she has on events since then about that. She'll misunderstand something very basic or like do zero investigative work and instead create a Baroque conspiracy that she is somehow at the center of.
Yeah. I will say,
I mean, Candace-based conspiracies are pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. She comes up with all of them. She's got a lot of random theories on stuff. I mean, my God, I'm the one wearing a tinfoil hat, but she's got some crazy ass theories. Not gonna lie. Not
gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not got that.
Like not as like Nick Fuentes-y, but she is actually more I would say refined in her anti-Semitism than Nick Fuentes. Like her theories on Jews, I'm familiar with them because I know a lot about, I guess, like 19th century Central European anti-Semitism, and I'm like, she is familiar with this as well. And so she has all of these. I mean, it's really. But I tell you, I've said this. 5 minutes alone in a room with her. She's walking out with payas. She's walking out with payas. She's wearing the yarmulke. She's
rapping the
I'm
tefillin.
rapping her after that. And we're doing a little bit of ketamine, but we're rapping.
Of the percentage of people that watch her, how many do you think just watch it like you all do for entertainment? And
I am not gonna lie. I think there's a lot of people watching it for entertainment, but I do think that there's a good chunk of like liberals who watch her as well and think she's awesome.
Yeah, I think like
I've met
lot
a
of people.
lot of.
Yeah.
I met a gay black man who is a
Respect.
diehard. Yeah, just once, just one time.
One time.
And he was like a diehard Democrat, diehard liberal, straight
One
ticket
guy,
blue
one time.
voter, loves Candace Owens, and knows Candace Owens' like background with the George Floyd investigation that she conducted. Yeah, because that was like a big thing. Like she was like George Floyd was a fentanyl addict, and that's why he died, and it wasn't Derek Chauvin.
Not
Derek
how
Chauvin's
overdoses
innocent.
work. I've overdosed.
Yeah.
It's not. You don't. It's.
In any case,
He has a tolerance. That's what.
they know all of that stuff, and they still find her so compelling.
Yeah.
and follow along because like she's been able to corner this market of gossip and true crime and crazy conspiracies, QAnon style conspiracies that somehow all center around her being the victim of these international forces. And that's why she pivoted to France very quickly, where she was saying, first she was saying, Jews occupy the American government, Zog, Zionist occupy government. And then she pivoted to, actually, the real Jews are French.
That's fact.
Which was awesome.
Yeah.
I thought that was...
Honestly, though, this is not far off from the actual truth. Like, he's embellishing a little bit, but I mean, this is basically just standard Candace lore. That's what Hassan's telling us right now. And honestly, I mean, I've admitted it in the past. Candace is, in fact, entertaining. Like, if you had to rank right-wing online, like, content creators in terms of entertainment, value-wise, honestly, like, she is just hands down an entertaining person. I think she's a despicable human being with some terrible views about so many things. Like, she's just backwards. She's just wrong. She's just wrong about just so much. But, like, she knows how to, like, command an audience. Like, she knows how to craft a narrative and keep it interesting the whole goddamn time. Even if what she's saying is complete nonsense. It's like when you watch a fictional TV show, right? Like, you suspend your disbelief for entertainment purposes, and that's basically what she is. The problem is that some people take her seriously, and that's the danger in Candace, is that there's some portion of her audience, in fact, I'm fairly certain of quite a large portion of her audience, who actually just believe this shit. Like, they're just in a permanent state of suspended disbelief, and they just believe anything Candace says.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Fantastic, because she like somehow found a way to tie that back to her like ongoing defamation lawsuit with, as you said, gender fluid Brigitte Macron.
I ask you this: who do you think your counterpart in the right-wing media is?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's a good question. Definitely not Candace Owens. She's a lot bigger.
I mean, well, she's just also, she breaks boundaries.
In the right
I don't know if you have like a direct like version of yourself on the right.
Because no one is like railing
because
against
I think
the establishment Republicans in the right-wing media in the way that you do against establishment
I
Democrats.
also think that think that part of your appeal, I mean, not all of it, respectfully, it like the fact that like you look like you would
kind
be
of MAGA coded.
You would
yeah.
be MAGA coded.
Yeah.
Like you look MAGA, but
Yeah.
you're not.
Right.
And you're such a breath of fresh air because like somebody that looks like you could have very easily. You're from Oklahoma.
Right.
You grew up in the Bible Belt. You could have very easily been one of those MAGA
I could have
freaks.
been MAGA.
Yeah,
So you don't
good
even
legacy
have
American stock.
Yeah, you don't have like that. You don't have like that counterpart because your counterparts are in church on Sundays. They don't have a microphone because they're all. We've seen a lot of them.
Yeah.
You
So
know
I'm
what I mean?
featured on the Fox 5 a lot.
I
Greg
love that.
Gutfeld.
Love
They
it.
have you
Jesse-
on?
Have
Or
they,
No.
have they invited you?
No.
No,
They
they
just
would
cover
never.
me.
Would you go?
Fuck yes, I would.
Does my queen Jessica Tarkov defend you?
I haven't
She is
seen, I just see
fearless. That's one thing I gotta give Jennifer. You know, like she is fearless, and I think that's why she's been so successful. Like, would you like immediately? She's like, "Hell yeah, I'd go on Fox News." I feel like a lot of people would have to think about that one for a second. Like, would I go on which show?
But she's been on our podcast and we've been on hers, and she probably would.
Yeah. You should ask.
No,
them
if
to
they
go
invite me, I would 100% go.
I'm sorry, is Greg Gutfeld is rude about you on TV?
Yes.
That's not surprising. She's a woman.
That is
what the fuck?
Yes.
Shocking.
He is very
What does it
rude
say?
about my parents.
About your
They call
appearance?
me trans.
so
They say
that's crazy.
Yeah, they call.
It is so unlike Greg to be rude about somebody on TV, on national TV. He does not do that very often. Oh, wait. Sorry, Greg Gutfeld. No, that's his whole thing, actually.
That's crazy.
They call me trans. And I just want, for the record, I want to inject.
What a compliment.
I want to inject a photograph here for the permanent record, March, if you'll put this on, of Greg Gutfeld in a swimsuit.
Oh,
Can you
let's
put
see
that
that.
up?
Let's see. Yeah,
Greg
let's see.
Gutfeld swimsuit.
All right, I gotta make my Meta Ray-Bans do my bulge.
Sex appeal is going to be off the charts.
So here's Greg Gutfeld, who that's all they have, though.
That's Tom.
But that's all they
goat.
have, though, is to comment, ad hominem attacks. It's always something like.
It's always and what kills me about these
Ooh, this is rough. Yeah, it is very Elon Musk-esque. Look at this. Look at this bod. Ugh. Ugh, very Elon Musk-esque. Sort of a clumpy mass. Although I will say he has slightly more tone than Elon, but for a millionaire with nothing better to do, how is he not in better shape? This is ridiculous.
sort of men that insult women is you all look like fucking shit. Look at them. Look at them.
There we go.
Oh my God.
Get that. Get that one. Here we go.
Humming.
No, go over one with him in the water.
Yeah, there we go.
That's him.
There we go.
Oh, he's got a touch of the Musk body to him.
Let me tell you what.
Yeah. He's sexy.
Yeah, this is what I call a pink arm.
I need
a
eye
white
bleach.
man that kind of has pink arms.
I'm sorry, Omega. I can't help you. I don't think it's recommended to put bleach in
This
your
is what
eyes.
the ICE agents are. See that pink arm? There's no tone, and it's just a pink.
Look at that.
He's a pink arm. This is a pink
look
arm
at
male.
the title here. Paunchy Fox News star shows his softer side. That's a double entendre there.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Paunchy.
That's not a good.
I'll tell you what.
You don't want to be.
You don't want to.
referred
That's
as
from the Daily Mail too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My God.
So Greg Gutfeld, he goes after me.
What does he say about? So he insults your looks?
Yeah, says that I'm unattractive or that she's trans. One day after I went after Rahm Emanuel, they did a whole story on me, and then he goes, "Well, she's kind of attractive for a trans woman." And then another time, I think I was really calling out. Oh, it was when I called out J.D. Vance for not taking up for his kids, and the right wing and some of the liberals went crazy about that. Do you remember that? When they went
you were right.
I was 100% right.
Which
Still
is
am.
why all the liberals and the right wingers got mad at you.
I think
that's usually what happens when you're right.
This is a man who has never touched a gym.
It's true. I mean, what is even the liberal objection to that? I don't even understand. I can't even. I'm actually struggling to craft that nonsense in my head. What is the objection? How dare you? How dare you not talk about how we need to fund AIPAC? I don't know. It's just like, what? JD Vance was wrong for that.
You can tell.
No, you're wrong.
This is a man who
I'm
is
wrong?
also a gyrator, a jackrabbit,
Oh yeah.
Wait, he
a
used to.
soft serve.
He reads short to me as
Wait,
well.
he used to touch.
Oh, he's
wait, this
very
is
short.
this is him early on.
Yeah. His feet don't touch the ground when he sits on those high chairs, and it's so funny because like he'll be saying the most heinous shit, and then the camera pans over to the wide shot, and his little feet are just going dingling and dangling on the bottom of that high chair.
Yeah.
I love seeing that.
Can you imagine just him and Bill Maher together just talking at you? Oh, so awesome. But I don't think that they should be rude to women on TV.
It doesn't. It really. They are. But it doesn't bother me because here's the thing: like we have all of these things going on, and every time Fox airs me, it just means more money for me. So I'm appreciative.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
appreciative
nice of
that they are highlighting me and driving viewers to my channel. Liberal, curious white women
Liberal
that maybe have
curious, yep.
thought This whole thing about Jesus going on the suicide mission seems a little sus.
Yeah.
But I've been told I could never buy into it. And then here's this atheist that's like, it's bullshit.
Well, you have your theories on that.
Oh,
The
about
suicide
Jesus
mission?
Christ?
Yeah.
Well, you think that it wasn't a suicide mission that just happened?
I think he's a great fiction.
Why can't I shut up about
I think
Jesus?
Jesus existed.
Oh, I don't.
She's coming after your guy.
Oh, you don't think
I
he
just
existed as
found
a
out about
person, as a human
Jesus.
being?
No.
You don't think he existed? I thought
There's
he
no
existed.
evidence that he existed. The first
Really?
writing of him was 100 years after his death. That's 3 generations at that time. You're telling me a guy that's doing magic tricks and all of these things doesn't make it into the historical record?
Oh, I had no idea.
There were
I thought that-
historians at that time.
I thought that they proved that he existed.
No, that was.
Oh.
Who was the guy who wrote about historical?
And then he
Jesus?
got fired immediately from CNN for something.
Yeah.
yeah.
I forget his name.
I will
now.
say this. I'll say this. I just found out about Jesus Christ last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you
'cause,
accept him as your Lord and personal Savior?
I'm willing to if I figure out if heaven's real. That's kind of my. It's Speldon's wager.
I believe in Jesus just in case.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yes.
Pascal's wager.
And he's the closest God that I know. You know what I
Jesus.
mean? Jesus. I grew up around. He's the hometown God.
I'm a cultural Christian.
Okay.
Like I celebrate Christmas.
Yeah, I like that.
But also,
but Santa Claus kind of
but
trumps
the pagans
Jesus.
really did all of that
That's
before
true.
the Christians
But
stole
they're
those
scarier,
holidays.
For
The
sure.
pagans.
The pagans. The maypole thing. I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah.
You know, we're going around this
That's
thing.
really
I'm glad that the
weird.
I've said this for a long time, but I think Mariah Carey is more popular than Jesus Christ during Christmas.
Oh, well,
There's no question.
the Beatles said this and got in a lot of trouble.
Oh, that Mariah Carey was
No,
more
well,
popular.
yeah, Mariah.
Yeah.
But I just found out about it because I'm trying to because everyone got mad at us for hurting him allegedly at the Jews.
Yes. The Jews for killing him.
But my whole thing is,
But it's a layup.
that's what I'm saying is, no. Yeah, what I'm Italian. What, what do you think?
I'm not going to assume your background.
What do you think my nose comes from, dude?
It could be Lebanon.
No, theirs is straighter.
I'm Lebanese. Did you notice?
It doesn't look like mine. Yours is actually, you know what? It is kind of bottom heavy there.
Told you.
It does droop.
It does a little bit.
It does droop a
I've been
little
working
bit
on
there.
that.
But
Sorry, goofball.
but my whole thing is I'm trying to get us out of trouble because we've done a lot of
Damage control.
I'm trying to do some damage control.
Right.
And I'm saying if we did it,
Right.
Oh, killed Jesus.
if we temporarily
What was the
took
guy
him
named
out of
Pontius?
action.
What was the
Pontius Pilate?
That one, yeah.
Not Jewish, by the way, Roman.
Yeah.
And his whole thing is the Jews.
Jesus,
make
I
you do
say
it. Well,
that.
you're the governor, so, you know.
Right.
But we can't really make you do it. But that okay, we were like, you gotta fucking put him on the thing, and he did it, but he came back,
And he had to go.
and then he was like, miss me yet?
He's
like,
like,
you guys
JK.
believe me? And then everyone's like, oh, Jesus is real. It's all real. So I'm like, if we didn't do that and Jesus lived to be like, whatever, 50 or like old age back then and just like died in a farm, no one would give a fuck. You know what I mean? We would just, we would still, everyone would be Jewish still. And so, or like on one of the other ones. And so I'm like, okay.
So the murder was to benefit Christians.
I'm like, if we did it, why are you mad?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you
I'm
mad?
with this. I'm on board with it.
I
agree with that.
Yeah, we helped you by, which we didn't do it.
Do you think he was a real? Do you think Jesus?
I
was
think
real?
it was probably a real guy named that who was
That's what I
doing
was
some
thinking.
stuff.
That's-
But I'm like,
Do you think the
there's a
magic
lot of
tricks,
guys like that.
The magic tricks.
My whole thing is I'm doing an investigation of all religions of the past couple of years.
When you investigate, you'll find that there were many Jesuses before Jesus, born of a virgin, all of the signs.
It was the prophecy.
Right. It's basically Christianity is stolen from ancient Egyptian religions.
Oh.
So it's all been borrowed.
I'm a believer in the Chinese Jesus.
Chinese Jesus.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Which guy's that?
The what is it? The Taiping.
Oh yeah, the Boxer Rebellion.
The one that caused like,
his name is
not even the Boxer Rebellion.
No, not the Boxer, but it was
the one that caused like millions of Chinese people.
Yes,
to slaughter
He
one
changed his
another.
name to Jesus at one point, right?
Yeah.
Are you religious?
I grew up religious.
Do you pray?
No, I don't.
Which
pray.
religion?
I pray
Which
every
once in a while. I was raised Christian, but very
Which
loosely.
sect?
Yeah.
I don't know. My mom was Catholic.
Methodist?
My mom was
Catholic?
Catholic. Mom was Catholic, but like my mom was like.
Did you get confirmed?
No, I never got baptized. Or
Baptized.
anything. Nothing. I went to Mormon church for a brief period of time.
You went to a Mormon church?
Yeah, just for one
What?
session.
Were you in trouble or something?
what
You went
now?
to a Mormon church?
Here's a
Where?
story. Here's a story. My mother was raised Catholic. We have a part of my family that's Mormon.
Is she a Maronite?
No,
You don't even.
No, I don't have a fucking idea. What
Well,
that means.
your dad is the Lebanese.
Yeah, my
one,
dad's Lebanese.
and your dad. I think
my
his
dad.
is Maronite.
Yeah, but my dad is like the religion has been fading in my family. For
Get
quite
back
some
to
time.
you going to a Mormon church.
Yeah. Well, one time my mom was like a religion hopper when I was younger.
Shopper.
Yeah, she was shopping around
Right.
religions, and for a brief period of time, she's like, "I'm gonna be Mormon," and we went to one service, and that was enough. She said, "This is fucking nuts," and then we left, and we never went back. But I really like the bread that they serve.
They have better bread. They have bread at those
They have
ones
bread.
too? Do
Yeah, they
do
kind of
the-
stole from the Catholic Church where they give.
I'll
like
tell you the best
whatever.
bread is challah, the Jewish
yeah.
bread. So
The Mormon bread, apparently fire, according to Austin.
I sent my kids in Oklahoma to a Jewish preschool because I didn't want them to get recruited by the evangelical Christians.
She is liberal Hitler.
Yeah, because I did not
Communist.
Want them to get,
Yeah.
Because the Christians are horrible, right? So I sent them to a Jewish preschool, and they would come home every Friday with this challah that they baked, and it was fantastic. The problem with sending your kids to a Jewish preschool is the September dickover. So there's all these holidays, and as a mother, you need your kids to be in school.
Yes.
You need the separation. You don't want to be at home in kid jail.
Yeah.
You need that separation. So they finally go back to school the end of August. And I don't know, it's like Rosh Hashanah, all this bullshit holidays that completely interfered with my Jennifer time.
I'm with you.
All these, it was my Jennifer time. And I'm like, I just spent all summer with them. I need for them to be here.
And they're not even doing the holidays. They're like...
my kids are atheists.
Yeah.
So I'm like, can you come teach them on these days? But it was...
You couldn't
to
make it happen.
No, and then in the summer, there was this great little Jewish camp I sent them to, Camp Havarim.
Oh, interesting.
I have a
in
question.
Oklahoma.
I'm surprised that they didn't turn out to be pro-Israel after all that.
No, when you're a kid, you're just like, I don't know. You don't know what
My
that
kid,
is.
I mean, by the time they were 5, they were in a different school, so preschool. But they, my son, Dylan, the one that, let me see if he's texted back about the Gamergate. He said that, oh my God, here he is. I was a bit too young to get involved in that when it happened, but looking back, obviously the journalist side.
He's just saying that.
He doesn't.
So woke.
I think that's a good spot for us to end it there. There we go. The Fear and Boys with Brace Belden, Jennifer Welch. An interesting crew. A motley crew. But a fun hang, I think. A decent blunt rotation. Perhaps a goated blunt rotation. Depending on who you are. I think that, we got through 98% of the thing. We don't need the outro. We don't need the outro because we're still, of course, as always, going to have a super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream after the messages here. Crazy world, crazy week. We got through it, and a new one awaits. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, and her planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Nadia, Jokey, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, and Glitchmaster. I have not yet updated the patron list this week. I'll be doing it later this Sunday before the Sunday Funday stream, which will be happening. Of course, this show was just brought to you by all of these people here before you. That's right, you can be a Galactic patron and help produce this stream for the low, low price of $3 a month. Fix that sample.